Chapter 741. The next morning, when Wu Yin woke up and walked out his room, the first thing he saw was Asuna and Yui. They were sitting on the sofa, drinking tea and chatting with each other. They had bright smiles on their faces and giggles could be heard from time to time. It was a harmonious scene between mother and daughter. Judging from the smiles on their faces, those who didn't know would never know that the two of them were crying their hearts out last night. Even the two of them seemed to have forgotten everything that happened last night. However, if one were to observe carefully, they would notice that the relationship between Asuna and Yui seemed to have gotten better than before. "Good morning, Papa." "Oh, it's too late." While Wu Yin was still immersed in the scene of two beautiful girls teasing each other, Asuna and Yui finally noticed Wu Yan's arrival. Their gazes immediately shifted to Wu Yan. However, the words that came out of their mouths were completely different. The concern and warmth in their words were exactly the same. Wu Yan's lips curved upwards. Sorry. Wu Yan waved his hand at Asuna and Yui without any sincerity. He then walked over to Asuna and sat down. Yui immediately jumped into Wu Yan's arms, causing Asuna to be dissatisfied. "Oh, when are you going to change your bad habit of sleeping in? Don't even think about it." Wu Yan casually picked up a cup and drank from it. "Sleeping in is a form of enjoyment for me. The happiness of sleeping in until I wake up naturally, the happiness of having a cramp on my face when I dream is something normal people can't understand. That's my cup." Asuna snatched the cup from Wu Yan's hand and placed her hands on her waist. "You're so lazy. Be careful that people don't like you." Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and gently lifted Yui up. "Hey, Yui, will you dislike Papa?" As soon as he said that, Yui's little head shook like a rattle drum. Yui won't despise Daddy, but Mommy is starting to dislike Daddy. Wu Yan pretended to be sad as he patted Yui's head. In the future, we, father and daughter, will have to rely on each other. Mother is a bad person. Yui turned against her mother without hesitation. "You?" Asuna was furious. She looked at Wu Yan, who had a sad expression on his face, but there was a hint of pride in his eyes. She gritted her teeth for a while, and her cheeks puffed up. "You father and daughter are teaming up to bully me again. Mom said we bullied her, so pitiful. Yeah, why don't we forgive her? Forgive me. I am not going to talk to you anymore." Asuna angrily turned her back to Wu Yan and Yui. Seeing this, Wu Yan and Yui looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Asuna's expression softened and she revealed a smile. Scenes like this happened almost every day in the past, even when Kirito and the others came to visit. This was also the origin of the model family that Klein called them. For outsiders, there is nothing better than this scene to show the good relationship between the three of them. After bullying Asuna, Yui ran to her side and comforted her, as usual. Wu Yan picked up the paper on the table and started reading. However, it didn't take long for Wu Yan to frown. The smile on his face slowly disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. The harmonious and loving atmosphere changed because of Wu Yan's sudden change. "What's wrong?" Seeing the change in Wu Yan's expression, Asuna also stopped smiling. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and put down the paper in his hand. 98th floor cleared. Cleared? Asuna was startled for a second. She didn't feel relieved at all. Isn't that a good thing? Wu Yan looked at Asuna and shook his head. It's supposed to be a good thing. Wu Yan didn't continue and handed the paper in his hand to Asuna. Asuna took the paper in confusion and her chestnut-colored eyes scanned the information on the paper. The next moment, her expression changed drastically. 30 clearers. Half of them are dead. How is this possible? Asuna was stunned. Even if it's a floor boss, the clearers should still be safe with their current level. Ever since the 75th floor was cleared a year ago, it had been a long time since such a large number of casualties occurred. Except for the 76th floor, where the Divine Dragon Alliance members overestimated themselves, the rest of the clearers have been very smooth. Not counting the floors that Wu Yan cleared, the clearers have cleared a total of 15 floors up to the 98th floor. But in these 15 floors, the clearers didn't have more than a single-digit number of casualties. Now, in just one floor, the clearers lost half of their 30 members, That's a total of 15 people. This kind of casualty rate is even higher than the floor boss that only appears once every 25 floors. Could it be that the 98th floor boss is as strong as the floor boss that only appears once every 25 floors? Maybe it's possible, but Wu Yin is more willing to believe that it's the clearer's fault. Deep in thought, Wu Yin recalled the conversation he had with Kirito and the others yesterday and explained it to Asuna. You're saying Asuna was surprised because we're about to clear the floor boss, the clearer's mental state is a bit off? That should be the case. Wu Yin closed his eyes and continued. Their impatience has reduced their combat strength by more than half. They already lost 10% of their forces in the labyrinth area. What's more, they're going up against the boss. Asuna was silent for a long time before she let out a long sigh. There are only a few floors left. Once we clear them, we can leave this world. As the victims, they've been trapped in this death game for 3 whole years. No one has suffered more than them. Now that hope is right in front of us, it's only natural that something like this would happen. Asuna took a deep breath and looked at Wu Yin. Yin, what about Kirito and the others? They're fine. Wu Yin opened his profile and clicked into his friend list. Kirito, Klein, Suda, and Agile's names are still lit. That's good. Asuna sighed in relief. Wu Yin looked at the interface in front of him. His expression fluctuated before he suddenly said something. Asuna, do you think it's time for us to make a move? Asuna froze and turned to look at Wu Yin. You mean? Wu Yin met Asuna's gaze. It's time for us to speed up and leave this world. Leave this world. Asuna's eyes flickered. She lowered her head and pondered for a moment. Then, her expression became firm as she nodded. That's right. There are only 2 floors left. We can't sit here forever. Asuna then looked at Yui in her arms. But Yui, it's okay, Mommy. Yui showed an understanding smile. Yui will take care of the house and wait for Mommy and Daddy to come back. But Yui isn't an immature child. She's a lot stronger than she looks. Wu Yin patted Yui's head and smiled. Plus, we have a lot of time ahead of us. Once we get back to the real world, we'll be able to live a carefree life. The real world. Asuna and Yui looked at each other and opened their mouths. They wanted to say something, but they remembered what Wu Yin said last night and decided against it. All she needed to do was to believe in him. Yui, let Sachi and the others take care of her for now. Wu Yin made his decision when he saw Asuna's reluctant expression. Be a good girl and wait for us to come back. Yuck. Chapter 742. Aincrad, 99th floor. Early in the morning, players walked out of the teleportation gate Plaza 1 after another. Their faces were filled with excitement as they spread out in all directions. Among the players who came to the 99th floor, some of them are top players whose levels can keep up with the rest of the players. Some of them barely reach the higher floors, and some of them aren't even level 80 yet. Most of them are newbies on the 99th floor, let alone the labyrinth. They can't even get out of the wilderness. However, this did not diminish the eagerness in their hearts. There were still players who moved over from the lower floors and wandered around the entire town. From time to time, they would glance at the stone tower stairs that reached the clouds in the distance. Their eyes were filled with hope. All they need to do is conquer that tower, and they'll be able to reach the last floor of Aincrad, the 100th floor. Every player who was looking at the stairs of the stone tower had the same thought in their minds. They were extremely excited, and their eyes were filled with hope. If it weren't for the issue of combat power, perhaps all the players here would have rushed out and flattened the labyrinth area. From this point of view, these low-level players are much more self-aware than the so-called top players in the clearers. Aincrad has a total of 100 floors in the shape of a pyramid. From top to bottom, the area will gradually increase. At the 99th floor, it's actually not that big anymore. The stairs of the labyrinth area are located at the center of the 99th floor, and there are only 4 towns surrounding it. Other than that, the rest of the area is the wilderness. There are only 4 towns on the 99th floor. It's easy to imagine how small the 99th floor is compared to the lower floors. Come to think of it, in the real world, a slightly bigger town would be bigger than the 99th floor, right? Meanwhile, in the town closest to the 99th floor labyrinth area, at the Teleport Gates Plaza, Ding! A beautiful sound effect rang out, and a ripple of light appeared in the middle of the teleport gates plaza. Wu Yin and Asuna only saw a flash of light in front of their eyes, and they lost their balance for a few seconds. When they regained their balance, the scene in front of them lit up again. The stone tower in the labyrinth area. It just so happened that it was imprinted in their eyes at the very first moment. The platform they're standing on is made of moist rocks. Maybe it's a rainy day on this floor. Wu Yin and Asuna stood on the platform and looked up at the towering stone tower that stretched as far as the eye can see. It was as if he was right in front of her eyes. The two of them stood there quietly, looking at the stone pagoda. Neither of them spoke. No one knew what they were thinking. Patting his cheeks, Wu Yin touched the hilt of sky gazer on his back. He felt much more at ease now. Let's go. Asuna came back to her senses and took a deep breath. A serious expression that hadn't appeared on her face for a long time appeared on her face. At this moment, the ghost of strategy who led the clearers and the vice leader of Knights of the Blood seemed to have returned. She had given up the title of Ghost Conqueror and the title of Knights of the Blood, but she had never given up the title of Flash. Directly to the labyrinth area? Let's go directly to the labyrinth area. Wu Yin walked down the platform. With our current level, we should be safe enough to face the monsters in the labyrinth area. If there are no accidents, Wu Yin paused and looked at Asuna. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Yui really wants to stay with you. In fact, Wu Yin already knew what Asuna's answer would be. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suggested Sachi to take care of Yui. In the past, Wu Yin could use the excuse of taking care of Yui to make Asuna stay at home obediently. But now, Asuna knows Yui's true identity. She also knows that Yui isn't as naive as she looks. On the contrary, Yui, who has access to the entire SEO database, is an AI that specializes in human psychology and spirit. Yui is much more knowledgeable than the two of them. It would be strange if Asuna could stay at home after knowing Yui's ability. But Wu Yin still couldn't help but ask. Asuna glanced at Wu Yin and didn't say anything. She grabbed Wu Yin's hand and walked towards the labyrinth area. Wu Yin smiled bitterly. He was defeated by Asuna's silent action. He had no choice but to accept Asuna's domineering attitude. The labyrinth area is only one map away from the nearest town. It's not a small area, but it's not a big one either. As Wu Yin expected, the monsters in the wild are slightly weaker. Asuna won't have a problem fighting alone unless she's surrounded by a large group of monsters. However, Wu Yin has already released the Healing Fairy. Even after a year, the Healing Fairy's appearance hasn't changed at all. It can still restore 20% HP every minute. The only thing that changed is that the Healing Fairy can now heal other players. As long as the player is in Wu Yan's party, they can enjoy the healing effect of the Healing Fairy. Sometimes, the Healing Fairy can even trigger group healing. After a minute, if they're lucky, all the players in Wu Yan's party, including Wu Yin himself, will be able to restore 20% of their HP, and the chance is quite high. With the Healing Fairy, Wu Yin didn't have to worry about letting Asuna go alone. Besides, Asuna isn't weak to begin with. Although she can't walk alone in the labyrinth area, she's more than capable in the wild. Speaking of which, after reaching the 75th floor, Kirito has almost reached the limit of solo players. It's still okay in the wild, but the labyrinth area can't support solo players anymore. Putting aside the fact that the monsters were getting stronger and stronger, their attack patterns were also getting more and more complicated. The higher the floor, the smaller the map of the labyrinth area, and the denser the monsters would be. Usually, when they encounter monsters, they would come in groups of at least 2 or 3. In such a situation, moving alone would be suicidal. That's why Kirito ended his solo strategy a long time ago. Although he didn't join any guild, whenever he went to the labyrinth area to level up, he would either drag Suda and the other Moonlit Black Cats with him, or go with Klein and Furigazan. Suda and Klein were overjoyed to have such a strong teammate join them. They would drag Kirito to the labyrinth area every now and then. If someone didn't know better, they would think that they're best friends for life. With Asuna and the Healing Fairy in tow, The two charged straight into the labyrinth area. It didn't take long for the entrance to the labyrinth area to appear in front of the two players and their pet. At this time, the two saw an ancient staircase extending to the entrance of the labyrinth area's stone tower. The stone on the staircase has weathered a lot. It feels like it's going to shatter into pieces if you step on it. There's an iron door at the entrance of the labyrinth area. The iron door has long decayed. The iron spikes sticking out of the door have corroded to the point that they're stuck together. They don't have any sharpness to them at all. It's as if the door has lived for thousands of years. Even if it's corroded to the point that it looks like it's made of scrap metal, it's still guarding its post and blocking players who try to enter. That's the labyrinth area. Asuna raised her head and looked at the iron door. The thought of facing the strongest monster on the 99th floor aside from the boss made her feel a little worried. Ever since she met Wu Yin, she's had this kind of worry every time she goes into the labyrinth area. It's because she's afraid that if something goes wrong, her perfect life will fall apart because of an accident. Suddenly, a large and powerful hand wrapped around Asuna's small hand. Asuna's body trembled, and the worry in her heart disappeared without a trace. A smile appeared on her face. "Let's go." Wu Yin nodded with a smile. He faced forward, placed his hand on the iron door, and gave it a gentle push. Boom! After a loud bang, the heavy iron door opened with a loud bang. Chapter 743. Russell. The moment the door was opened, the sound of howling wind and howling entered their ears. Asuna's serious expression immediately crumbled and was replaced by fear. Even Wu Yin felt goosebumps all over his body. "It looks like..." Asuna gulped and hugged Wu Yan's arm. "The 99th floor's labyrinth. It doesn't look very pleasant." Wu Yin rolled his eyes at her. "Is there really a labyrinth in Aincrad that I like?" "It's not like that." Asuna turned her head away, but she couldn't help but take a peek inside the labyrinth. "It's just here, oh?" Wu Yin blinked and looked at Asuna with a smile. "Asuna, you're not scared, are you?" "Aha! Ah!" Asuna forced a smile. Her eyes started to wander. How? How was that possible? Why would I be scared? At this moment, another gust of wind blew and hit the two at the door. Asuna screamed and hugged Wu Yan's arm even tighter. Wu Yan was speechless. "Why don't you go back and accompany Yui?" "No way." Asuna refused without hesitation. She glared at Wu Yan with tears in her eyes. "Isn't it just a labyrinth? Even if there's something strange, it's just some mental-type monsters." "Yes, that's right." Wu Yan slapped his forehead and said with a headache, "But even if it's a spirit-type monster, it's still a spirit-type monster. Aren't you scared too?" Asuna puffed up her cheeks and looked around the labyrinth with her chestnut-colored eyes. She let go of Wu Yan's arm and puffed up her chest. "What's there to be scared of? They're just monsters. It's not like I haven't seen them before." As if to boost her courage, Asuna shouted this sentence very loudly. Then, she closed her eyes. Under Wu Yan's astonished expression, he charged straight in. Wu Yan was scared out of his wits. There are countless powerful monsters in the labyrinth area. Now that they were all gathered together because of the map, what if Asuna ran into a group of monsters or a trap? Wu Yan cursed and rushed in as well. The next moment, his vision darkened and a cold wind blew on his body, causing him to shiver a bit. Fortunately, his night vision isn't bad. It didn't take him long to adjust to the darkness. He saw Asuna was still rushing into the labyrinth, and he immediately went behind her and pulled her back. "What the hell are you doing?" Wu Yin yelled. "Don't you know it's dangerous?" Only then did Asuna realize what a stupid thing she had done. Her pretty face was filled with panic. She panicked and lowered her head apologetically. "I'm sorry, Yin." Wu Yin couldn't vent his anger when he saw Asuna's reaction. Instead, his anger subsided bit by bit. He felt helpless. "Don't be so reckless next time." Wu Yin wasn't angry anymore, but he still scolded her. "Don't you know it's very worrying?" Asuna stuck out her tongue. She squeezed herself into Wu Yan's embrace and acted like a spoiled child begging for forgiveness, making Wu Yin very annoyed. The light in the labyrinth area is very dim. It's so dim that it's comparable to a night without moonlight. Without good night vision, it's impossible to see what's inside. Wu Yin and Asuna's night vision isn't bad. They took some time to adjust to the darkness and looked around. They entered through the main entrance and saw a place that looked like a hall. Opening the map, Wu Yin and Asuna could only make out a vague outline of a labyrinth. The labyrinth is a spiral labyrinth that leads up to the top of a labyrinth. Of course, it's just a circular structure. They haven't walked through the labyrinth area in person, so there are no markings on the path. Wu Yin was annoyed when he saw the map. Asuna suddenly pulled Wu Yan's sleeve and pointed ahead. Not far in front of the two of them, at the entrance of the staircase, there was a large insect flying in the air. It was covered in a green carapace, and there were iron spikes on its wings. Its head was like a fly, and there was a stinger sticking out of its mouth. On top of it, there was a cold light flashing, making people's hearts tremble. That's the main monster type in the 99th floor labyrinth area? Asuna heaved a sigh of relief and patted her chest. It's not a spirit-type monster. That's great. Haha. Wu Yin let out a hollow laugh. This is the first time I've heard a girl say that insects are great. Asuna blushed and patted Wu Yan's shoulder. She then pulled out her rapier and said, "What do you think? Do you want to go?" "Wait, let me do it." Wu Yin grabbed Asuna's rapier and stepped forward. "We don't know the monster's attack pattern yet. Its attack power, defense, and skills haven't been confirmed yet. Let me try." Asuna pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Be careful." Wu Yin nodded and walked forward. He looked around the large insect and made sure it was alone. He then left the healing fairy beside Asuna. The monsters on the 98th floor labyrinth area can't deal much damage to Wu Yin. Based on his ability value increase, the monsters on the 99th floor shouldn't be too strong either. At least, they shouldn't be able to do much damage to him. However, ability value, attack, defense, and other ability values are just a side of the story. What really matters is the monster's attack pattern and skill type. Therefore, Wu Yin immediately activated charge. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the green beetle. Holding the heaven gazer horizontally in his hand, he pointed the tip of the sword at the green beetle. The flash of the sword's skill fluctuated, and before the green beetle could be attracted, a crushing blow suddenly fell. Bang! The green beetle was sent flying, and its HP dropped to the yellow area. Virum! Its aggro was successfully attracted to Wu Yin. A ferocious hissing sound came from its hideous maw. Flapping its wings like a fly, the green-shelled insect lowered its body and charged at Wu Yin with great speed. Its stinger glowed with a golden light. Wu Yin narrowed his eyes. He didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he stood up straight and rammed into the green beetle. Bang! The stinger hit Wu Yan's chest, and his HP dropped by about 10%. He couldn't help but smile. The green beetle's attack took away a little bit of his HP. Even if Asuna fought it, she wouldn't be able to do anything. However, when Wu Yin felt a numbing sensation in his body, the smile on Wu Yan's face froze. He couldn't move at all. Next to the HP bar, an abnormal status symbol appeared. It was paralysis. Virum! While Wu Yin was paralyzed, the green beetle continued to stab Wu Yin with its stinger. It didn't take long for it to take away another 10% of Wu Yan's HP. Asuna was shocked when she saw what happened. She raised her sword and charged at the green beetle. She used her heavy sword skill on the green beetle and knocked it back. At the same time, Wu Yan's body shook as he recovered from the numbness. His eyes flashed, and he jumped in front of the green beetle. Heaven Gazer glowed with a faint blue light. Cheat! The Heaven Gazer pierced through the cyan beetle's head, causing it to stop in its tracks. Its HP bar was emptied, and it shattered into pieces, filling the air with fragments. However, Wu Yin and Asuna were not happy at all. They looked at each other helplessly. Chapter 744. The green beetle's attack power was not high. Even with the effects of its skills, it only managed to reduce Wu Yan's HP by 1/10. Its normal attacks were even worse, but its defense was much higher than its attack power. From start to finish, the green beetle had to take 2 of Wu Yan's sword skills and one of Asuna's sword skills before its HP bar was emptied. That might not seem like a big deal, but 2 of the sword skills were used by Wu Yin. Wu Yin was a player who put all his points into strength. In terms of attack power, there was probably no one who could surpass him. Back then, when Wu Yin defeated the first floor's boss, he only used 1 sword skill to empty the boss's HP bar. When he defeated the special boss on Christmas Eve, he even used 1 sword skill to reduce the boss's HP by 1/8. That was a boss, not a normal monster. All this time, Wu Yan's attack power had been increasing as his level, equipment, and attributes increased. Under such circumstances, a monster in the labyrinth area could take 2 of his sword skills before dying. One could only imagine how strong its defense was. That was not the most important thing. In the past, Wu Yin had encountered monsters with strong defense but low attack power. He had even fought monsters with higher defense than the green beetle. What he did not expect was that the green beetle's skill had a paralyzing effect. Moreover, the first attack had already paralyzed Wu Yin. Wu Yin had specifically increased his resistance to paralysis and had even learned the paralysis skill. Even the rare paralysis item that Kuradil had painstakingly obtained could only paralyze Wu Yin for 3 seconds. Now, the skill used by a monster in the labyrinth area had paralyzed Wu Yin for nearly 3 seconds. If a normal player were to come here, once they were paralyzed, they could only wait for death. This was because the green beetle had just entered the labyrinth area and was lucky to be alone. The monsters that they would encounter next would be in groups of at least 2 or 3. Imagine a swarm of green beetles circling around you, then using their paralysis skills one after another. From the beginning to the end, you would be paralyzed on the spot until you died. How scary would that be? Wu Yin and Asuna looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Looks like we'll encounter these monsters later. I can't get hit so easily. Wu Yin pursed his lips. He touched his chest with a lingering fear. Based on what happened just now, even if Asuna did not come over, he could have recovered from the paralysis and attacked the green beetle head-on. But that was if there was only one of them. If there was a crowd. Wu Yin felt a chill down his spine when he thought about it. Asuna also shook her head with a bitter smile. There are quite a few monsters that can add effects to their skills, but those with paralysis effects are the most dangerous type of monster. Asuna looked around and said in a serious tone, if the clearers want to explore this area, they need to form a party of at least 10 people. That way, they can help each other and switch between skills when they're activated. Otherwise, if they're surrounded by monsters, then we need some capable players. We need at least 2 or 3 people. Wu Yin rubbed his chin. We need to use throwing skills to lure the monsters one by one. Then, one player will be responsible for attracting aggro and tanking all the paralysis skills. Then, the others will be responsible for healing, no matter what. Asuna glanced at Wu Yin. If you're alone, you won't be able to do it. Says who? Wu Yin puffed up his chest. That cyan beetle's paralysis skill won't be able to kill me. Even if I'm surrounded, I have a healing fairy to heal me. That cyan beetle has low attack power. Even if it paralyzes me from head to toe, it won't be able to kill me. Unless what? Asuna looked at Wu Yin with an annoyed expression. Wu Yin scratched his cheek in embarrassment. Unless there are more than 10 cyan beetles, there's no need for that. Asuna leaned her head in front of Wu Yin and pointed at Wu Yin's chest. As long as there are more than 4 or 5 green beetles, their paralysis skill will be able to paralyze you. Although they won't be able to clear your HP, they can keep you paralyzed. If no one comes to save you, then you can prepare to be paralyzed by those disgusting insects until you clear the game. Wu Yin smiled awkwardly and begged for mercy. Okay. It's my fault. Asuna nodded and put her hands on her hips. So, you should understand now, right? Understand? Wu Yin paused for a second and said, understand what? What? A dangerous look appeared on Asuna's face. I understand. I made the right choice by coming with you. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He was speechless. Are you still holding a grudge against me for telling you to go home and accompany Yui? Sure enough, girls are very vengeful creatures. I understand. Wu Yin raised his hand and said weakly, it's my fault, and Asuna nodded her head in satisfaction. She patted Wu Yan's shoulder. It's good that you know you're wrong. Wu Yan looked away when he saw Asuna's smug face. He was afraid that if he continued to watch, he would not be able to resist the urge to punish her. Kacha! The heaven gazer sliced through the head of a green beetle. The attack power emptied the green beetle's HP bar. The green beetle let out an ear-piercing shriek as it fell to the ground. Its body exploded into pieces, and a box appeared in front of Wu Yan and Asuna to calculate their loot. Wu Yan cracked his stiff neck. He checked the time. It has been about an hour since they entered the labyrinth. During this time, Wu Yan and Asuna lost at least 100 green beetles to the Heaven Gazer's blade. Wu Yan and Asuna felt their scalps tingling just a second ago, but now the area is much emptier than it used to be. With Asuna's help, their progress was a lot faster. If Wu Yan came alone, he would have to expend a lot of effort to clear out the green beetles so that he wouldn't die from paralysis. Yan, look! Asuna happily ran to Wu Yan's side and pointed at an item that just dropped. It's a rare item. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He looked at Asuna with a surprised look. You're pretty lucky. If you sell this item, it'll be worth at least 1 million, sir. I'm not selling it. Asuna put away her interface. This item is very useful in a critical moment. You're right. Wu Yan thought for a while and said, You can put it away for now. Asuna nodded without hesitation. Since they were married, it didn't matter who kept the item. They could use it whenever they wanted. Unlike other players, if they got this item, they would have to come up with a satisfactory solution even if they didn't get into a fight over it. That's why Asuna nodded without hesitation. Asuna and Asuna continued to move forward, slowly following the stairs. The dark labyrinth area was quiet, eerie, and terrifying under the chilly wind. Asuna was determined to not come here if she was alone, even if she was beaten to death. Huff! Huff! The chilling wind blew past their bodies. Asuna couldn't help but lean into Wu Yan's arms. Wu Yan wanted to take care of Asuna, but he didn't know when a monster would jump out of the labyrinth. He raised his guard and looked around to give Asuna some time to rest. Woo! Suddenly, an unusual sound was emitted from a certain corner in front of them, causing the two of them to halt their footsteps. Their minds instantly became alert as they held their weapons and aimed them forward. But when they saw what was happening in the corner, their bodies froze. Asuna's pretty face turned deathly pale, without a trace of blood in it. Chapter 745. In front of him, in a corner, a black shadow suddenly flashed out from a wall. In an instant, it blended into another wall. Then, it suddenly stretched out from the other corner of the wall. It floated in the air and quietly wandered around. The shadow's body was blue in color. Its body was like a cloak that fluttered in the wind. It didn't have hands or feet. The only part of its body that wasn't covered by the blue cloak was its head. But it wasn't a human head, it was a bird's head. At this time, it was floating out from the front corner as if it didn't see anything. In the harmonious atmosphere of You're good, I'm good, everyone, it floated past the two dumbfounded people on the spot in front of their eyes. Wu Yan and Asuna's eyes followed the movement of the shadow. They didn't come back to their senses for a long time. One of them looked at the shadow that was floating in front of them with a strange expression on his face. The other one's face gradually turned pale. Her red lips opened, closed, opened, closed, opened, and closed again. Wu Yan, who saw this scene, reacted. He cursed in his heart. Asuna's mouth opened wider and wider as he covered her mouth with his hand. She was about to scream when Wu Yan stopped her from doing so. Calm down. Calm down. Asuna. Wu Yan smiled bitterly as he covered Asuna's mouth. It's just a monster, not a ghost. Just as he said that, a gust of cold wind blew past his body, causing him to tremble violently. He looked around with a guilty conscience. He smiled awkwardly. Asuna finally realized what was going on. She glanced at the shadow with a teardrop in the corner of her eye. She quickly closed her eyes and reached out her hand. She hugged Wu Yan's arm tightly. Yan, Yan, Yan. Asuna didn't dare to look at the shadow anymore. She kept repeating Wu Yan's name. Her voice was full of panic, as if she was about to cry. It appeared. It really appeared. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead when he saw Asuna's terrified expression. Even if she's the legendary Flash Asuna, she's not going to be easy to deal with. Looks like she's not without weaknesses. She's still a girl after all. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Wu Yan patted Asuna's back. It doesn't have a long tongue, it's not covered in blood, and it doesn't have a rotten face. It's just a cloak with a bird's head. Don't make it sound so scary. Asuna shuddered violently. It's as if she added a long tongue to the other person's heart, a body covered in blood, a face that's half rotten. She pinched the soft flesh on Wu Yan's waist, but after Wu Yan consoled her, she calmed down. She was no longer as afraid as before. She gently opened her eyes and glanced at the shadow. Why isn't it attacking us? Asuna hid behind Wu Yan. She only peeked her head out. Her face was full of fear. It should be a monster that doesn't attack. Wu Yan opened his eyes and stared blankly at the shadow that floated 2 meters away from him. I didn't expect there to be a monster that doesn't attack players in the labyrinth. I thought it only existed in the wild. Is it the only one? Asuna clutched Wu Yan's shirt tightly. Her chestnut-colored eyes showed a hint of fear. It seems like she's really afraid of spirits and other monsters. There should be more than one, right? Wu Yan looked at the walls around them. It came out from the wall just now. That's very likely. The walls around us are filled with these monsters. Hearing this, Asuna swallowed her saliva. She shrunk her body a little and moved to the side. Wu Yan found it hilarious that she moved as far away from the walls as possible. I don't think you can go up there. Wu Yan pursed his lips and pulled the heaven gazer out. Then I'll go up there. Wait, don't leave me. Asuna grabbed Wu Yan's clothes and stopped him from going up there. Since it won't attack players, let's just go around it. No way. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He couldn't stay calm anymore. Are you not going to fight this monster anymore? What's wrong? What's wrong with that? Asuna glared at Wu Yan. Monsters like these that won't actively attack players also have a setting that will attract all the surrounding monsters once they attack. Do you want to fight a large group of shadows and green beetles alone? Yes. We cleared out all the green beetles. There shouldn't be any more. Wu Yan shook his head helplessly. He focused his attention on the walls around him. A faint green light appeared in his eyes, and the next moment, the icons representing the units appeared in his vision. There's still 3 shadows. Wu Yan turned to Asuna and said, "Let me go up there. I should be able to handle 4 shadows with my level." Wu Yan knocked Asuna's head when he saw that she wanted to say something. Look at you. You don't even have the guts to fight monsters. Who would believe that you're the one in charge of the clearers? Wu Yan faced the front and waved the hand holding the heaven gazer. I'll leave the back up to you. Seeing Wu Yan's firm expression, Asuna reluctantly let go of his hand and grabbed the hilt of her sword. Wu Yan chuckled, and he took a deep breath. Whoosh! He dashed forward and appeared in front of the shadow in the blink of an eye. Then, he swung the heaven gazer at the shadow. Gee! The black greatsword sliced through the shadow's body, but Wu Yan felt like he was slicing through air. He didn't feel anything solid at all. He couldn't help but be stunned. Roar! The shadowy figure's tiny eyes flashed red as he let out a shrill roar. He swung his cloak, and a pair of sharp beast claws tore through the cloak. The beast claws came out from behind the cloak, and it charged at Wu Yan. Looking at the incoming shadow, Wu Yan reacted. His eyes turned cold, and he waved his other hand that isn't holding a sword. A dark green needle shot out from his hand and smashed into the bird head of the shadow. Roar! The shadow screamed in pain when it was hit by the needle, and its HP dropped. Wu Yan was surprised that his attack didn't have any effect on the shadow, but he soon realized why. The head is the shadow's weakness. Roar! The shadow's HP dropped, and its red eyes became even redder. It opened its claws and turned around in the air. Its body flashed red, and it rushed at Wu Yan like a cannonball. Oomph! Wu Yan clenched his fist and took out another needle. He used toss, and his body flashed like a specter. The needle in his hand flashed, and he left a trail of light behind him as he appeared in front of the shadow. When he was about to collide with the shadow, the needle in his hand shot out and pierced between the shadow's eyebrows. Rawr! The shadow howled in pain, and its charging momentum came to a halt. Whoosh! A shiny black greatsword stabbed into the shadow's head like a thunderbolt. The shadow's head only lasted for a split second before it was pierced through. Umbra's cries came to an abrupt end. His HP bar dropped rapidly until it hit rock bottom. Bang! The shadow's body shattered like glass and melted into the surrounding space. Before Wu Yin could put away his sword, Asuna's voice came from behind him. Be careful. As soon as Asuna's voice fell, a few flying sounds came from beside Wu Yin, accompanied by a bird-like chirping sound. Chapter 746. The blue figures quickly cut through the wall and rushed over. In just a few seconds, they had spread out and surrounded Wu Yin. They circled around him at an extremely fast speed, flashing a dense number of blue figures. Pairs of eyes filled with red light flashed rapidly, drawing red lines as they stared fiercely at Wu Yin, who was standing in the middle. Wu Yin also stared ahead, trying to see the figures of the shadows clearly. G. The three shadows emitted a GG sound from their mouths. Pairs of shark claws also stretched out from behind their cloaks and waved in front of him. Wu Yin narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze slightly. Now he could confirm that the shadows had three characteristics. First, their bodies were incorporeal. No matter how they attacked their bodies, their HP would not decrease. Second, their heads were the only part that could be attacked. Moreover, it was their weak point. Even if they were hit by a pitiful throwing skill, their HP would be reduced by a considerable amount. If they were hit by a sword skill, they would be killed in one hit. Third, when a shadow died, it had the ability to attract the aggro of the surrounding monsters to the player who killed it. However, the effective range was not clear. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Wu Yin made up his mind and lowered his body slightly. Then, with a stomp of his feet, his body turned into an afterimage, and like lightning, he rushed towards one of the shadows. G. Just as Wu Yan's body moved, a sharp cry rang out. The blue figures that were originally circling Wu Yin in a circle suddenly pounced on Wu Yin at the same time, creating a scene of countless shadows covering the sky and covering the earth, violently surging towards Wu Yin. Pooh! Wu Yan's face tensed up. His body rushed straight into the dense blue shadows. His speed was pushed to the limit. The heaven gazer in his palm was like a whip. Under Wu Yan's swing, a fierce wind blew. The sharp blade of the sword seemed to have grown eyes. The dagger pierced through the head of one of the shadows, and with a vicious twist, the shadow immediately materialized, revealing the full appearance of the shadow. The HP bar was also emptied. Sure enough, attacks aimed at the body are ineffective, while attacks aimed at the head are more lethal. With my attack power, even without using a sword skill, I can kill the shadow in one move. Asuna's words. Using sword skills, you can also kill him in one move. Wu Yin grinned as his thoughts raced. He looked at the remaining afterimages with a sinister look in his eyes. Just as Wu Yin planned to quickly kill the remaining two shadows, the dense blue shadows that filled the entire space stopped pouring down. The afterimages that filled the sky gradually dissipated, and the remaining two shadows appeared before Wu Yin. They retreated a distance away and quickly opened their mouths under Wu Yan's watchful gaze. As soon as they opened their mouths, the space around them started to fluctuate. A cold current descended from the sky and swept past the two shadows. After that, as the shadows were opening their mouths, the space around them started to fluctuate. As the two shadows opened their mouths, they gradually turned into a stream of black light. Wu Yan's expression changed when he saw this. Asuna, who was observing the shadow's attack pattern, couldn't help but gasp in shock. They can use a breath skill. Damn, Wu Yin muttered to himself. The characteristics of these shadows are very clear. If you don't understand their characteristics, you'll probably die without knowing why. But if you understand their characteristics, it'll be much easier to deal with them. This meant that the monsters in the labyrinth on the 99th floor were much easier to deal with compared to the monsters in the wild. The monsters in the labyrinth on the 99th floor were much easier to deal with compared to the monsters in the wild, like Asuna and Corrido. Cyan Beetle, low attack power, high defense, but can use a paralysis skill. Shadow monsters, low attack and defense, but they can nullify physical attacks. They can also use a breath skill that only super high-level monsters or even bosses can use. It seems like the 99th floor of the labyrinth is more focused on the AI of the monsters. While Wu Yin was muttering to himself, the two shadows started to use their breath skills. Two air currents filled with the smell of decay cut through the darkness and swept towards Wu Yin. Wu Yin could already smell the stench before the decaying air even got close to him. He took a step back before taking a step forward. While the air fluctuated around him, the decaying breath came right at him. He narrowed his eyes and charged at the two shadows. Twisting his body in the air, he dodged the attacks by a hair's breadth. Wu Yin lifted his head and looked at the two shadows floating in the air. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and he sped up again. He disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already behind the two shadows. Evil sword attack. A green glow flashed on the sword of Heaven Gazer, illuminating the surrounding dark space. With a tearing sound similar to cutting through gauze, the black sword carrying the green glow burst out. Like a wooden club, it viciously smashed towards the head of the shadow, directly smashing that bird-like head into smithereens. Squeak, squeak. The other shadow finally realized that its companion was dead. It immediately let out a low growl and clenched its large claws, tearing apart the cloak and reaching for the stunned Wu Yin. Unfortunately, the shadow's AI was only developed for combat and did not have any intelligence. Otherwise, it would have immediately retreated when it saw the smile on Wu Yan's face. Hey! Just as the shadow's claws were about to hit Wu Yan, a chestnut-colored figure suddenly appeared behind the shadow. It raised one hand, and a long sword as thin as a needle burst out with a powerful ripple. It pierced straight towards the shadow's claws. Bang! The rapier hit the shadow's beast claw. The impact sent the shadow's light body flying backwards. At the same time, Wu Yin recovered from the stun effect, and his body leaned forward as he dashed forward. His right hand gripped tightly onto the Heaven Gazer, and he swung it out. Crushing blow. Wu Yin bellowed. Heaven Gazer shined brightly, and the next moment, it smashed into the shadow's head. Bang! A muffled explosion was heard from the top of Umbra's head. Umbra's body trembled violently as its huge head was blown apart. A line of code representing a wound appeared on its neck. Red fragments that looked like blood floated up into the air and shattered into pieces that filled the air. Yin. Asuna recovered from her stiff state. She sheathed her rapier and she jogged over to Wu Yan. Are you okay? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and raised his head. Do you think your husband is that weak? Asuna smacked Wu Yan's chest. Stop messing around. Okay, let's stop messing around. Wu Yan grabbed Asuna's hand before she could slap him again. His expression turned serious. Asuna, did you notice something? Asuna blinked. What did you notice? Wu Yan smiled mysteriously. Open the map. Asuna nodded obediently. Then she opened her map and looked at it. What she saw stunned her. She couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Why is there an unrecorded map here? You too? Wu Yan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Then my guess should be correct. Guess? Yeah. Wu Yan told Asuna. Didn't you notice that every time we kill a cyan beetle or shadow, the map of the labyrinth opens up a little? Asuna's eyes lit up when she heard that. You're saying, that's right. Wu Yan crossed his arms in front of his chest. Paralysis skill, breath skill. The skills of the monsters on the 99th floor are obviously stronger than the monsters themselves. This doesn't conform to SEO's unspoken rule of absolute fairness. Normally, under such circumstances, players should be given some benefits. That's why I'm guessing that killing monsters and opening up the map is a benefit for the players. In other words, Wu Yan smirked and looked at the top of the labyrinth. Kill as many monsters as you can. The boss room might be open as well. Chapter 747. The more monsters you kill, the more monsters you kill, the more maps you have in the labyrinth area. With this sentence, the monsters in the labyrinth area are facing a disaster. The buzzing sound of the cyan beetles, the squeaking sound of the shadows, a man and a woman yelling, and the sound effects of their sword skills filled the labyrinth area for a whole day. It wasn't until the sky was completely dark that the noises in the labyrinth area started to slow down a little. At this time, Wu Yin and Asuna arrived at the top of the labyrinth area. Around them, the fragments of the monsters that just died were still floating around, but the two of them ignored it and opened their personal interface to check the map. It turned out that Wu Yan's guess was spot on. The monsters in the 99th floor had their own unique characteristics. For players who are good at strategy, it's a lot easier to clear the labyrinth after understanding their attack patterns. However, for the other players, even the top players in the clearers, without a proper party, it's going to be hard to clear the labyrinth with the unique characteristics of the monsters. This situation has formed a balance. SAO has always been a game of balance, and although they don't want to admit it, they have never seen an unbalanced area before. Under such circumstances, it's okay to add some powerful skills to increase the difficulty of the labyrinth area, but it's obvious that the paralysis skill and the breath skill have already surpassed the normal difficulty. Therefore, in order to maintain balance, the monster's strength has increased, and it's harder for the players to deal with them. Naturally, the corresponding benefits will be unlocked, and the monsters will be killed, and the map will be unlocked. After a day of clearing the labyrinth, Wu Yin and Asuna have already memorized 1/3 of the labyrinth's map. This is a lot faster than the previous time they were in the labyrinth. Of course, not everyone can clear the labyrinth area like Wu Yin and Asuna. If it were the clearers, they would have a hard time dealing with the paralysis skill and the breath skill, and they might even fail miserably. But for the clearers, this setting is basically non-existent. After all, the monsters aren't easy to deal with. And even if the map is unlocked after killing the monsters, the progress of clearing the labyrinth area won't be much better compared to the average labyrinth area. It can be said that this setting is specially designed for the strong players. Asuna didn't say anything, but Wu Yin was a little confused. Was this setting set from the very beginning, or did Heathcliff, or Kaiba Akihiko, change it later? If Heathcliff was the one who changed it, then he should know that this setting would be a godsend for him. A labyrinth wouldn't be able to stop him at all. The reason why he was weaker than the clearers in the past was because it was hard to find the boss room. Now that he had activated such a setting, wasn't it the same as giving the room to the boss of this dungeon right into his arms? Could it be that Heathcliff really want the 100th floor labyrinth? Could he want to clear the labyrinth? Heathcliff, Asuna will, and Asuna will, and Asuna. Then, this setting should have been set from the very beginning. Otherwise, it won't be good for him if he can't figure out Heathcliff's intentions. Wu Yin shook his head. He didn't know if it's the former or the latter. He decided to stop thinking about it. After clearing the dungeon, he would have completed his quest. In this world, the only people he cared about were Asuna, Yui, Fuji, Kirito, and the others. He didn't care about the rest. It's getting dark. Wu Yin looked at the time and turned to Asuna. It's time to go back. Asuna nodded, and the two of them took out a teleportation crystal and raised it above their heads. Teleport. A flash of light enveloped the two of them, and they disappeared from the spot not long after. Aincrad, 55th floor, Auntie Sachi. Yui twisted her body uneasily and looked at Sachi, who was hugging her. Are you sure it's going to be okay? Yui-chan, you've asked me this question many times. Sachi smiled bitterly and said gently, Don't worry, I promise it'll be fine. Yeah, Yui. Shireen, who was holding a bottle of potion and fiddling with something, turned her head and said enviously, If I were your mother, I would be overjoyed. Yui is such a good girl. Silica hugged Pina tighter. Wu Yin and Ai-san will be so happy. Look, everyone is saying that. Sachi rubbed Yui's head. It'll be fine. Yui took a deep breath, and her expression became firm. Yeah, it'll be fine. At this moment, at the door, a series of knocks sounded in everyone's ears. Hearing the knocks, the girls in the room immediately stood up. "They're coming," Cheyenne shouted excitedly. She didn't even care about the potion in her hand. "It must be Asuna and Yin and I-san." Silica went to the door and opened it. As expected, Wu Yin and Asuna are standing outside the door. It's already dark outside, and they're already back at home. "Hey, Silica." Wu Yin waved at Silica with a smile. "You're the one who opened the door. Asuna made a bet with me. Yin and I-san." Silica touched her head embarrassedly. "Welcome back. The strategy should be fine, right? It should be fine, right?" "What do you mean by should be fine? Answer me seriously." Cheyenne popped her head out from behind Silica and complained, "I'm very curious about the 99th floor labyrinth." Asuna turned her head away and said seriously, "Shireen-chan, don't be curious. You don't like labyrinths like that." Cheyenne didn't listen to Asuna. She was even more curious. Just as she was about to say something, Sachi dragged her to the back. "That's enough. You can ask your questions later. The most important thing right now is Yui." Cheyenne and Silica's eyes lit up, and they quickly moved aside. Sachi smiled and pushed Yui in front of Wu Yin and Asuna. "Sachan, didn't you have something to say to Daddy and Mommy?" "What's the matter?" Asuna squatted down and looked at Yui. "What's the matter? Mommy will do my best to satisfy you." Yui calmed down and grabbed Wu Yin and Asuna's hands. "Daddy, Mommy, I have something to show you." Yui dragged Wu Yin and Asuna into the house. She brought them to a table where a steaming hot dish was laid out on the table. Wu Yin scratched his cheeks and said in an uncertain tone, "Cooking?" "Oni-I-san," Sachi said something shocking. "I made all these dishes myself." Wu Yin and Asuna were stunned, and they looked at Yui in surprise. "Yui, you made all these?" "Yes." Yui lowered her head. "Daddy and Mommy were working hard to clear the labyrinth. I wanted to help, but I didn't have the ability. So, you made these dishes?" Wu Yin stroked Yui's face lovingly. Asuna was touched and hugged Yui. "Yui, Mommy is very happy, really?" Yui raised her head and asked hopefully, "Will Mom and Dad like it?" "I like it. Of course I like it." Wu Yin smiled and hugged Yui. "As expected of my daughter, you must have put in a lot of effort to make these dishes. They must be delicious." Yui shook her head. "Auntie Sachi taught me how to make these dishes. I can't make them myself. I don't have any cooking skills, so they must be delicious." Wu Yin and Asuna said in unison. They looked at each other and smiled. "All right, let's try Yui's dishes. Hi." Chapter 748. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. During these 3 days, the clearers started to work on the 99th floor. The clearers also arrived at the 99th floor one after another. They formed a larger team and started exploring the labyrinth area with the clearers as their goal. The clearers lost 15 players in the battle to clear the 98th floor's boss. This number of casualties is enough to make the clearers tremble in fear. Because of this, the clearers were in a slump for a while. However, they didn't slack off at all in terms of clearing the boss. No matter how big the casualties were, the clearers didn't give up on clearing the floor. On the contrary, the clearers became more and more invested in the clearers. Not only did the casualties not affect them, but it also made them more determined to clear the floor. Because they don't know if they will be the next one to die if they continue like this, the hope of clearing the floor is right in front of them. 2 more floors, and they will be able to return to the real world. How can they give up now? However, perhaps because of the 15 casualties, the atmosphere in the clearers has improved a lot. Not sure if it's because of the excitement, the hot-headed clearers who wanted to rush into the labyrinth area and the boss room all day have gradually calmed down. They started to accept the assignment. Of course, there are those who calm down. Now, the chaos in the clearers has almost calmed down. This is all thanks to Suda and Klein. They kept their guild members in check and prevented the situation from getting out of hand. In short, the clearers are a group of idiots who won't shed tears until they see the coffin. They will only unwillingly stop when the coffin appears. In Klein's words, the clearers are a group of problem children. They have problems all over their bodies. Problem children with IQ comparable to children. Fortunately, everything was progressing in a good direction. Since the 99th floor isn't very big and there aren't many wild areas, the clearers have successfully explored all the wild areas and pushed into the labyrinth area. It was inevitable. The clearers were caught off guard by the cyan beetle's paralysis skill and the shadow's breath skill. Putting aside those two skills, the cyan beetle's defense and the shadow's illusory body were more than enough to make the clearers suffer. If it weren't for Wu Yin and Asuna sharing the information with the clearers, they wouldn't have survived. He was afraid that the clearers would suffer more casualties on the first day of entering the labyrinth. Fortunately, after the initial surprise, the clearers gradually stabilized their strategy. Although they haven't been in the labyrinth area for a long time, the information that killing monsters will open up the map didn't escape their eyes, which made the clearers very excited. In the past, finding the room of the guardian boss in the labyrinth area was the main problem for all players. Whether or not to clear a floor, exploring the labyrinth area was the first problem, the location of the guardian boss was the second problem, and the final problem was how to kill the guardian boss. Of these three problems, the first and third required specific planning and discussion before they could be solved. But no matter what, the initiative is in the clearer's hands. Only the second problem requires a little bit of luck, and it's the most time-consuming problem. It's easy to imagine how good it is for the clearers who are eager to clear the labyrinth area by killing monsters to open up the map. But that's the clearer's business. It's no longer important for Wu Yin, because his map is already open. On the first day, Wu Yin and Asuna took down 1/3 of the labyrinth area. On the second day, they were more prepared, so they managed to take down 80% of the remaining 2/3 of the labyrinth area. Today, the entire labyrinth area is visible on the map. Looking at the red dot marked in the corner of the map file, Wu Yin sighed faintly as he constantly speculated about his own luck. After killing a monster, a small portion of the labyrinth's map will be unlocked. This small portion of the map is random. In other words, it's very likely that you'll find the location of the boss's room when you kill the first monster. It's also possible that you'll find the boss's room when the last portion of the map is unlocked. Unfortunately, Wu Yin is the latter. On the other hand, Asuna was also looking at the red dot on the map. She looked at Wu Yin with a worried expression. She tugged at his sleeve, and she pleaded with him in a pitiful tone. "Hey, what should we do next? Do you even need to ask?" Wu Yin pursed his lips and glanced at Asuna. "Of course we're going to kill it. Do you want to farm insects and ghost birds here?" Asuna put away her pitiful expression and pouted. "I knew you'd say that." Asuna put away the map and swung her sword. "Well then, let's go." Wu Yin's mouth twitched when he heard Asuna's words. He stared at her beautiful face for a long time before he finally asked, "You really don't want to think about it?" Asuna stepped forward without looking back and waved her hand. "I didn't ask you to go back to the clearers, so don't ask me to go back either." Wu Yan's lips twitched. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Asuna's unwavering expression, he knew he couldn't just throw a meat bun at a dog. It's a one-way trip. This isn't the first time this has happened. Every time Wu Yin and Asuna stumbled upon the boss room, there would be a conversation. Wu Yin tried to persuade Asuna to go back, but Asuna refused. Asuna also tried to persuade Wu Yin to go with the clearers, but Wu Yin refused. Asuna also tried to persuade Wu Yin to go with the clearers, but Wu Yin refused. In the end, Wu Yin and Asuna went up against the boss room together. This time is no exception. They didn't need to talk to each other to know the other's choice. At the end of the day, it's just a show of mutual concern. One is worried that Wu Yin will never return. The other is worried that he won't be able to take care of his wife when the time comes. However, both of them are very stubborn. One of them would rather die than share the fruits of his labor with others, and the other would rather die than sit at home and watch the other person enter a dangerous place. Their brains are as hard as a bull's tendon. From this point of view, it's no wonder they're a married couple. Following the instructions on the map, the two of them killed all the green beetles and shadows that blocked their way as they made their way towards the boss's room. The 99th floor's labyrinth area was not large, but the density of monsters was very high. Unfortunately, it was not enough to stop the powerful couple. After 30 minutes, There was only one path left in the labyrinth area. At the end of the path, there's a familiar door, waiting for someone to open it. Standing in front of the door, Asuna turned around and fixed Wu Yan's collar. "We'll succeed, right?" "Of course. Of course." Wu Yan reached out and hugged Asuna. "Maybe Yui has already made dinner and is waiting for us to go back to eat." "That's exciting." Asuna looked up at Wu Yan's face and smiled. Then, she closed her eyes. Wu Yan caressed Asuna's face, lowered his head, and kissed Asuna's lips. The two of them hugged each other in front of the boss room's door, kissing. After a while, they finally separated. "Let's go." Chapter 749. Boom! The heavy door was pushed open by two hands that were completely disproportionate to the size of the door. The sound reverberated in the silent surroundings. The cold wind that was blowing all the time had already stopped, causing the atmosphere to become exceptionally heavy. When the door is fully opened, Wu Yan and Asuna looked at each other. They held their weapons and walked into the room. When they entered the room, the door behind them slammed shut. The two of them didn't look surprised at all. They didn't even have the urge to look back. They have encountered this scene many times. Ever since the 75th floor, every floor's boss room has two settings. One is the crystal nullification zone, and the other is the trap activation zone. In other words, once they stepped into the room of the boss, they would not be able to leave unless the boss died. Wu Yan and Asuna already knew about this setting. They didn't need to look back to confirm it. They stopped in their tracks and were attracted by the strange scene in front of them. In front of them, a thick black fog has shrouded the entire room. It's like a worm wriggling in the air. A few black fog-like things are floating around the fog. They look very similar to the shadows outside. The only difference is that their cloaks are black and their heads are covered in black fog. They can't see what's inside. However, on the head of the black fog, there was a pair of scarlet red light spots that were emitting a faint glow. They flickered like eyes and surged like an evil spirit. Finally, traces of heart-wrenching screeches were emitted from the black fog. It was as though something was trapped within the black fog. It's a strange scene. Even Wu Yan has the urge to take a step back, let alone Asuna. Her serious face has collapsed. What is that?" Asuna moved behind Wu Yan. She gripped her rapier so tightly that it's shaking. Where's the boss?" "Who knows?" Wu Yan looked at the black fog that seemed to cover the sky. The already dim scene seemed to have turned even darker due to the rolling black fog. Furthermore, the strange black fog in the middle made it hard for even light to penetrate it. Wu Yan, who tried to get a better look at the situation inside, was defeated in an instant. Numerous ear-piercing screeches reverberated within the black mist. Densely packed black shadows shuttled back and forth within the black mist like demons hiding in the darkness. Their crimson-red eyes looked eerie and scary in this dark environment. Wu Yan couldn't help but curse. "This Kaiba Akihiko really has a bad taste." Asuna looked timidly at the black fog hovering in the air. The scene made her scalp tingle. If she didn't know that this was the boss room and they were about to face the boss, she probably wouldn't have dared to stay here any longer. Asuna had no choice but to calm herself down. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, "What should we do? Should we go over?" Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. He pointed Heaven Gazer at the fog and held Asuna's hand. "Follow behind me. We'll walk over slowly." Asuna nodded. She let Wu Yan hold her hand and walked towards the fog with light steps. Just when the two of them were about 5 meters away from the black fog, the constantly squirming black fog suddenly paused. Immediately after, it began to churn violently. An indistinct black shadow flashed through the black fog. At the same time, a crimson blood glow surfaced from within. Traces of a strange crimson color began to fluctuate out. "Be careful." The sudden change startled Wu Yan. As soon as he reminded Wu Yan, he heard a shrill shriek. The black mist stopped moving, and after a brief moment of silence, countless black mist shadows shot out from the black mist and rained down on Wu Yan like a torrential downpour. "Yan, back off!" Wu Yan and Asuna shrieked at the same time as they leaped back. The black shadows increased their speed, and chased after them relentlessly. In an instant, they were right in front of the two retreating figures. They were about to envelop Wu Yin and Asuna. Wu Yin furrowed his brows, and he clenched his fist. Heaven Gazer flashed with a dark green radiance, and he swung it out. Following his movement, a strong gust of wind burst out from Heaven Gazer into the sky and blew at the black fog shadow. Whooshing noises kept ringing out as the black fog shadows were blown away by the strong wind. The black fog shadows also showed signs of retreating, but the number of black fog shadows was simply too terrifying. Therefore, there were still many black fog shadows that desperately shot down, enveloping the two of them. There's no other way. Wu Yin stopped abruptly and steadied himself. He pulled out the elucidator from his back. Asuna, attack. Got it. Asuna immediately dashed to Wu Yan's side and saw the black shadows coming at them like a pack of wolves. The effective sword skill flashed on their swords, and they slashed at the black shadows. Bang! The sharp edge of their swords was extremely powerful. The black shadows were instantly torn apart. Wu Yan's and Asuna's faces were filled with joy, but they quickly turned gloomy again. In the blink of an eye, the black fog that had been torn apart turned into a gust of gray gas and quickly spread out. Just when the two of them thought that it would attack, it turned around and drilled into the squirming black fog. Something is wrong. Wu Yin and Asuna had the same thought. But before they could take a closer look, the other shadowy figures started pouncing at them as well. Wu Yin quickly swung his swords. Every time he swung his swords, a black shadow would be pierced through. However, compared to the number of black shadows behind them, the black shadows were almost negligible. After killing dozens of black shadows, Wu Yin finally couldn't help but take a deep breath. On the other hand, Asuna was in a similar situation. Dozens of black shadows were pierced through by her swords, but there were still more black shadows coming at them. Over time, as the two of them continued to fight, the dark red clouds began to churn violently. As the dark clouds churned, a faint blood-red color seeped through them. It was eerie and sinister. Every time a black shadow was killed, its body would turn into gray smoke and replenish the black clouds. The blood-red color became thicker and thicker. As time passed, the black clouds began to emit an oppressive aura. As the cloud churned, shrill screams could be heard. The Heaven Gazer and Elucidator danced in the air, cutting down the black shadows one by one. However, Wu Yin didn't feel happy at all. He frowned as a bad feeling surfaced in his heart. He waved his swords faster and faster. One after another, illusory sword shadows overlapped with each other. In an instant, a huge wave of black shadows was sliced into pieces. Taking advantage of this gap, Wu Yin lifted his head and looked at the gigantic black mist above his head. His pupils shrunk when he saw what it is. Wu Yin caught a glimpse of a 2 to 3 meter tall figure that looked like a flame within the black mist. With the replenishment of the gray mist, the figure slowly solidified into a solid form. Could it be? Suddenly, the black fog shrunk as though it had received a shock. A momentary silence also appeared in the repeatedly reverberating sharp cries. A blood glow soared within the dark black cloud layer. Faintly, a bone-chilling chewing sound was gradually being emitted from within. Wu Yan's eyes glinted when he saw this. Raising his swords, he took a step forward and charged towards the black mist. Yen! Asuna exclaimed in shock. Chapter 750. Whoosh! Wu Yin dashed towards the black clouds. Heaven Gazer and Elucidator danced in the air, leaving afterimages in their wake. Wherever they went, the black clouds would be sliced in half and turned into gray gas. They were absorbed into the black clouds, but they couldn't stop Wu Yan's charge. Asuna also wanted to join in the fight, but the dark shadows were entangling her so tightly that she couldn't catch up in time. She could only grit her teeth and deal with the dark shadows first. Just as Wu Yan was about to get close to the black clouds, a screeching sound came from within the clouds. Then, one of the clouds moved, and a blurry giant figure came out of it. A ferocious beast claw reached out from the side of the giant figure and enlarged in Wu Yan's eyes. It's aimed at Wu Yan's chest and viciously pressed down on it. Wu Yan's eyes flashed as he stared at the ferocious beast claw coming at his chest. The elucidator that was imbued with sword light was sent flying by him and collided with the beast's claw. Clang, a majestic black mist suddenly surged out of the beast's claw and intertwined with the light of the sword's skill on the surface of the elucidator. They collided violently, and a series of ear-piercing chi-chi sounds were heard. Sparks were also ignited as a result of the collision. Wu Yan's expression changed as he looked at the ferocious beast claw in front of him. He swung the heavenly gazer at the beast claw with lightning speed. It hit the beast claw with a loud bang. Donk! Roar! A deafening howl came from the giant figure. The howl drowned out the screams of the other players in the room. Wu Yan and Asuna felt dizzy when they heard the howl. Their hands stopped moving for a brief moment. The gigantic, blurry figure shuddered and retracted its claw, retreating into the layers of black clouds. The elucidator, which had been locked in a stalemate with the beast claw, lost its target and slashed into the black clouds, tearing a hole in the clouds. Almost at the same time, an icon appeared on top of the black fog. At the side, there were 7 HP bars hanging high above the ground. The HP bar at the top of the 7 HP bars had already decreased by a little. They saw the icon and the HP bar of the black fog. Wu Yan and Asuna immediately understood. It's the black fog. It's the 99th floor's final boss. The final boss is a cloud. Asuna stared at the black clouds with a surprised expression on her face. She has never heard of a final boss before. How can it be in such a blurry form? Wu Yan, who was closer to the black fog, looked through the hole. His pupils shrunk, and his expression changed drastically. Inside the black fog, there were countless black fog shadows that intertwined with each other like insects. It's like a box of poisonous insects. In the center of the black fog shadows, there were strands of gray gas that slowly merged together and solidified. A terrifyingly cold aura was growing in the center of the gray gas. Within the gray gas, there was a 2 to 3 meter tall, ferocious figure that was moving. It's the blurry figure that fought Wu Yan just now. Wu Yan's expression darkened when he saw this. Heaven Gazer and Elucidator shone with a blinding, aurora-like light. He raised the weapons above his head and slashed down on the black clouds. Boom! The black fog exploded. Blazing sparks spread out from the 2 black longswords. The black fog and shadows that came into contact with the longswords were cut into nothingness. The HP bar beside the black mist decreased. After Wu Yan's destruction, the dark red hue within the mist seemed to have faded a little. However, the shadows within the mist and the blurry silhouettes seemed to have received some sort of provocation as they howled in a frenzied manner. Then, the black fog outside the black fog turned into sharp spikes and shot towards Wu Yan. Bang! Wu Yan was caught off guard. He was hit in the middle, and his body flew backward as if he was stabbed by a spear. Yan, Asuna swung her rapier and swept away the black fog shadows. She leaped into the air and caught Wu Yan in her arms. The 2 of them flew back a few meters before landing on the ground. Yan, Asuna quickly helped Wu Yan up. Are you all right? I'm fine. I'm fine. Wu Yan rubbed his chest and stood up. The healing fairy flew to his side and healed him back to full health. That boss's attack pattern is too strange. Wu Yan looked up and stared at the black fog. His brows furrowed. Asuna furrowed her brows and said, "What's going on? Why is the final boss Yin Ruoyan? You should ask Kaiba Akihiko." Wu Yan shook his head. He took a step forward and pointed his rapier at the black fog. What we can confirm is that the black fog is the boss. Attacking the black fog will clear its HP, but attacking the black fog shadows won't do any damage to it. Moreover, once the black fog shadows die, they will condense into a stronger shadow. Asuna recalled the giant shadow that came out of the black fog and fought Wu Yan head-on. Her head started to hurt. The giant shadow was able to take Wu Yan's sword skill head-on. It's not hard to imagine how strong that giant shadow is. Moreover, There are endless black fog shadows around it. Killing them will only strengthen the giant shadow. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for them. Fortunately, they're the ones who came here to raid the boss. If it was the clearers, their original formation would have been disrupted in an instant. For the clearers who have always relied on numbers to defeat the boss, the black fog shadows are like a natural predator. They can't win in terms of numbers against the overwhelming number of black fog shadows. In terms of strength, any one of the clearers might be able to deal with a dozen or so black fog shadows at once. But if they have to deal with a group of black fog shadows and their formation being disrupted, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wu Yin and Asuna grimaced at the thought of this. They looked up at the sky, and they saw the dark clouds slowly solidifying. Wu Yin could clearly sense a tyrannical aura coming from the ghostly wails that reverberated through the air like thunder. At this moment, the black fog cloud layer had already stopped churning. However, that dark blood red color was still seeping through. Immediately, the black fog cloud layer slowly fluctuated and actually began to swiftly scatter. It's gone. Asuna nervously held her rapier. Could it be that the boss is dead? How is that possible? Wu Yin bitterly smiled and looked up. I'm afraid the next part is going to be the hardest part. As soon as he finished his sentence, the black fog clouds that shrouded the sky dispersed most of its body, leaving only a small ball in the middle in the area covered by the black fog clouds. A blood-red giant shadow appeared in front of Wu Yin and Asuna. Their expression turned serious. It's a figure that's about the same size as a normal person. It has hands, feet, a head, but no face. It's about 3 meters tall, and its body is filled with a dark red color. It's as if it's made of fresh blood. At first glance, it's emitting a cold and tyrannical aura. Above its faceless head, a pair of red dots glowing with crimson light shot out. There was not the slightest bit of emotion that a human should have. There was only endless brutality and killing intent that could be clearly seen. It was exactly the same as the eyes of a wild wolf that had been starved for more than 10 days. Only a small cloud of black mist remained on the left side of the blood shadow's chest. It was like a heart, and the 7 HP that should have been on the blood shadow had been transferred to the blood shadow. A loud howl resounded. Chapter 751. Roar. The giant shadow raised its head and howled. Even though it had no mouth, the howl sounded as if it came from a gigantic, ferocious maw. The howl created a shockwave that swept out in all directions. Wherever the shockwave passed, the dark boss room was instantly covered in a blood-red hue. The entire room lit up as well. The blood-red hue continued to spread throughout the room. The giant shadow's howl spread to every corner of the room. It only stopped howling when the entire room was filled with blood-red hue. However, after the howl ended, the giant shadow's body seemed to have increased in size. Finally, Wu Yin and Asuna got a good look at the true form of the shadow. It's blood-red like a naked giant. However, its skin is red as if it was soaked in a pool of blood. It also has a faceless head and a pair of crimson eyes. A demon. That's the first thought that popped up in both Wu Yin and Asuna's minds when they saw the giant shadow. Asuna's face turned pale when she saw the giant shadow's hideous appearance. She couldn't help but take a step back. Her chestnut-colored eyes were filled with panic. The giant shadow's appearance is too much for a girl to bear. Wu Yin saw Asuna's reaction and stood in front of her. He pointed his heaven gazer and elucidated her diagonally to the ground as if he was protecting something. Asuna's fear lessened a lot. She took a step back and stood firmly beside Wu Yin. Both of them raised their swords. "Are you okay?" Wu Yin asked softly. Asuna took a deep breath. Her expression tensed up. "Of course." Wu Yin nodded and didn't say anything else. He looked up at the giant figure in the sky. His wine-red eyes narrowed as he stared at the chest of the giant figure, at the fluctuating black clouds. "If you have a chance, attack the black mist at its chest," Wu Yin said in a serious tone. It was just one sentence, but the smart Asuna immediately understood what he meant. No matter who the boss was, whether it was the black fog or the giant shadow, the black fog was still there. Then it must be useful. Previously, the HP bar and icon only appeared when attacking the black fog cloud. Therefore, attacking the black fog cloud was definitely not a mistake. Maybe there's a weakness there. Roar. As if it could understand the conversation between the two, the giant shadow roared angrily. A blood-red aura appeared around its body and condensed into a giant sword in its hand. Roar. The giant shadow's eyes flashed red as it let out a howl from its faceless head. Its body seemed to have lost all gravity as it fell from the sky and dived towards the two on the ground. Asuna looked at the giant shadow diving towards her. Asuna took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She raised her hand, and a pink sword skill light shot out from the thin sword in her hand. Huh! Asuna shouted. Just as the giant shadow was about to reach her, the light on the rapier in her hand quickly condensed into one. The next moment, countless pink sword shadows poured out like raindrops, streaking across the void in front of them, leaving behind faint red marks. They were all aimed at the giant shadow. Roar! The dense pink sword shadows swept across the giant shadow's body. The giant shadow swung its giant sword. Bang, 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 bang. The countless sword shadows were swept away by the giant sword. Asuna didn't even frown as she swung her sword again. This time, the sword was aimed at the black mist at the giant shadow's chest. Roar! The giant shadow seemed to be enraged by Asuna's action. Its great sword trembled violently, and with a strange sound, it suddenly flew up and hit Asuna's rapier. With a ferocious force, it viciously slammed Asuna's head. If this attack landed, Asuna's HP would be reduced by half. But Asuna didn't even look at it. She ignored the giant sword that was about to hit her head. The pink glow of her sword's skill grew brighter and brighter, and the sword in her hand shot towards the giant's chest. Just as the great sword was about to hit Asuna, two gleaming long swords suddenly appeared from the side and met the great sword head-on. Clang! The two black long swords clashed with the giant sword. A gust of wind blew from the center of the three swords. Asuna's long chestnut-colored hair fluttered in the wind, and the giant's sword couldn't penetrate any further. Asuna's cheeks were stinging from the gust of wind. The two long swords and the giant sword were in a stalemate. Asuna shouted again and stabbed the giant shadow's chest with even more force. Roar! The giant shadow howled again, but this time there was a hint of pain in its voice. Before it could finish its howl, the two black long swords under the giant sword began to exert force. Clang! A crisp sound resounded in the air. The great sword was forcefully blocked by two black long swords. Following that, the sword skill's light flashed. Following the slender swords, the great sword also struck the chest of the giant shadow. Roar, roar, roar. The giant shadow howled in pain. Its HP dropped at an unimaginable rate. Before it could retaliate, the two black long swords and the giant sword landed on its body at the same time. Bang! The giant shadow was pushed back. Asuna! Huh! Wu Yin and Asuna disappeared from where they stood. When they reappeared, they were already in front of the giant shadow. Before the giant shadow could react, the three swords sliced through space and pierced through the giant shadow's chest. The swords even pierced through the dark clouds. The giant shadow's howl turned into a blood-curdling scream. At this time, the black cloud seemed to have become its weakness. When it was hit, its HP bar kept dropping. In just a short exchange, Wu Yin and Asuna's HP bars were full, but the boss's HP bar was half gone. With the two of them working together, the giant shadow was completely defeated. The giant shadow was enraged. It dodged Asuna's attack and rushed towards Wu Yin. It was as if it knew that Wu Yin was the culprit behind its continuous attacks. However, before it could even take a few steps, Asuna appeared in front of the giant shadow again and slashed her sword at the giant shadow like rain. Bang, 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 bang. In a second, Asuna had slashed at least a dozen times, and all of them landed on the giant shadow. Unfortunately, this time, The giant shadow's HP bar was not cleared. It was only pushed back. Seeing this scene, the two immediately understood that the real boss was still the Black Fog. However, the Black Fog did not have much combat ability, so it condensed into a giant shadow and let it fight. Meanwhile, the Black Fog was inside the giant shadow and controlled the giant shadow's movements. This was the true face of the 99th floor's guardian boss. Even the Black Fog from before was used to create this giant shadow. With this information, Wu Yin and Asuna's chances of victory increased by more than half. The two flashed past each other like lightning, and they locked onto the giant shadow. Wu Yin used his greatsword skills to push the giant shadow back, while Asuna focused on attacking the black mist. She kept swinging her swords at the boss. Occasionally, the two of them would switch targets and switch targets. The boss's HP didn't show any signs of slowing down. In the past year, since the two of them got married, every time they entered the labyrinth area, they would form a party. They would clear maps together, level up together, and even face the boss together. Now, the two of them had reached an unimaginable level of teamwork. Chapter 752. Bang! The giant figure stomped its feet fiercely on the ground. Every time its feet landed, the ground would tremble under its huge body. After dozens of steps, the giant figure finally stabilized its body. Its faceless head lifted up, and a furious howl spread to every corner, blowing away the smoke and dust that had been stirred up. Compared to the dark shadow, Wu Yin and Asuna were in a much better state. Although their HP bars had decreased, it didn't take long for them to recover back to full health with the help of the healing fairy. After the previous jaw-dropping coordination battle, Giant Shadow's HP bar had already been reduced by a total of 6. Even though it hadn't been that long since the battle started, the intensity of the battle was no less than a large-scale raid. With the perfect coordination between the two, it wasn't hard to understand why the boss HP had been reduced to such a degree in such a short period of time. However, the battle had caused Asuna to start panting. After she calmed down, Asuna's cheeks flushed red. She looked at Wu Yin, who was standing beside her. Wu Yin nodded at Asuna when he saw her looking at him. He didn't look like he was panting at all. Instead, he looked like he was at ease. Originally, Wu Yin had no problem dealing with the Dark Shadow alone. Now he had Asuna on his side. Even if Asuna wasn't as strong as Wu Yin, the two of them would be able to fight together. Their combat prowess doubled. Wu Yin had a much easier time fighting them compared to when he was alone. If Wu Yin was alone, he wouldn't have been able to deal with the Dark Shadow in such a short period of time. Roar! Roar! The Dark Shadow roared again and again. It looked at the two little people who were half its height. The red glow in its eyes intensified, and there was a hint of madness in its eyes. Wu Yin and Asuna's hearts were in their throats. The Dark Shadow has an invisible setting. Once the HP bar drops to red, its attack pattern will change. Even its skills and abilities will increase. Although not all Dark Shadow bosses have this setting, if they don't pay attention to it, it's not something to be happy about. Sure enough, under their watchful eyes, the Dark Shadow's heart began to emit black mist from the Dark Shadow's body. It floated above the Dark Shadow's room. In just a few moments, the Dark Shadow covered the entire room and emitted a chilling aura. The Dark Shadow was suffocating. The black fog shrouded the sky and emitted a cold aura like a tide. It formed a sea of black fog and rolled violently like a thundercloud. The giant figure flashed and jumped into the black fog, disappearing without a trace in an instant. The next moment, black fog shadows began to fly out of the black fog clouds. Just like at the beginning, they shuttled back and forth in the black fog clouds. What was shocking was that during this period of time, the HP bar that had dropped to a red state was actually slowly recovering. Looking at the Dark Shadow and the Dark Shadow's HP bar that was slowly recovering, Wu Yin and Asuna became anxious. I didn't expect the boss to have the ability to recover HP. Could it be that when its HP bar fell into a red alert state, it would return to its original form, and then come out to fight after its HP was fully recovered? And before that, it would have the shadow of the black fog to hold me back? Just as this thought surfaced in their minds, boundless black fog suddenly surged out from the black fog, densely covering the sky and covering the earth as they pounced towards the two of them, confirming their guesses. In the next moment, the black fog shadows also attacked, surrounding the two of them in the middle. Then, they formed a group and rushed down a line. Wu Yin and Asuna raised their swords at the Dark Shadow Boss at the same time. When the Dark Shadow Boss was about to reach them, they swung their swords and killed all the Dark Shadow Boss. As soon as the Dark Shadow Boss died, its body turned into a gray mist and was sucked into the Dark Shadow Boss. The Dark Shadow Boss seemed to have eaten something extremely nutritious. The Dark Shadow Boss's HP bar began to recover rapidly. Wu Yin and Asuna panicked. They quickly put away their swords and retreated to the back. Yin, we can't go on like this. Asuna gritted her teeth. With the Dark Shadow Boss blocking us, we can't get close to it. Attacking the Dark Shadow Boss will only increase its HP regeneration. If we don't think a way to deal with it, I understand. Wu Yin lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He then looked up at the Dark Shadow Boss. Asuna, open a path for me. Let me get through. Asuna hesitated for a moment. Are you sure? No problem. Wu Yin lowered his body and got into a charging stance. As long as I hit the boss with my dual sword style, the boss won't be able to last long with its remaining HP. Asuna stared at Wu Yin for a moment and nodded. I understand. Asuna charged in front of Wu Yin. She swung her rapier and the shadows in front of her cleared away the black fog. She turned the area into gray air currents. Before the gray stream could return to the Dark Shadow Boss, Wu Yin's heavenly gazer and elucidator shone brightly. Solar eclipse, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Like a signal, Wu Yin leaped into the air. Along with the radiance of heaven gazer and elucidator, he turned into a meteor and charged into the black mist with a trail of flames behind him. Bang! Boom! Like a meteor crashing into the ocean, the Dark Shadow Boss suddenly calmed down. Then, an earth-shattering explosion erupted from the Dark Shadow Boss. A bright light shone from the Dark Shadow Boss and spread out like ripples. It was as if the sun had broken through the dark clouds at the end of the night. It was like the light of a solar eclipse. The light illuminated every corner of the Dark Shadow Boss's room. Asuna was slightly dazed by the bright light. The Dark Shadow Boss screamed and turned into ashes. The Dark Shadow Boss no longer condensed into gray streams. The Dark Shadow Boss also started to dissipate. Along with it, the Dark Shadow Boss's HP bar disappeared. When the light dimmed, the black mist condensed into a small ball and stopped moving. It trembled and broke into pieces. The crisp sound of the effect was heard, and it fell apart. The Dark Shadow Boss's room lit up again. This time, it wasn't blood red or black, but white. Wu Yin floated down from the ceiling and landed on the ground. The sword skill effect of the heavenly gazer and elucidator dimmed, revealing the Dark Shadow Boss's body. Asuna finally reacted. Her delicate body trembled as a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. She couldn't help but let out a cry of joy. We did it! Asuna ran up to Wu Yin and threw herself into Wu Yan's arms. She hugged his neck and screamed, Yin, we did it! We did it! Wu Yin hugged Asuna tightly and smiled bitterly. It's not like we've never cleared the Dark Shadow Boss before. Why are you so happy? Asuna blinked her eyes and said pitifully, Can't I? Fine. Wu Yan's smile got even more bitter. Asuna's laughter was like a chime. Chapter 753. Today, the players of Aincrad were going crazy. They were so happy that they went crazy. The 99th floor. They cleared it. There's only the 100th floor left to clear SAO and leave this world filled with death and despair. As long as they could clear the final 100th floor, the remaining 6,000 players who had survived in this world for 3 years would be able to log out and return to the real world. Even if there's only one floor left, it won't stop the players from going crazy. Players on every floor of Aincrad are celebrating and cheering for Wu Yin and Asuna, the Fey Swordsman, for clearing the 99th floor. They are also cheering for the Fey Swordsman, Wu Yin, and Asuna, who cleared the 99th floor. After the wedding a year ago, Wu Yin and Asuna's names became the hottest topic in SAO's forums. They became the headline of SAO's forums once again. Players are extremely grateful to the two. Even though Wu Yin and Asuna cleared a lot of floors in the past, they're nothing more than a countdown to the players. Of course, they're grateful, but not as grateful as this time. Of course, there are some players who are jealous of the world. In SAO, there's no shortage of disgusting and filthy people. Only they would hide in a corner and curse Wu Yin and Asuna while others are cheering for them. They're also cursing the players who went crazy for the 100th floor. No matter what, SAO is about to arrive. Aincrad's final floor made the players feel like they're seeing the light of dawn. They're already praying in their hearts, praying for the smooth clearing of the last floor. While the others were celebrating, the main characters were also celebrating. Everyone, Klein glanced at his surroundings. Are you ready? Wu Yin, Asuna, Yui, Kirito, Liz, Sachi, Cheyenne, Silica, Suda, Agile, and the others looked at each other. Klein nodded with a smile. He then raised a glass of wine in his hand. Then, to clearing the 99th floor, cheers. Cheers! Everyone raised the cups in their hands and moved closer to the center. Their glasses collided with each other. After a series of clinks and laughter, they drank the wine in their glasses. Of course, Jie and Sheely's glasses were filled with fruit juice. After downing a whole glass of wine in one breath, Klein let out a loud yell of satisfaction. Ah, so comfortable. Don't drink too much. Wu Yin took a step away from Klein. She said expressionlessly, I don't want to carry you back. We don't want to. Kirito, Suda, and Agile said in unison. Klein, who was originally happy, suddenly became unhappy. You guys are too much. It's rare for you guys to be so happy. Wu Yin and the others laughed. Klein blinked his mouth, but soon became happy again. Well, forget it. Congratulations, Yin, for clearing the 99th floor. Congratulations to you too. Wu Yin shook his head and laughed. It's the same for everyone. I didn't do it alone. Yes. And Asuna, you two are a model couple. Your combined efforts are better than the entire clearers. Klein raised his glass to Asuna. Congratulations, Asuna. Asuna tilted her head and smiled shyly. Without Yin, I wouldn't have been able to do it alone. After saying that, Asuna put on a sad face and said with lingering fear, if it wasn't necessary, I wouldn't even take a step into that labyrinth. Asuna's words confused those who didn't know what she meant. Wu Yin, Yui, and Liz, who knew Asuna's weakness, secretly laughed. In the past, Aincrad had quite a few similar types of labyrinths. For example, when Asuna was still in charge of the clearers, the 65th and 66th floors of the ancient city labyrinth were filled with shadowy monsters. Asuna didn't have the courage to lead a team to those floors when she heard about the monsters on those floors. In the end, she even found all kinds of excuses to give up the clearers. Back then, Asuna wasn't as optimistic as she is now. Although she knew Wu Yin back then, her relationship with Wu Yin wasn't as close as it is now. In other words, the clearers were still very important to Asuna back then. Yet, Asuna still gave up the clearers because the floors were filled with horror monsters. It was easy to imagine how afraid she was of ghosts and other supernatural beings. Is there one more floor left? Kirito held his cup and looked at the ceiling. We'll be leaving this world soon. The joyous atmosphere at the scene suddenly became somewhat silent. Everyone couldn't help but become silent. Their eyes more or less revealed some memories. Although they all want to leave this world, it's undeniable that this world that they hated the most did leave them with a lot of memories, some good and some bad. Human habits are a very scary thing. After 3 years, the players in SAO have gotten used to this world, including everyone here. Now that the time to leave this world is infinitely close, it made them feel a little sad. Is it because they don't want to leave? Or are they mourning the 3 years that they lost? Probably. They don't even know themselves. However, one thing was for sure. They did not regret logging into the game that day 3 years ago. Asuna smiled gently and looked at Wu Yin. She gently leaned into his arms. Liz did the same. Sachi, Cheyenne, and Silica also held each other's hands. Suda, Klein, and Agile even hugged each other's shoulders tightly. Without this world, they wouldn't be able to get to know each other. From this point of view, they're truly grateful for this game that brought their loved ones and friends to them. Compared to the other players, they were undoubtedly blessed because they had formed many bonds and had many beautiful memories. As such, even if they did not have the urge to cry, they still had smiles on their faces and felt warmth in their hearts. Yui, who was standing at the side, felt it the most. As a mental healing program, Yui's job was to make all the players in the game smile. However, the nature of the game turned everything into nothingness, and she almost broke down. But now, everything is different. Although Yui can feel the negative emotions in SAO almost every day, the people around her are smiling from the bottom of their hearts. This makes Yui very touched and happy. She is also grateful to this world for allowing her to meet her parents. She was able to experience the positive emotions that were a luxury for her in the past. Looking at everyone who was smiling at each other, Yui suddenly felt a strong sense of reluctance. She might not be able to see them again after SAO clears the game. Suddenly, 2 hands gently patted her head. Yui quickly looked up and saw Wu Yin and Asuna's smiling faces. Yui smiled. Her smile was very happy. At the same time, her smile was very firm. Chapter 754. Of course, memories are memories. It's weird to be immersed in those memories. It didn't take long for everyone to realize what's going on. Hey, Kirito. Liz raised her head and looked at Kirito with a serious expression. You have to come find me when we get back to the real world. Kirito scratched his head and mumbled in embarrassment under the gaze of so many pairs of eyes. I still haven't paid for the dart chaser you gave me. Liz nodded in satisfaction when she heard Kirito's promise. However, Kirito's embarrassed expression made everyone laugh. What the? Klein looked at Kirito with a teasing smile. You're still a kid. Stop bragging. Agile mocked him mercilessly. You can't even compare to a little brat. At least he's married. Klein's smile froze on his face. Seeing this, Suda held his belly and laughed out loud. Asuna was also laughing, but she seemed to have thought of something. Her chestnut-colored eyes slowly shifted to Wu Yin. There was an inexplicable light flowing in her eyes. Wu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. What a captivating sight. Wu Yin turned his head away in an unnatural manner. Asuna's gaze sharpened and her gaze turned frosty. Wu Yin bitterly laughed out loud. Hey, are you worried that I won't want you anymore? Wu Yin pursed his lips and tried to be as tactful as Kirito. I still owe you a wedding ring. Asuna finally showed a beautiful smile. Klein finally couldn't take it anymore. He rubbed his hair as if he was going crazy. Hey, what's wrong with you two? Can't you wait until we get home to show off your love? It's so heartless of you to set off a flashbang here. Asuna and Liz's cheeks turned red, and they put their hands on their hips again. Liz scolded him directly. It's your fault for not getting a girlfriend. Klein immediately knelt down and cried out his grievances. You think I don't want to? If you can find it, who would be here to accuse you winners in life? In the crime scene, Wu Yin had Asuna, and Kirito had Liz. Suda also had a girlfriend. Agile didn't have a companion here, but he was a married man in the real world. Therefore, all the men present, except for Klein, already had their other halves. No wonder he was so disappointed at the thought of this. Klein's heart turned cold, and the tears on his cheeks became thicker. However, he quickly turned his gaze to Sachi, Cheyenne, and Shili. Her eyes started to ripple. The 3 of them trembled as they looked at Klein's malicious eyes. Without thinking, the 3 of them hid behind Wu Yin and looked at him with vigilance. My brother is still here. Sachi attacked. Klein's HP dropped by 1 point. You want to hit on me? In your dreams. Cheyenne launched a fierce attack, and Klein's HP was reduced by half. You weird uncle. Silica launched a critical attack, and Klein's HP dropped to a critical level. Asuna and Liz stepped forward, but they didn't say anything. They just looked at Klein with disdain. Silence is better than words, and no move is better than a move. KO. Clap. Klein's body bent forward in frustration. His back was covered in darkness. Is this necessary? Is this necessary? Is this necessary? Hearing Klein's cursing words, Jay couldn't bear it anymore and walked up to Klein. It's okay. I'm sure you'll find a girl you love. It was as if Klein had heard the voice of an angel. He raised his head and looked at Yui, who had a gentle smile on her face. Yui-chan, you're the best. Yui lowered her head in embarrassment, and she smiled. Thank you, Uncle Klein. Klein froze on the spot, and his body turned gray and crumbled bit by bit. Only one sentence echoed in the air. Uncle, uncle, uncle. I'm an uncle. Wu Yin and Ko couldn't take it anymore. They shook their heads helplessly, and they exchanged glances. Then, they turned their heads away with an expression that said, "This is so embarrassing." They didn't want to look at Klein anymore. All right, Suda turned to Wu Yin, and his expression turned serious. Yin, tomorrow, go to the Knights of the Blood HQ in Granzum. Hearing this, everyone put away their joking attitude and cast their eyes on Keita. Klein also stopped fooling around, and his expression gradually became serious. Knights of the Blood's HQ. Asuna frowned. Is this an order from the leader? Suda nodded, and Klein took over. Not just Yin, Kirito, Agile, you two should go to the Knights of the Blood HQ as well. The entire clearers will gather there tomorrow. The entire clearers will gather at the Knights of the Blood HQ? Kirito jerked his head up. Could it be? Wu Yin crossed his arms and looked at Klein and Suda. With such a large formation, I'm guessing tomorrow's gathering is for the 100th floor of Aincrad, right? As expected of the face swordsman, you hit the nail on the head. Klein joked, and then he continued. Actually, the clearers have been working on this since before the 99th floor was cleared. Suda looked at everyone, and his voice slowly entered everyone's ears. Aincrad has a total of 100 floors. Every floor has a room in a labyrinth that leads to the next floor. Inside the room is the floor's boss. Players have to defeat the boss in order to pass the floor and proceed to the next floor. After 3 years of gaming, there's only one floor left in Aincrad. As long as we defeat the 100 floors boss, we'll be able to clear the dungeon. Klein and Suda's eyes lit up at the mention of clearing the dungeon, but quickly dimmed down. But as we all know, the higher the floor, the stronger the boss is. The 25th, 50th, and 75th floors bosses are even more terrifying. Of course, the final floor of Aincrad, the 100 floors final boss, is undoubtedly the strongest boss in SAO. No one can compare to it. Suda looked at Wu Yin and Kirito with a serious expression. Under such circumstances, the clearers aren't confident in taking down the final boss. So, we have a plan. Gather all the top players in SAO and form an alliance with the clearers to take down the boss on the 100th floor in one fell swoop and achieve the final goal of clearing the floor. All the top players in SAO. Wu Yin narrowed his eyes. In other words, Asuna will be summoned as well? Yes. Klein smiled bitterly. After all, this is our final floor. We have to get through it, but if we can't even get through this formation, Agile said with a gruff voice, in this world, we won't have any hope of clearing the dungeon. The atmosphere became heavy. Everyone's expression was heavy, even Wu Yin. He knows that the final boss of Aincrad is Heathcliff himself. In other words, the final battle with Heathcliff has finally arrived. Once they reach the 100th floor's boss, Heathcliff will reveal his true identity. Wu Yin guessed that when the time comes, the players who went to the 100th floor to fight the boss will probably suffer quite a bit of blow. Heathcliff wants to take down all the top players in one fell swoop? Wu Yin didn't know, but he knows that he's the only one who can win this battle. Chapter 755. Aincrad's 55th floor, Granzum. Players who usually roamed this floor of the City of Steel immediately noticed that the atmosphere in Granzum was a little different from usual. They couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different, but Granzum's teleportation gate was especially lively today. On the platform, the teleportation flashes would flash once every few minutes. players with high-quality equipment were arriving one after another, and they were all heading towards the same direction. Among these people, some were in groups, some were alone, some had a terrifying aura, and some were dressed very low-key, but at a glance, they still gave people a feeling that they were not simple. However, these people all had one thing in common, and that was that their levels were very high. Some of the more observant players also noticed that most of the players who came to Granzum are very famous, or were once very famous. They're the kind of players you'd rarely see in the past. For a while, the main streets of Granzum are filled with players who don't fit in with their surroundings. They've attracted the attention of all the players on the street. Many of the players even recognized their names as they walked. It's clear that they're not normal players. It was such a stark change that even the players who passed by noticed something was wrong, let alone those who lived in Granzum. Everyone realized that today's Granzum wouldn't be too peaceful. Pedestrians on Granzum's main streets have started walking to the side to make way for the players in the middle. For the top players who had come to Granzum to walk, the scene was like ancient times. The scene of the emperor and the nobles parading through the streets was the same as when they were paraded through the streets. The normal players of Granzum have become commoners. This could be considered a different type of attention. Many guilds, teams, and players would unconsciously puff out their chests when they faced the gazes of these ordinary players. They would proudly walk past these ordinary players to show off their extraordinariness. There are also those who don't like the attention and have an unnatural expression on their face. Wu Yan, of course, is the latter. Look, what's going on? Is it a famous guild or party? It's even better this time. Take a look. That outfit. Elven swordsman, Wu Yan. There's more. Isn't that Lady Asuna the Flash? Where? Move. Let me see. It really is Lady Asuna. Lady Asuna is finally back. What do you mean she's back? Can't you see the elven swordsman is here? She's only here with her husband. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Lady Asuna is already married. Damn it, I'm so jealous of that elven swordsman. They're here too. All the famous top players are coming one after another. Is there some super rare item in Granzum? Who knows? Hey. Haven't you noticed that they're all heading for the headquarters of the Knights of the Blood Oath? I think so. Could it be that they have gathered here for a reason? Was it to clear the 100th floor? I have to admit, the eyes of the spectators are ignorant, but at the same time, they're sharp. No matter where you go, flies are indispensable, and the other indispensable are smart people. It should be said that with the current situation of SAO, with so many famous players gathered at the same time, as long as one had a brain, one could easily guess their purpose in coming here. The 100th floor of Ainkrad's dungeon, on the way to the Knights of the Blood Oath HQ. Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh as he listened to the discussions of the players around him. This isn't the first time he's being treated like a monkey, but he just can't get used to it. Asuna, who's receiving more attention than Wu Yan, is also not used to it. When she heard Wu Yan sigh, she couldn't help but move closer to Wu Yan as if she's trying to draw attention to Wu Yan. In the past year, Asuna almost never appeared in the limelight again. She didn't enjoy this kind of treatment that she used to receive every day. Naturally, Asuna, who liked to live a peaceful life, was not used to this kind of treatment that was similar to chasing after a celebrity. But no matter how uncomfortable she is, she's destined to be the center of attention. After a year, Asuna has undoubtedly become more beautiful than before. She's no longer as immature as she used to be. At 18 years old, she's already showing the charm of a mature woman. Coupled with the fact that she had lived as a wife for a year, the charm that was so soft that it seeped into her bones was like a flower that attracted bees. The moment she appeared in front of the bees, she immediately displayed the attribute of attracting bees and butterflies. Originally, Asuna was an idol in the eyes of the public. After disappearing for a year, not only did her popularity not decrease, but it also increased because she once again showed her face and attracted more and more people. Currently, Asuna's Knights of the Blood uniform that left the deepest impression on the players has disappeared. Since she left the Knights of the Blood, she's no longer wearing that uniform. Instead, She's wearing a white dress with pleated edges. The front of the dress is just above her knees, and the back of the dress is pulled all the way down to her ankles. It's similar to a cloak or a battle skirt. She doesn't have the cold and serious aura she used to have. Instead, she looks noble, elegant, and ethereal. If it weren't for the fact that she doesn't have wings and her ears aren't elongated, Asuna would look like an elf. Of course, in Wu Yan's eyes, Asuna looks more like a seductress. She's constantly emitting a seductive aura that makes his heart burn. However, Wu Yan is a little annoyed that his wife is the center of attention. Everyone is pointing at her in front of everyone. They're not even bothering to hide their lust for her. Asuna, let's hurry up. Asuna turned around and looked at Wu Yan. Her chestnut-colored eyes were filled with an inexplicable joy. It's as if she can see through Wu Yan's thoughts. Her discomfort disappeared and was replaced by joy. Her beautiful smile stunned everyone around her. Hey, Yin-kun. Asuna tugged on Wu Yan's sleeve, and she blinked her eyes. Her eyes looked like they could speak. Are you jealous? Wu Yan's expression turned awkward. Why do you have to be so observant in this area? Because... Asuna poked Wu Yan's arm. Sometimes, I want to see you care more about me. Wu Yan was annoyed. Do you have so little confidence in yourself? Are you afraid that I'll have a change of heart? Who knows? Asuna purposely turned her head away, but her eyes were still fixed on Wu Yan's face. Then, she suddenly hugged Wu Yan's arm. Stare. In an instant, he felt the gazes around him turn hostile. It's especially cold. It's like there's a thorn in his back. He started to worry if someone will jump out and challenge him to a duel. Asuna, Wu Yan couldn't stay calm anymore. Are you trying to make me public enemy number one? It doesn't matter. What's wrong with that? Asuna said matter-of-factly. It's more intimate this way. Wu Yan pursed his lips. In the end, he had no choice but to accept the hostile gazes. However, Asuna's next move stunned him and the players around him. Chirp! A faint chirp sounded in his ear, followed by a soft and moist sensation on his cheek. Asuna kissed him in front of everyone. While everyone was dumbfounded, Asuna smiled, but her cheeks were slightly red. She hugged Wu Yan's arm and walked forward proudly. Asuna is definitely doing this on purpose. Chapter 756. At the entrance of Knights of the Blood's HQ, 2 Knights of Blood Oath members stood on both sides of the door with spears in their hands. They looked straight ahead as if they were soldiers guarding the city gates. They were very stylish, but they did not chase away unrelated people like they usually did. Instead, they ignored the players who came here and allowed them to enter freely without stopping them at all. They knew that the players who came here today were all invited by their leader, Heathcliff, to participate in a strategy meeting on the 100th floor. Even the weakest of the players here was stronger than them. They were simply sent here to guard the entrance, so they couldn't even hope to compete with them. However, they didn't show any signs of inferiority. Instead, they puffed out their chests and looked proud. So what if they're the gatekeepers? Knights of the Blood is the strongest guild in SAO, and all the players who were invited to this place were summoned by their leader. Even the most important strategy meeting for the 100th floor was held in their headquarters. How could they not be proud of this? If they knew that the guild leader they were so proud of was actually the culprit that caused them to be trapped in this world for 3 years, who knew if they would still be so proud of themselves? Of course, they didn't have to wait until Heathcliff's real identity was revealed. They couldn't maintain that proud look forever because of one person. Hey! One of the gatekeepers saw something and his eyes popped out. He couldn't believe what he saw. He patted his companion's shoulder and pointed his trembling finger in a certain direction. Is that Asuna? Sama? As soon as the name Asuna entered the other player's ears, his face fell. He immediately looked in the direction the player was pointing at. Following that, his expression became absent-minded. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan and Asuna looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They continued to walk forward until they reached the entrance. The 2 gatekeepers finally came back to their senses. Asuna, Sama, the 2 of them shouted excitedly. You're finally back? Asuna smiled awkwardly and shook her head. I just accepted the invitation. I didn't mean to come back. How? How did this happen? The two gatekeepers didn't even try to hide their disappointment. They lowered their heads as if they just heard bad news. Asuna's smile became even wider. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched. He knew that Asuna's popularity in Knights of the Blood was comparable to a superstar, but he didn't think that after a year, there would still be people who had the same expectations. Did he really marry an incredible person? Asuna wasn't the only one. Mikoto was the princess of Tokuwadai. Shoko Homisaki was the queen of Tokuwadai, and Chuju was the most popular girl in White Emperor College. All of them were as popular as Asuna in the Knights of the Blood Oath. Although the other girls weren't as eye-catching, they weren't inferior to Asuna in terms of appearance and excellence. And now, all of these young girls were gathered around him. For the nth time, Wu Yin felt like he didn't know how lucky he was. In his past life, he must have smashed a lot of wooden fish. He must have given a lot of recommendation votes to be able to cultivate such good fortune. Asuna, Sama, the leader is waiting for you in the meeting room. The two gatekeepers said, Do you need us to show you the way? Both Wu Yin and Asuna's mouth twitched when they heard this. Heathcliff was waiting for all the invited players, but the gatekeepers made it sound like he was waiting for Asuna alone. They didn't even show anyone the way. Are they trying to please her? Wu Yin shook his head. He stepped forward and he told Asuna, Let's get out of here. Asuna nodded and looked at the two gatekeepers. We can go by ourselves. The two gatekeepers finally noticed Wu Yan's presence. Just like the rest of the crowd, they forgot that Asuna is already married to this man. Rather than saying that they had forgotten, it was better to say that they had all subconsciously chosen to forget. After all, who would want the object of their longing to become the object of another man's arms? The two gatekeepers glared at Wu Yin with hostility. Just as they were about to say something, one of the gatekeepers remembered something and pulled the other to the side, allowing Wu Yin and Asuna to enter the HQ. What are you doing? The gatekeeper grumbled. Why did you pull me back? I wanted to teach that ungrateful bastard a lesson. You can try if you don't want to live. The gatekeeper grumbled. Don't tell me you've forgotten who Asuna's husband is? The gatekeeper's face turned pale when he remembered, but he still forced himself to say, So what? This is the circle. Even if it's the circle. The other gatekeeper rudely interrupted him. Have you forgotten what happened a year ago when someone from our guild tried to give him a hard time? The gatekeeper gulped and turned his head away. He didn't want to talk about it again. A year ago, more than 20 guild members tried to give Wu Yin a hard time because of Asuna, Sama. They were all taken down at the entrance of the Elven Swordsman. That incident became a big deal in Knights of the Blood Oath. Wu Yin and Asuna won't know what the two gatekeepers are talking about. The two walked through the corridors of the castle. It's not Wu Yan's first time here, and Asuna used to be the vice leader here. She has lived here for 2 years, so she's very familiar with the Knights of the Blood's HQ. Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding players, they walked towards the meeting room. During this period of time, Asuna was still the focus of everyone's attention. Her return after a year made her fans very excited. The members of the Knights of the Blood even started shouting, Asuna, Sama is back. It was as if Asuna had run away from home, causing the two of them to feel very depressed. As they got closer to the meeting room, the number of players around them started to dwindle. Only the invited players are still following Wu Yin and Yao Si. Even though they're still looking at them, at least they're not gossiping anymore. This made them feel a lot more relaxed. Finally, the door of the conference room appeared in front of them. The scene inside the door also appeared in front of their eyes. It wasn't until the two of them walked in that the entire scene was imprinted into their eyes. It's still the same room with glass walls, but this time, it's not just a single desk. Instead, it's a circle of tables. Famous players, guild leaders, and party leaders are sitting in the middle of the room. Beside them are Kirito, Klein, Suda, and Agile. Wu Yin and Asuna's appearance instantly became the center of attention. Heathcliff smiled faintly and looked at Asuna. Long time no see, Asuna. I'm very happy that you were invited here. Asuna nodded and said, Long time no see, Commander Heathcliff, take a seat. Wu Yin and Asuna looked at each other and sat down next to Kirito and the others. Heathcliff glanced around. It seems like most of the people are here. Well then, let's get started. The last floor strategy meeting. Chapter 757. All the players in the room were stunned by Heathcliff's words. Then, an inevitable uproar broke out in the conference room. The last floor strategy meeting? Kirito was the first to raise his question. I don't understand what you mean, Commander Heathcliff, let alone Kirito. None of the players understood what Heathcliff meant. Wu Yin, Asuna, and Suda knew what Heathcliff meant. Klein and Suda probably knew what Heathcliff meant. Their expressions didn't change at all. They just sat there quietly. Raiding a floor wasn't as simple as heading to the labyrinth area, finding the Guardian Boss's room, and killing the Guardian Boss. If players wanted to challenge the Guardian Boss and clear the floor, they had to consider many issues. For example, the opening of the town on the floor, the exploration of the map between the town and the labyrinth area, the completion of certain quests in the labyrinth area, the exploration of unknown areas, and so on. These are all problems that must be solved in order to clear a floor. That's why, in general, the clearers need to gather together to discuss every small detail of the floor clearer strategy. This is the so-called floor clearer strategy meeting. Due to such a problem, even some of the easier floors required at least 10 strategy meetings to be held before the final boss strategy meeting was held. Of the last 2 floors of Aincrad, the 99th floor had only been cleared a day or 2 ago, and the 100th floor was still being explored. The details of a new map were still being explored. The monsters' levels, skills, and attack patterns haven't been confirmed yet. Yet Heathcliff said something like the last floor strategy meeting. How can this not be surprising? Kirito's question was the same as everyone else's. If it weren't for Heathcliff's confident expression, they would have thought that this gathering was just a joke. Heathcliff seemed to have predicted everyone's reaction. He leaned forward slightly, crossed his fingers, and supported his chin with the back of his hand. He was like a doctor who was announcing the life and death of a patient, causing the faint clamor of the players in the crowd to gradually die down. I know you're all wondering why I said something like that, but please believe your ears. You didn't hear wrong. Heathcliff repeated in a calm tone. After clearing the 99th floor, Knights of the Blood, Moonlit Black Cats, and Furin Kazan immediately sent out an exploration team to the 100th floor to gather information. After all, it was the last floor, and at this time, even our clearers couldn't do anything about it. Even the clearers couldn't wait to clear the floor as soon as possible. Everyone nodded in agreement. Only Wu Yin snorted in his mind. Heathcliff was the only one who said something like that. Heathcliff was the only one who said something like that. But seeing how serious Heathcliff was, Wu Yin couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps the only one who could truly love this world is Heathcliff, the creator of this world, Kayaba Akihiko. Look at him now. It's obvious that he's completely immersed himself in the role of Heathcliff, not Kayaba Akihiko. Perhaps the reason he transformed into Heathcliff wasn't just to observe the current state of the players in SAO up close, but also to enjoy the game he created. Heathcliff's explanation made everyone present finally understand why there was such an opening remark. The following is the information from the scouting parties of the 3 guilds that entered the 100th floor. Heathcliff looked around. Then he said something that surprised everyone. There are no wild areas, no monsters, and no labyrinths on the 100th floor of Aincrad. There's only one city on the 100th floor. What? Everyone was stunned on the spot, but those who were quick-witted instantly thought of a possibility. The layout of Aincrad gradually decreased as the number of floors increased. There were only 4 towns on the 99th floor, and it only took them 1 or 2 days to explore the wilderness. It was understandable that the 100th floor, which was even smaller than the 99th floor, only had 1 town. But there's no wild areas, no monsters, no labyrinths. If there's no wild areas, no monsters, no labyrinths, and only 1 city. Kirito frowned and looked at Heathcliff. Then, where's the final boss of the stage? Everyone held their breaths, and Heathcliff glanced at Kirito indifferently. That's what I'm about to say. Heathcliff stood up and slowly said in front of everyone, "The 100th floor of Aincrad is a single city. There are many NPCs living in the city. The hotels, restaurants, and buildings are exactly the same as the other floors. At the center of the city, there's a palace." Heathcliff raised his head. His eyes flickered with an indecipherable expression as he spoke word by word. "Red Jade Palace." Everyone started whispering among themselves. Wu Yin, who has been listening to Heathcliff, suddenly spoke. "The final boss is in the Red Jade Palace, right?" The entire meeting room went silent. Like a duck being choked by its throat, no one dared to say a word. They all turned their gazes towards Wu Yin. "He's the strongest player in SAO." Heathcliff looked at Wu Yin for a long time before he nodded. "That's right. There's not a single monster on the 100th floor. The only monster is in the Red Jade Palace. In other words, our last enemy is the final boss." At this moment, everyone finally understood what Heathcliff meant when he said, "the final floor strategy meeting." There's only one boss on the 100th floor of Aincrad. They don't need to explore the wilderness, trigger quests, or explore unknown areas in the labyrinth. They just need to go to the Red Jade Palace and challenge the final boss. Victory, they will be liberated. Failure, all players will fall into the abyss forever. A heavy atmosphere spread in the air, causing every player to lower their head and ponder on the spot. Knowing that their last enemy was the true boss of the Red Jade Palace, no one was happy at all. Instead, they felt their hearts sink. The players here can be said to be the best players in the entire SAO. All of them. If they were to challenge the final boss, it would be fine if they won. Liberation was everyone's dream. However, if they failed, no one would be able to bear the consequences. If they lose the strongest players, who knows when the next batch of players will be able to challenge the final boss? If they have to form a bigger and stronger team, how long will that take? Moreover, no one is willing to sacrifice themselves, but the consequence of failure is total annihilation. While everyone was silent, Heathcliff knocked on the table. His voice was loud and clear, as if it echoed in everyone's heart. "Tomorrow, it's time for everyone to challenge the final boss. Please be prepared and gather at the 100th floor's teleport gate." Heathcliff couldn't help but shift his gaze to Wu Yin, and Wu Yin also happened to look at him. The two looked at each other for a while, then turned their heads away as if nothing happened. Tomorrow, everything will be decided. Chapter 758. Aincrad, 22nd floor. The moonlight of the night covered the forest with a layer of silver gauze. The lake in the distance reflected a little bit of light during the turbulence. The mountain and the flowing water followed their mission since they were born. One quietly guarded the place without a trace of fluctuation. The other followed the fixed path slowly, without a trace of depression. The tranquil night became even more profound with this movement and silence. Even though the two scenes that could not be any more ordinary were confirming each other's existence, and even their way of survival were different, they still brought unimaginable peace. It was believed that even the most impatient person would be involuntarily lost in such a scene and enjoy the sudden silence. The wooden villa's balcony slowly opened. Wu Yin walked out of the dark living room and walked up to the wooden fence. He placed his hands on the fence and stared at the scenery in front of him. He has the same feeling that only Asuna had in the past. Is this world really an imaginary one? The vast forest is like a painting in front of him. The mountains and the flowing water complemented each other. The lake is calm at times and ripples at other times. The wind blew through the forest, the mountains, the flowing water, the lake, and Wu Yin, who is standing on the balcony. If everything in front of him was taken apart one by one, it would be no different from the forests, lakes, mountains, and rivers in the real world. Only when they were combined together and turned into a beautiful fairyland-like scenery would it be able to make people lose themselves in a dreamlike illusion, right? After all, this is the real world. It's hard to find such a beautiful scene. It's no wonder Wu Yin had this thought when he was feeling melancholy. He looked up at the beautiful night sky that can only be seen in dreams. The intertwining galaxy illuminates the darkness. However, One could clearly see every little star inside. They were emitting their own faint light. They were shining with their own brilliance. But when combined together, they could also illuminate the darkness that enveloped them, making it impossible for people to ignore them. Tomorrow, this beautiful world will also disappear when the final boss standing in the Red Jade Palace falls. Right? As for Sao in the past, Wuyan only treated it as a game. He didn't think too much about it. He didn't feel fear, despair, or disgust like other players. He has power that no one in this world can compare to. He logged into the game without any pressure. He has the body of a true ancestor, and he won't die. It's thanks to the system that he came to this world. He didn't have the helmet or the pressure of death. To Wu Yin, this world is nothing more than a game. Even after he met Asuna, Yui, Kirito, Sachi, Silica, and the others, he didn't change his mind. It's just a game that evolved into a platform. He got to know Asuna and the others, but he didn't feel the pressure of death that other players should feel. While the other players hated, feared, and loathed this world, Wu Yin is sizing it up. He's thinking about how much fun this world can bring him. That's all he's thinking about. After living in Sao for 3 years, Wu Yin got used to living in this world. Although he didn't forget about the real world like other players, he didn't want to let this world disappear. Thinking back to the past, when he didn't have the system, as an otaku, he had fantasized more than once that he could play a game just like in reality. Even if he could experience it himself, he would be satisfied. Now, his dream had been realized. In a way, he had to thank the system and Kayaba Akihiko. And that wasn't the only reason. There were many places in this world that left him with beautiful memories. His home on the 22nd floor, the Garden of Flowers on the 47th floor where he had his wedding with Asuna, and Asuna's original home on the 61st floor. These places were undoubtedly beautiful. Wu Yin didn't want Sao to disappear from the world due to the crimes committed by Kayaba Akihiko. He didn't want Sao to disappear along with Kayaba Akihiko. He wants to leave everything here behind. While Wu Yin was lost in his thoughts, he heard light footsteps behind him. He didn't turn around because he knew who it was. A pair of soft and slender hands reached out from behind him and wrapped around his waist. At the same time, an incomparably soft and delicate body slowly squeezed onto his back, accompanied by a familiar fragrance and warmth. What's wrong? Wu Yin wrapped his hand around Asuna's waist. Why aren't you sleeping yet? I can't sleep, Asuna said softly. She rubbed her face against Wu Yan's back. I feel a bit lonely without your company. You're an adult. Do you still need someone to sleep with you? Wu Yin laughed. Where's Yui? Yui, she's asleep? I see. Wu Yin pondered for a moment. Don't you feel uneasy? Yui, tomorrow, SEO will be cleared completely. All the players will be logged out of this world, including Wu Yin and Asuna. Yui is the AI in SAO. For Yui, the imaginary world in other people's eyes is her home. Once they leave, perhaps Yui will be the only one left in this world. She'll be living alone here. No, based on the nature of SAO, it's more likely that it'll disappear into history. Humans won't allow such an evil world to continue existing. When that happens, Yui will disappear along with SAO. Asuna understood what Wu Yin meant. She shook her head and said in an ethereal voice, Yui said that Daddy has a way. That girl. Wu Yin smiled fondly. Fortunately, I have a way. If I let her down, I'll be a sinner. Asuna let go of her hand and walked to Wu Yin. She faced him and wrapped her arms around his neck. She looked at his face and gradually lost herself. I've always trusted you, whether it's Yui or me. Wu Yin rubbed Asuna's head and rested his chin on her head. Although he didn't say anything, his actions were firm. Asuna's heart was filled with trust. Her uneasiness about tomorrow slowly dissipated. Nah, Asuna squeezed herself into Wu Yan's embrace. Tomorrow we'll succeed, right? Of course, Wu Yan said in a serious tone. I will end everything and bring you back to the other world. Then we'll meet again. Yui and I will be together. We'll be a family. No one will be left behind. Asuna's eyes teared up. Hope flashed through her eyes. Meet you in the real world? I'm looking forward to it. Wu Yan's face softened. He lowered his head. Please look forward to it. Asuna giggled and snuggled into Wu Yan's embrace. Wu Yan hugged Asuna back. They didn't say anything. They quietly felt each other's presence. It's as if they could hear each other's thoughts. There are two bodies, but their minds are fused together. There's no difference. Wu Yan has always felt this sensation of spiritual fusion. For example, when he fused his life force with the girls in Silveria, he felt this way. Strangely, Asuna didn't fuse with him, but he still felt this way. It's unbelievable. Tomorrow, after a while, Asuna's voice echoed in the air. Nothing must happen to you. Wu Yan smiled. I'll be fine, and I won't let anything happen to you. We've made a promise. Yeah, we made a promise. Chapter 759. Aincrad, 55th floor. Wu Yan and Asuna held Yui's hand as they walked over to Sachi. They handed Yui's hand over to her. Sachi, please take care of Yui for a while. Sachi nodded and hugged Yui. She said softly, Don't worry, brother. Yui and I will be here waiting for your news. It has to be good news. Cheyenne gestured with her little fist. If it's bad news, I'll hate you for the rest of my life. Don't worry. Wu Yan smiled as he ruffled Cheyenne's hair into a bird's nest. It won't take long. Wu Yan Oni-san. Silica clenched her teeth as she hugged Pina tightly. She stared at Wu Yan, Asuna, Kirito, Suda, Klein, and Agile. She held back her tears and shouted, You have to do your best. You have to be safe. Wu Yan and the others looked at each other and smiled. They didn't say anything as they nodded at Silica with determination. Liz, Sachi, Cheyenne, and Silica felt their hearts ache as they watched the six of them standing in a row. There's nothing more torturous than having to sit at home and wait for news while the people around you risk their lives. Liz walked up to Kirito and helped him fix his collar. It's rare for her to be so gentle. We said we'll meet again in the real world. If you go back on your words, I'll chase after you and beat you up. Kirito trembled when he heard Liz's words. Kirito couldn't help but tremble. His dark pupils suddenly sharpened. He can't lose, even if it's for Liz's sake. Daddy, Mommy. Yui held Wu Yan and Asuna's hands and placed them on her cheeks. With her eyes closed, a serene expression appeared on her face. I'll wait for the day we meet again. Wu Yan and Asuna squatted down and hugged Yui. We'll see each other again. Oni-san. Sachi couldn't help but throw herself into Wu Yan's arms. Silica couldn't help but throw herself into his arms as well. Even Cheyenne threw herself into Asuna's arms. You have to live well. Don't let anything happen to you, Sachi. Silica. Wu Yan rubbed Sachi and Silica's head. He said softly, I'm sorry. You call me Oni-san, but I've never done my duty. That's not it. Silica shook her head. If it wasn't for Oni-san, Pino would have died in that forest. I also died in that forest. If it wasn't for Brother Wu Yan, I wouldn't have known everyone. I would have continued to live a life of fear in the lower floors. It was Brother Wu Yan who saved me. On my arms. Brother, S's brothers'. Me too. Sachi raised her head. I'm a coward. I've been hiding in the town of beginnings ever since the game started. Even though I forced myself to stay with the guild master and the others, I was still scared every night. I was scared that I'd die. At this time, Big Brother appeared. Sachi revealed a beautiful smile and said, You defeated the final boss by yourself and became the strongest existence in the world. Not only did you help us when we were in trouble, you even gave us items that you didn't need to use. I know that Big Brother has always cared about us. It's because of Oni-san that I was able to help the guild master and the others. I didn't lose my usefulness, and I didn't have to go to the battlefield. I've been living under Oni-san's wing, so, Oni-san, you're my idol for life. Sachi shouted with unprecedented boldness. Oni-san, you've always been the strongest. You won't be defeated by a monster created by a program. I believe in you too. I believe in you too. Cheyenne, who was hugging Asuna, couldn't help but shout. If it wasn't for Yin, I wouldn't have dared to leave the town of beginnings, and I wouldn't have been able to find a place like this. Everyone took me in, and we'll all return to the real world together. When that time comes, I'll repay everyone." Shine's words made everyone laugh out loud. The painful atmosphere suddenly turned for the better. Wu Yin walked in front of everyone and nodded as he announced in a clear voice, "Everyone, we'll make it. We'll make it." Asuna, Kirito, Liz, Sachi, Cheyenne, Silica, Suda, Klein, Agile, and Yui all shouted at the top of their lungs. Their voices reverberated far, far away. Aincrad, 100th floor. The 100th floor is a hole. There's no wilderness area, no labyrinth area, and no leveling area. There's only a large city that covers the entire 100th floor. After passing the 99th floor, almost every player would come here to take a look because they wanted to know what the final floor was like. At the same time, they also wanted to tell others that they, too, walked to the end and lived to the end. By now, almost every player in Aincrad knew that there were no monsters on the 100th floor. There is only one monster in the Crimson Palace at the center of the city. The final boss. After defeating it, the players will be truly liberated. The Red Jade Palace will be the final floor that baffles all players. Not only that, but the players who were usually active on other floors and could not participate in this raid also came to the Teleportation Gate Plaza on the 100th floor. They consciously walked to the side and did not join the top players. Instead, they set up stalls around the Teleportation Gate Plaza. They took out all the items they have in their inventory and gave them to the top players who need them for free. After the boss is killed and they leave this world, these items won't be of much use to them. If they can use them to increase their chances of winning, why not? Of course, the value of these items depends on the success of the raid. If they fail this time, they'll have a hard time in the future. They might not even have enough money to eat. That's why they're staking it all on this. There are also selfish people. Even if they hoped to clear the dungeon, they didn't dare to give away all their wealth unconditionally. These people hid in other floors, praying in their hearts that they could clear the dungeon. At the same time, they were also mocking the players who offered unconditional help. They were laughing at their foolish actions, but they didn't know how ugly their smiling faces were at that moment. The top players didn't reject the good intentions of the players who came to help for free. After receiving the items in their hands, the top players gave them a hug and told them that they'll definitely make use of these items to their fullest potential. For a while, the Teleport Gate Plaza of Aincrad's 100th floor was filled with touching scenes. Some players gave their best wishes to the top players while others cried and asked them to come back safely. This is unthinkable in SAO where there are only negative emotions. The tear-inducing scene made the top players who were about to enter the Red Jade Palace even more resolute. They were all shouting in their hearts, "We'll succeed." Chapter 760. Wu Yin, Asuna, Kirito, Suda, Klein, and Agile also arrived at the 100th floor's teleport plaza. They looked at each other, and they couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw the touching scene. Everyone cheered when they saw the 6 of them. They're all famous players. Wu Yin, the strongest player in the game, Asuna, the Black Swordsman, Kirito, the leader of Moonlit Black Cats, Suda, and Klein, the leader of Furinkazan. Agile is the only one who doesn't have a title. However, some of the players know that this black-hearted businessman has been using the money he earned to nurture the clearers. Isn't that enough for him to earn everyone's respect? That's why even though Agile doesn't have a title, his reputation is no less than any of the players here. Coupled with the strength of the 6 of them, there was no doubt that they would become the main force in this final boss battle. They were also the ones who could rely on them. This is really... Agile walked down from the platform as he listened to the cheers around him. He touched his bald head embarrassedly. "This is the first time I've been treated like this. Who told you to be so black-hearted?" Klein laughed and puffed out his chest. "Look at me, I've been treated like this all my life. Too bad there's not a single girl in this treatment," Kirito said maliciously. Klein's hair stood on end. "You bastard, will you die if you don't talk about girls for a day?" I can't help it. Suda also cracked a joke. Well, you're the only one who's single among us. Wu Yin didn't say anything. He wrapped his arm around Asuna's waist, and a smug look appeared on his expressionless face. Like a sharp arrow, it pierced through Klein's fragile heart. If it wasn't for the fact that they're in public, he would have done the same thing again. Amidst the cheers and cheers, the six of them joked around as if there was no one else around. The atmosphere was turning more and more joyful. Those who didn't know would think that they were going on a trip instead of risking their lives. As the clearers from yesterday's strategy meeting arrived one by one, more and more people gathered at the teleport gate plaza. This is after excluding the clearers who aren't strong enough to fight. Otherwise, the clearers alone would have been enough to cause such a scene. However, when all the players who were heading to Red Jade Palace arrived, the Knights of Red Jade Palace still haven't arrived. The members of the Knights of the Blood Oath had yet to arrive. Now, they were the only ones missing, and all the members for this raid had arrived. Heathcliff, what the hell is he doing? Klein rubbed his messy hair in annoyance. He shouted in dissatisfaction. Today is the final battle, and the clearers are the first to be late. Did something happen? Kirito said with a frown. Even though Kirito subconsciously hated Heathcliff, he couldn't help but feel that Heathcliff's calm expression and eyes contained something he didn't like. However, he knew that Heathcliff wasn't someone who didn't know what was important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the leader of the strongest guild. Do you want to send him an email? Agile looked at Keita, who was beside him. At least give him a push. I already did. Suda smiled bitterly and opened his profile. I even sent it to the higher-ups of Knights of the Blood, but I didn't get a reply. Asuna had a bad feeling when she heard Suda's words. She hugged Wu Yan's arm, and she asked him with a worried expression, "Did something happen to him?" When I was still in the clearers, our leader didn't show any signs of abnormality. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and patted Asuna's hand. When he was about to say something, a light flashed on the teleportation platform, and the members of Knights of the Blood finally appeared. However, they didn't feel relieved at all, because Heathcliff was nowhere to be seen. What the hell is going on? Klein was the first to ask. Where's your leader? The few Knights of Blood Oath's members looked at each other and put on an expression that was even uglier than crying. We don't know either. Everyone was shocked. Klein even violently grabbed a person's collar. What do you mean you don't know? You don't even know your leader. Do you think he's missing? We really don't know. Another member of Knights of the Blood quickly stepped forward. Leader hasn't appeared since this morning. We can't find him anywhere. He didn't even reply to our emails. The guild is in a mess. What's going on? Suda frowned. Don't tell me Heathcliff isn't going to participate in this raid. He didn't run away, did he? Agile looked at the members of the Knights of the Blood Oath with an unfriendly gaze. What he said immediately angered them. You bastard, wait. Asuna stepped forward and glared at the members of Knights of the Blood with her chestnut-colored eyes. We're going to fight side by side. Do you want to fight among yourselves? The members of Knights of the Blood quickly lowered their heads in panic. Asuna used to be their vice leader. She had both strength and beauty, and she had a lot of prestige in the guild. Even though she had left the guild, the members of Knights of the Blood still didn't dare to provoke her. Lady Asuna, a member of Knights of the Blood, spoke to Asuna. Leader isn't here. What do you think we should do? Asuna said awkwardly. I've left the guild. I'm no longer your vice leader. You should decide for yourselves, but the members of Knights of the Blood looked at each other again, not knowing what to do. Without a leader, they didn't know what to do in this raid. It was not just the Knights of Blood Oath who were talking about it. The top-class players who came to raid the dungeon were also talking about it. In the end, the person in charge who gathered everyone to raid the dungeon did not appear, and it had to be said that this caught everyone off guard. Wu Yin suddenly spoke. We don't need to wait for Heathcliff. Let's go. Wah! Everyone was stunned. Are we really not going to wait for him? Kirito said hesitantly. Heathcliff is the person in charge of this raid. He's only slightly weaker than you. He has a unique skill called Sacred Sword. His defense can help us block a lot of fatal attacks. Yes, yes. Klein also said, maybe something is holding him back. Ian didn't show anything on his face, but he bitterly smiled in his mind. Should he tell them that Heathcliff is Kayaba Akihiko, the final boss of Red Jade Palace? Once these words were spoken, the Knights of the Blood Oath would probably turn hostile, not to mention the others. Wu Yin continued. Heathcliff isn't someone who's all talk and no action. If he didn't show up after organizing this raid, I'm sure he won't show up again. There's no point in waiting any longer. Wu Yin glanced at everyone. Even if I'm alone, I'll still go to Red Jade Palace. Wu Yin ignored the reactions of the others, and he walked towards the center of the city. Asuna quickly followed after him. Kirito and the others exchanged glances before following after Wu Yin. The others exchanged glances with each other before they followed after Wu Yin and the others as well. Wu Yin is the strongest player in the game. It's worth following him. Chapter 761. Red Jade Palace. It's a large palace that's entirely red in color. It's located at the center of the 100th floor of Aincrad. It's also the highest point in the city. Even from the farthest point of the Red Jade Palace, one can still see the top of the palace. It's like a clock tower that extends all the way up to the clouds. If a player were to walk in the infinite sky outside of Aincrad, they would see a long needle at the top of the floating city. That's the top of the Red Jade Palace. The bright red color did not reflect any other luster under the sunlight. The layout that shook people's nerves was so out of place with the surrounding buildings. It was like a proud and aloof giant that disdained to be associated with other things. It was like a palace that wanted to break through the sky and soar into the sky. It brought a different kind of shock to people. Standing in front of the Red Jade Palace and looking at this bright red object that seemed to belong to a god, everyone was shocked. They couldn't help but look over, but they couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. They remained silent. Even though their hearts were as high as the sky, no one present could come up with a single word to express their inner feelings. There were stone stairs in the labyrinth area that were even higher than the Red Jade Palace. Most of the players present had seen castles and fortresses that were even more majestic than the one before them. However, none of those existences could compare to the Red Jade Palace in front of them. They could not help but be stunned. It's not that they're overthinking it, nor is it because they know there's a final boss inside. It's just that they can't ignore the bright red color that fills their eyes. Looking at the bright red palace, they can almost see the existence inside laughing at them, showing off something. It's like they're small and insignificant. After arriving here, all the top players stood still for more than 10 minutes. During this time, no one could say a word until a certain moment, Wu Yin, who was standing in front of everyone, finally recovered. He let out a long sigh as if he's venting all the shock in his heart. There's a hint of bitterness on his face. Kayaba Akihiko must have done this on purpose. A bright red palace is more intimidating than a palace made of gold. Kirito nodded solemnly and said, if his goal was to lower the morale of the players, then he succeeded. Indeed, the bright red color of the Red Jade Palace was too shocking. The players who were full of vigor and confidence to challenge the Red Jade Palace a moment ago had their morale and drive dispelled by the sight of the building in front of them. There's no doubt that if they fight in this situation, as long as the gap isn't too big, there's a 100% chance they'll be wiped out. However, Wien didn't take it too seriously. He glanced at the players' dumbfounded expressions and pursed his lips. He then walked towards the entrance that doesn't have a door, because he knew that this battle was very likely not going to be fought in a roundabout way. Under Wu Yan's lead, the players started to react and followed him into the bright red palace. However, some of the players who haven't recovered from the shock of seeing the Red Jade Palace already had their weapons in their hands. Kirito and the others couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw this. They haven't even started the battle yet, and they're already so tense. They'll only waste their energy and stamina. When it's time to fight, their combat strength and stamina will decrease. These people aren't mentally strong enough. Seeing this, Kirito, Suda, Klein, and Agile couldn't help but feel puzzled. They didn't understand what Heathcliff was thinking. Why would he gather so many players together? Wouldn't this only drag a lot of people down? This was a question that no one could answer. Perhaps only Heathcliff himself knew the answer to. The interior of the Red Jade Palace was also red in color. It was very spacious inside. From the outside, one could see how big the Red Jade Palace was. Even the walls and ceilings on both sides looked very far away. The floor was covered with a large red carpet that dyed it red. Everything in sight was also red. In front of them, far above them, there's a door that's darker than the rest. The reason why it was said to be directly in front of them was because the floor was not flat. Instead, it was curved like an uphill road that gradually extended upwards. Walking on the uphill road, people felt as if they were walking towards heaven, causing the atmosphere in the crowd to become even more tense. Many people could not help but pull out their weapons, their hands turning pale from holding them so tightly that they turned pale. After walking in this atmosphere for about half an hour, everyone was finally standing in front of the door. The final boss is inside. Corito took a deep breath and stared at the door. The final stage is right in front of us. Klein clenched his fist and said with a serious expression, "As long as we make it through, we'll succeed." Suda looked up and panted. "Defeat the guy inside and we'll be free." Agile grinned, laughing. Asuna stroked the rapier on her waist and looked at Wu Yan. She reached out and squeezed her hand into Wu Yan's. Wu Yan looked at Asuna. Looking at her chestnut-colored eyes filled with tenderness, he felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He tightened his grip on her soft hands, and he spoke in a soft yet firm voice. "Trust me, I'll bring you back to the real world." Asuna smiled. It was a beautiful smile. She ignored everyone's gazes and leaned into Wu Yan's embrace. "I trust you, but you can't forget our promise." Wu Yan smiled and nodded. He looked forward and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a cold light flashed in his red eyes. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he stepped forward, reached out, placed his hand on the door, and gave it a hard push. Ugh! The dull sound of the door being pushed open was infinitely long, ringing in everyone's ears like a signal. Everyone's face tensed up, and in a series of clanking sounds, they pulled out their weapons in unison and aimed in the direction of the door. Some people used their hands to draw a cross in front of themselves, and their mouths muttered something, as if they were asking for someone's prayer. Unfortunately, in this world, there was no God, no Jesus. The only God was the Creator who was about to appear in front of everyone. Other than Wu Yan, who had his head lowered, so his expression couldn't be seen, the rest of the players who had a resolute look on their faces all had their expressions changed. Their gazes all froze on the spot. At the forefront of everyone's gazes, a figure sat upright on a throne on top of a flight of stairs. One of his hands was on his knees, while the other was on top of a cross shield that was erected on the ground. His red knight's robe fluttered in the absence of wind, and his platinum-colored ponytail danced along with it. He looked just like a king. Everyone's mind was in a mess, and they didn't know why the red figure was there. No one said a word. The Knights of the Blood, Asuna, and the others were still staring at him. Their eyes were filled with confusion. At this moment, on the throne, the red figure slowly raised her head and looked at everyone in front of her. Only when her face was facing everyone did her tightly shut eyes open with a deep breath. A smile hung at the corner of his mouth as his voice softly reverberated in the air. "Welcome to my Red Jade Palace." Chapter 762. Sea Commander. Asuna and the Knights of the Blood gasped for air as they stared at the red figure sitting on the throne. They still haven't recovered from the shock. "You bastard!" Klein shouted furiously, pointing at Heathcliff. "Why are you here? Where's the final boss?" Corito had a bad feeling. He stared at Heathcliff, waiting for an explanation, but all he got was a calm laugh. Corito's face turned even uglier when he heard Heathcliff's laughter. Heathcliff stood up from his throne. He didn't bring his shield with him. Instead, he looked at the confused faces of the people around him. Then, he looked at the expressionless Wu Yan. "Yin Jun." Heathcliff's lips curled into a smile. It seemed like he was pondering over something else. "You don't look too surprised." "No, you're wrong." Wu Yan smiled and shrugged. He ignored the Knights of the Blood and looked at Heathcliff. I was surprised when I heard you weren't here. Oh? Heathcliff raised an eyebrow and narrowed his eyes. But you don't look surprised at all. I'm fine, I guess. Wu Yin slowly approached her under Asuna's nervous gaze. If even I'm surprised, who's going to beat you? The Knights of the Blood were shocked. Heathcliff, on the other hand, laughed. He chuckled softly and then laughed loudly. Yin Kuan, you're no ordinary person. Finished. Heathcliff grabbed his cross shield and stepped down from the throne. He walked towards Wu Yin and said, Since the first time I met you, I had a feeling, in the end, the one who came to the Red Jade Palace on the top floor of Aincrad and stood in front of me must be you. Oh? I didn't expect you to think so highly of me. Wu Yin flicked his coat. He stopped 5 meters away from Heathcliff and stared straight at the red figure. But my first impression of you isn't that good. Heathcliff turned his head away and didn't look at Wu Yin anymore. Instead, he looked at the players who had yet to react and said with a smile, I haven't congratulated you guys yet. Everyone, congratulations on reaching the top. Heathcliff. Kirito stared at Heathcliff with an unprecedentedly serious expression. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by welcome to my Red Jade Palace? What? Is it that hard to understand? Heathcliff sneered. Indeed, the man who used to fight side by side with you suddenly appeared in front of you in such a manner. You're just as I expected, but please believe your ears. You didn't mishear me. Heathcliff raised his head abruptly, the faint smile on his face gone. Instead, there was an indescribable sense of seriousness and wickedness. The Red Jade Palace is indeed mine. No, you can't say that. The entire Aincrad is mine. This world is mine. Everything here, including the fake bodies you're using right now, were created by me based on your real bodies scanned by your nerve gear helmet. That one sentence froze the air in the room. Every player, including Kirito and Asuna, had a look of disbelief on their faces. Some of the players couldn't even stand properly and fell to the ground with a dazed look on their faces. Heathcliff's words were very clear. If you can't understand what he's trying to say, you'll have to believe it from the bottom of your heart. In SAO, there's only one person who has the right to say that the entire world belongs to him, and he can even create a fake body for everyone. Is there anyone else other than one person who has the right to say that Aincrad is his? No matter how much they don't want to believe it, Heathcliff is the one who's supposed to be in the Red Jade Palace. Isn't that enough to explain everything? Kirito took a deep breath and said with a bitter voice, You're Kayaba Akihiko. Heathcliff chuckled and shook his head. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Heathcliff's cruel words dispelled their last bit of hope. Kirito-kun, it's forbidden to ask about the real world in SAO. I may have created this world, but I still want to follow the rules of this world. So just call me Heathcliff. Leader. Asuna covered her mouth and took a step back. You really are. Heathcliff didn't answer her question. Instead, he continued. In my original plan, I wanted to reveal my true identity when you reach the 95th floor and wait for you to arrive, but Heathcliff turned to Wu Yin and his smile disappeared. He said in a serious tone, Yin-kun, your appearance has dissuaded me from my plans. Oh, is our creator afraid of a player who's easy to toy with? Wu Yin looked at Heathcliff with a faint smile, but Heathcliff shook his head. I just want to observe you from a closer distance for a while. Heathcliff's eyes narrowed. After all, you're the only player who surprised me. I've been wondering why you're so much stronger than other players. Heathcliff shook his head again. In SAO, there's a limit to a player's growth. Even I can't surpass this limit without certain settings. That's why I designed a unique skill. It's the only thing that can make a player stronger than the average player. I gave one of the unique skills, Holy Sword, to myself, and the other unique skill, Dual Blade Stream, to the player with the best reflexes, to appear as the hero of the final crusade against the Demon King. This was my original script. I've always believed that only a player with a unique skill could stand up to me. Heathcliff's tone suddenly turned bitter. But I was wrong, Yin-jun. You are an exception, an existence that has exceeded my expectations. Even if you don't use the 2 blades in your normal state, you still have the strength to fight against me and even defeat me. You know what? Yin-kun, Heathcliff turned his gaze to Wu Yin. For the first time in my life, I'm not satisfied. As a player with a unique skill, I'm not confident that I can defeat you without using a unique skill. So, Yin-kun, Heathcliff looked around and slammed his shield on the ground. Before the final battle, I want to duel you one-on-one. Wah! Asuna's face turned pale. Yin-kun, Wu Yin raised his hand and stopped Asuna from speaking. He looked at Heathcliff and smiled. Are you serious? Wu Yin narrowed his eyes. From the looks of it, you don't seem to have any intention of using your administrator privileges. Do you think you can win by dueling me as a player? That's true. I don't think there's anyone who can defeat you among the players. Heathcliff said, That's why I won't use my administrator privileges, but I won't fight you as a normal player either. After all, I'm the final boss. I'll adjust my ability points to match the final boss. What do you think? Yin-kun, do you have the confidence to face the final boss alone again? Chapter 763. What do you think? Yin-kun, do you have the confidence to face the final boss alone again? A cold chill spread through the air, causing all the players present to feel an inexplicable chill in their hearts. Their anger towards Kayaba Akihiko was completely suppressed when they heard Heathcliff's words, and they could no longer vent it. They held their breaths. Even though they were panting violently because of the sudden reality, none of them dared to let their breaths carry any sound. Asuna, Kirito, Suda, Klein, and Agile were the ones who were panting the most. They were praying that Wu Yin wouldn't agree to the challenge. It's not like they don't know how strong Wu Yin is. Just like Heathcliff said, there's no player who can match up to him. Wu Yin's strength is way above the rest of the players because the gap between them is just too big. If it was the old Heathcliff who issued the challenge, they would have 100% confidence in Wu Yin. But now, Heathcliff is no longer the old Heathcliff. He may be a player, but he has the ability of the final boss. Wu Yin once fought against Heathcliff. Even though Wu Yin won the battle, Wu Yin admitted that he was able to defeat Heathcliff because his ability was way above Heathcliff's. Even though all his attacks were blocked by Heathcliff, Wu Yin was still able to inflict considerable damage to Heathcliff. If they had the same ability, Wu Yin wouldn't have been able to predict the outcome of the battle. He had extraordinary combat experience and skills. Wu Yin is confident that Heathcliff won't even be able to touch him. However, his attacks won't be able to penetrate Heathcliff's tortoiseshell-like defense. If both of them are equally matched in terms of ability points, they might just end up in a draw. Now, Heathcliff made it clear. His ability value would be adjusted to the level of the final boss, which would undoubtedly far surpass Wu Yan's ability value as a player. In SAO, other than combat skills and sword skills, ability points were everything in a battle. Under such circumstances, could Wu Yin still win? They didn't know, but they knew that it would be very dangerous. Yin. Asuna couldn't hold back her anxiety and shouted desperately, Don't agree to it. That's right. Kirito stepped forward and glanced at Heathcliff. Since he is the final boss, he should follow the rules of VRMMO and accept challenges from all players. There is no need to fight him alone. Hearing this, Heathcliff's expression didn't change. He just stared at Wu Yin. That's true. According to the rules of the game, the boss should accept the challenge of all players. There's no such thing as a boss that proposes a one-on-one duel. Heathcliff smiled and said, But Yin-jun, I don't think you'll refuse. Wu Yin pursed his lips helplessly. Then let me ask you, why do you feel that way? It's because of the feeling you give me. You don't feel like a player. Heathcliff didn't mind what he said and continued to stare at Kirito. You give me the feeling that you're more like an expert. Unlike in a game, even in a death game like SAO, you can see blood, look death in the eye, and even kill people with your bare hands. That's why. You won't refuse my challenge, even if it's a boss. A strong person will never shy away from a challenge. In the Red Jade Palace, Heathcliff's words echoed in everyone's ears like an echo. They fell silent, not knowing what to say because this conversation had long gone beyond their comprehension. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes were a little dazed. Then he laughed self-deprecatingly. Heathcliff, I have to say, you're overestimating me. Heathcliff frowned. He opened his mouth and was about to say something when Wu Yin interrupted him. Wu Yin raised his head and looked at the ceiling. His voice was a little faint. A strong person should not be afraid of any challenge. They should move forward bravely and gradually grasp the essence of power. But I'm not a strong person. Wu Yin closed his eyes. I'm just an ordinary person. Although I have a little bit of power, I don't have the essence of a strong person. I only have power for one reason: to protect the most important people around me. Thinking back, Wu Yin was just an ordinary otaku. After he got the system and came to the Spalier world, he gradually gained power. But he wasn't a strong person. Initially, the reason he wanted to possess power was only so that he could have the means to survive in an unfamiliar world. That was until the appearance of a group of young ladies whose lives were intertwined with his. If he doesn't have power, he won't know who will kill him one day. When that happens, those girls whose lives are intertwined with his will die with him. That's why, until now, Wu Yin only wants power to protect the girls who came to his side, to protect himself. His life doesn't belong to him alone. Yin, Asuna clenched her fists and placed them in front of her chest. Listening to Wu Yan's words echo in her heart, she's completely lost. Asuna had a strong urge to get to know Wu Yin in the real world. She wanted to know what kind of past Wu Yin had in the real world. She wanted to know why Wu Yin was able to move her heart so easily. Kirito and the others were silent as well. At this moment, they suddenly realized that the strongest person in the world, the person who stood in front of them and faced their most terrifying enemy, was actually carrying more burdens than all of them. Heathcliff, on the other hand, smiled. His smile was brighter than ever. I see. No wonder you're so strong. Now I understand why you want to protect someone. People who have this kind of mentality are indeed very strong. If that's the case, Yin-kun, Heathcliff glanced at Asuna before turning back to Wu Yin. Since you're such a person, I'm sure you won't reject my challenge, right? Wu Yin sighed and curled his lips. Why do you still have this kind of mentality? If you want to protect Asuna, the better choice is to join forces with the others and attack you together. That's the best way to win. Unfortunately, I can't answer your question with absolute theory this time. Heathcliff tilted his head and smiled. This time, it's purely my intuition. That's an irresponsible answer. I can't believe you're a researcher. Wu Yin chuckled. Behind him, Wu Yin slowly pulled out the Heaven Gazer. Heathcliff also unsheathed the sword in his crossed shield, as if he had expected this. Looking at the two of them, how could the others not know what Wu Yan's choice is? Yin, Asuna's palms were sweating. Trust me, Asuna. Wu Yin lowered his head and pulled out the elucidator as well. I will definitely bring you back to the real world. Asuna stared at Wu Yan straight back. After a while, her expression became firm and she nodded. I trust you. Yin, you, Kirito, Suda, Klein, and Agile gave up trying to persuade him. You can't lose. Of course. Wu Yin raised his head in a haughty manner. No matter if it's a player or a boss, I've never lost. Heathcliff changed his usual calm demeanor and laughed out loud. At the same time, a majestic aura of oppression surrounded them. It was as if a storm was brewing. Two figures, one black and one red, suddenly disappeared. Bang! Chapter 765. A gust of wind blew through the area, blowing away all the dust in the middle of the battlefield. Two figures, one black and one red, stood facing each other from distance. The elf healer descended from the sky and healed Wu Yan's lost HP, then retreated to the back. Heathcliff also glanced at his HP bar, but his expression didn't change much. Although Heathcliff didn't have a tame monster that could regenerate HP like Wu Yan, he still had 10 HP. Compared to Wu Yan, his HP was terrifying. Even if he didn't regenerate HP, the amount of HP he lost was just a drop in the ocean for him. The damaged ground between the two of them had been repaired during this period of time. However, the spectating players didn't feel relaxed at all. Instead, they were still a little nervous. Although some of the buildings in SAO were indestructible, some of them could be damaged to a certain extent in order to increase the realism of the game, but they would be repaired in a short period of time. For example, The boss room on each floor was the ladder. However, it was impossible to destroy these terrains without a certain amount of destructive power. In other words, it was impossible to destroy these terrains without a certain amount of attack power. It was the same in previous battles. Generally, only the gatekeeper bosses with unparalleled attack power could destroy the terrains. But the two of them in front of them caused such a terrifying damage just by the aftermath of their battle. The spectators weren't surprised that Heathcliff could do this because he had the boss's ability, but they didn't expect that Wu Yin could do the same. How could they not be shocked? The one who knew Wu Yin the best was Asuna. The two of them haven't been separated for a year, so they knew each other very well, at least in this world. That's why she wasn't shocked. She just couldn't let go of her worries. Wu Yin seemed to have sensed Asuna's worried gaze. He gripped the two black swords in his hands, pointed them to the ground, and took a step forward. It was a very casual movement. It looked like he was taking a step without any pressure. It looked like he was looking down on Xian. However, Xian's action made Heathcliff's expression change. He immediately crossed his sword and shield in front of his chest. Pong! A slight vibration appeared in the air as soon as Heathcliff finished his action. The black figure seemed to tear through space and rushed in a straight line in front of him. The unadorned black one-handed sword was raised high, and the face and wine-red pupils that entered his sight slashed straight at him. At the edge of the sword, the airflow in the air was fiercely split apart. Boom! Heathcliff blocked the blow with his sword and shield. The sound of the collision was like the sound of a bomb explosion. The powerful force caused Heathcliff's feet to sink a little, and his face twisted slightly. Wu Yan's eyes turned cold. He raised the elucidator in his hand and pointed the sword at Heathcliff. Demon Sword Invasion. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword flashed, and Wu Yin stomped on the ground. Elucidator instantly turned into a straight black light. Like a black viper spitting out its forked tongue, it slashed toward the corner of Heathcliff's shield, brushing past the edge and heading straight for his chest. Clang! The two swords collided fiercely, and sparks flew everywhere. It was Heathcliff who blocked Wu Yan's demon sword invasion. There was no need for words. The two figures, one black and one red, each took a step forward, and the sound of the air being torn apart resounded in the red jade palace. Pum! The black figure and the red figure collided again. Sword and shield intertwined, and the tip of the sword met the tip of the sword. Sparks flew everywhere, and it was dazzling to see. Pung, 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 pung. Clang! The Heaven Gazer left a long trail of sparks and deep marks on Heathcliff's face, taking away a little bit of his HP. Heathcliff looked at the approaching black figure and gritted his teeth. Wu Yan's speed, combat experience, and skills were too strong. If he fought with Wu Yan head-on, he would definitely win because he had the boss ability, but if he really fought with Wu Yan, Heathcliff would only be at a disadvantage. Therefore, he could only rely on his familiarity with SAO to block Wu Yan's attacks and look for an opportunity to counterattack. Just as Wu Yan was about to reach him, Heathcliff finally made his move. His body was like a fierce bull in the wind, and he dashed towards Wu Yan. In the blink of an eye, Heathcliff crossed paths with the black figure and slashed his sword horizontally, aiming for Wu Yan's neck. Wu Yan took a deep breath and suddenly stopped. He raised the Heaven Gazer slightly, and with a clang and some small sparks, Heathcliff's rare opportunity to attack was once again blocked by Wu Yan. Whoosh! With a wave of his arm, the Heaven Gazer smashed towards Heathcliff's back. His red robe was pressed tightly against his skin, and his platinum ponytail fluttered in the wind. Feeling the pressure behind him, Heathcliff frowned and thrust his sword forward. The light, long sword left an arc in the air in front of him, and the sharp tip of the sword seemed to have penetrated the air. With a clang, the sword hit the Heaven Gazer. As soon as the two came into contact, the Heaven Gazer's huge sword immediately pressed down on Heathcliff's slender one-handed sword. The sword was pressed down at an angle that shouldn't be possible in this world, as if it was going to break Heathcliff's weapon. Heathcliff's face was filled with surprise. It wasn't that his stamina was not as good as Wu Yan's, but that the Heaven Gazer's sword was stronger than his own, and that was why it was so oppressive. However, this was still a game. Although the long sword was bent at such a dangerous angle, the only thing it consumed was its durability. When the tip of the sword was about to touch Heathcliff's cheek, Heathcliff suddenly exerted force, and the strength of the long sword skyrocketed. Bang! The Heaven Gazer bounced back, and Heathcliff immediately jumped up, raised a shield, and rushed straight into Wu Yan's arms. Bang! The heavy shield slammed into Wu Yan's stomach. The powerful force contained in the shield almost sent Wu Yan flying, and his HP dropped slightly. Even though the pain had been reduced to a minimum because of the game, Wu Yan still felt a little pain. Wu Yan gripped the hilt of the Heaven Gazer tightly and pressed it hard against the shield. His body spun half a circle in the air, and then he smashed down heavily. The Heaven Gazer's blade glowed with a green light. Clang! Wisps of flame twined around the blade and the shield, shining brightly. Wu Yan cursed in his heart, "Turtle shell." At the same time, the elucidator's blade glowed with a sword skill light. Just when Heathcliff thought that Wu Yan was going to attack him and put his shield in front of the elucidator, Wu Yan turned the sword around, activated a sword skill, and stabbed it into Heathcliff's thigh. Poochie! A red light flashed, but it wasn't the light of a sword skill. It was the light of a blood effect. Ugh! Heathcliff looked at his thigh in shock. He did not even care that his HP was dropping rapidly. He thought to himself, I didn't know sword skills could be used like this. At the same time, his expression became as fierce as Wu Yan's, and he swung the long sword in his hand towards Wu Yan's head. Hearing the sound of wind blades cutting through the air above his head, Wu Yan raised the Heaven Gazer in his hand, only to be pushed away by the sound of weapons clashing. Ha! Because of the push, Wu Yan's body slowed down slightly. When he was about to attack again, not far from his head, a furious roar suddenly sounded, and Wu Yan's expression changed. Chapter 766. Under the watchful eyes of all the players outside the arena, Heathcliff pointed his sword at Wu Yan. His body fell rapidly from the sky, leaving behind a red blur in the air. The sword pierced through the air, and a light red arc flashed from the tip of the sword like a meteor falling from the sky. Before the sword reached Wu Yan, the wind created by the sword sliced past Wu Yan's body. The sharp wind caused a slight sting on Wu Yan's skin. One could imagine how destructive this sword skill was under Heathcliff's terrifying control. Yan, Asuna, Kirito, and the others gasped when they saw Heathcliff crashing towards Wu Yan while charging up a sword skill with his other hand. Wu Yan could choose to resist Heathcliff's attack, but Heathcliff was hiding behind his shield and couldn't attack him at all. If Wu Yan resisted, he would be stuck in a stalemate with his shield, and Heathcliff would be able to use his sword skill to deal great damage to Wu Yan. But if he chose to retreat, Heathcliff could also use his sword skill to attack Wu Yan while Wu Yan was retreating. No matter what, Wu Yan would have to take Heathcliff's attack. With Heathcliff's current ability, even with the help of a healing fairy, Wu Yan's HP bar would drop to the yellow zone. Damn it! Kirito was the first to lose his patience. He put his hand on the hilt of Shadow Chaser and was ready to rush forward. Asuna and the others also reacted quickly. Just as they were about to rush forward, Wu Yan finally moved. His body, which was floating in the air, spun in a half circle like a windmill. His hand, which was holding the elucidator, stabbed into the ground with a crack. He borrowed the force and quickly landed on the ground. He then let go of the elucidator in his hand and swung his empty hand horizontally. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Wu Yan swung his hand. 5 tiny streaks of light shot out from his hand and flew towards Heathcliff, who was hiding behind his shield in midair and had nowhere to land his attack. What? Heathcliff's expression changed. Those were 5 slender steel nails. Throwing skill. Ding, 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 ding. For crisp sounds of impact rang out one after another when the steel nails hit Heathcliff's shield. Heathcliff's expression changed again and again when he saw that the nails did not inflict any damage on him. The steel nails hit his shield. There were only 4 of them. As for the 5th nail, it went straight for his only eye that was exposed outside the shield. At this moment, time in the world seemed to have slowed down countless times. The sharp tip of the steel nail was clearly reflected in Heathcliff's eyes, causing his pupils to slowly shrink to the size of a needle tip. In SAO, throwing items that were shot with throwing skill could cause very little damage, even if some of them had piercing properties. As long as they hit the target, they would stay in the target's body and continuously reduce the target's HP. The same was true for throwing items. Logically speaking, even if Heathcliff's eyes were hit by throwing skill, his HP wouldn't be reduced at all. After all, players were not monsters, and they didn't have weak points to attack. This was also the reason why Wu Yin hit Heathcliff's thigh with his sword. This was also the reason why Heathcliff could deal so much damage. However, Heathcliff wasn't a monster, and having no weak points to attack wasn't a good thing either. If a sharp object were to stab your eyes, how would you react? Subconsciously, your first reaction, you would definitely raise your hand to block it or dodge it. And as a human, Heathcliff faithfully obeyed his instinctive command. Looking at the steel nail that was aimed at his eyes, Heathcliff didn't hesitate to move his shield up to cover his whole face. In the next moment, after a ding sound, the steel nail's attack was successfully blocked. But at the same time, a burst of cyan sword skill light suddenly burst out from Heathcliff's side. Heathcliff's face turned pale. He turned his head and looked at the source of the light. A black figure flashed there, and the green light on the black greatsword in his hand was flashing. Whoosh! Heathcliff swung the Heaven Gazer, and under the shocked gazes of all the players outside the arena, the Heaven Gazer smashed into Heathcliff's waist with great force. Bang! As soon as the two weapons collided, a dull sound rang out. The bright green light lit up the sky like a furnace, and some players couldn't help but close their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, Heathcliff's red figure was sent flying backward in the green light. He flew over the players' heads and smashed into the wall behind him. Ugh! Heathcliff couldn't help but howl from the impact. Although he didn't feel much pain, the impact caused his brain to short-circuit. In mid-air, the green light of the sword's skill gradually dimmed, and a black shadow burst out from it and shot towards Heathcliff, who had smashed into the wall and had yet to slide down. The sound of the shadow whistling through the air pierced everyone's eardrums, causing them to feel a sharp pain. The speed of the black figure's attack made Heathcliff realize that now was not the time to be distracted. He forced his slightly short-circuited brain to work and used the momentum to flip himself over the wall. As if he was sliding, he stepped on the wall and instantly retreated 10 meters away. Boom! The black figure landed heavily on the wall, where Heathcliff had smashed into. A violent sound reverberated in the battlefield, and debris flew everywhere. Thick smoke and dust covered the area. Cracks spread out from the smoke and dust, covering the thick wall in an instant. Heathcliff's sliding figure slowly came to a stop. Recalling the terrifying movement speed and attack speed just now, he looked at the wall covered in smoke and dust with lingering fear. Heathcliff waved his robe gently, blowing away the smoke and dust in front of him. However, the moment before the smoke and dust was lifted, a strange sound came from inside. Heathcliff's eyes were filled with horror. His body tensed up, and he retreated without hesitation. At the same time, he raised his cross shield in front of him to protect himself. Cheat! The moment Heathcliff retreated, the black figure once again shot out from the smoke and dust. Its speed was almost several times faster than when it first attacked Heathcliff. The terrifying speed made it look like the black figure was flickering. Several illusory figures appeared behind him, forming a thin black line. They quickly flew towards Heathcliff and slammed into his cross shield in the most brutal way possible. Heathcliff gasped. Just as he was about to launch an attack, a chill emerged from under his skin, causing his hands and feet to turn cold. He raised his head abruptly and looked at the top of his shield. There, he saw a hand gently pressing on it. The next moment, under the force of the hand, a black figure appeared above Heathcliff's head, revealing Wu Yan's indifferent face. At this time, he was holding the shield with one hand. The huge black heaven gazer had returned to his back as if it had never been unsheathed before. In his other hand, the elucidator flashed with the light of a sword skill, and with a terrifying sound of wind, it slammed down towards Heathcliff's head. Wherever the elucidator passed, a deafening sound of sonic booms could be heard. Crushing blow, a low roar echoed in Heathcliff's ears. The light of the sword skill on the elucidator flashed again. Finally, under the shocked gazes of the surrounding players and the surprised faces of Asuna and the others, the elucidator landed squarely on Heathcliff's head. Boom! Chapter 767. Boom! With a loud bang, Heathcliff's body landed on the ground. The ground immediately cracked, and debris flew into the air. Together with the smoke and dust, Heathcliff's figure was shrouded in the dust. Wu Yan's figure also landed on the opposite side of the cloud of dust. Looking at the area covered in dust, Wu Yan was a little tired, but he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. If it was in the past, he would have been able to use this kind of attack a few more times, and he would have been able to do it without blushing. But in SAO, where you won't die even if you don't breathe, you're panting instead. This also proves how tense Wu Yan's nerves are after that round of attacks. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't be panting like this. Heathcliff is a tough nut to crack. If Wu Yan didn't take advantage of the small window of opportunity, he might not have been able to do anything to Heathcliff with his shield and his familiarity with swordsmanship. On the other hand, all the players looked at what happened in the center of the battlefield in a daze. For a moment, they forgot to react. From Heathcliff's high defense to Wu Yan's fierce attack, the whole process was complicated, but it all happened in less than half a minute. The risk of the battle, the change in the direction of the battle, the close combat between the two players, and even Kirito, Suda, Klein, and Agile couldn't help but feel their blood boil. They wanted nothing more than to replace Kirito, Klein, and Agile. They completely forgot that this battle represented the direction of their future. Did it work? Asuna stared at the area covered in dust, trying to see what was going on inside, but she gave up after a while. Although Asuna has the ability to see through some obstacles, she has never been a solo player except for the first few months of SAO's launch, so she didn't train her skill to a high level. Kirito activated his detection skill when he heard Asuna's words. He had mastered the skill a long time ago, much earlier than Wu Yan, who had been traveling alone for a long time. That's why he could easily see through the smoke and dust. But when he saw it, Kirito's face instantly changed, and his sharp voice echoed in the battlefield. No, not yet. Kirito's voice clearly echoed in everyone's ears, and it also reached Wu Yan's ears. Wu Yan's expression froze as he looked forward. Tap, 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 tap. Amidst the dust, a series of mechanical footsteps could be heard rhythmically. In every corner of the silent red jade palace, a figure slowly emerged from the dust. Then, under everyone's gaze, Heathcliff walked out of the dust and appeared in front of everyone. He didn't look like he was in a mess. He was still as calm as ever, as calm as Mount Tai. However, the top of the 10 HP bars had been completely emptied, proving that the previous round of fierce attacks was not useless. Wu Yan exhaled, straightened his back, and muttered softly. I knew it wasn't that easy. Heathcliff heard Wu Yan's muttering. Heathcliff stopped and looked at Wu Yan with a pair of deep eyes. Yen-kun, you're too strong, Heathcliff said in a deep voice. Even I, whose ability has reached the level of a boss, can't help but tremble in fear. As expected of the strongest player in the world. Wu Yan curled his lips. What? Do you want to admit defeat? I don't mind. Of course not. Heathcliff shook his head with a smile. His voice became louder. On the contrary, as the creator of this world, if I lose to you here, won't it prove that I'm useless? It's not the first time you've lost anyway. Wu Yan sneered. Heathcliff chuckled coldly in response. Then, the two of them fell silent once more. Heathcliff paused for a moment, then stomped his foot on the ground and turned into a blur of light. Under everyone's gaze, he attacked Wu Yan first. The distance between Heathcliff and Wu Yan was less than 10 meters. Although Heathcliff's speed was not as fast as Wu Yan's, he had the ability of a boss, so he was no slower than anyone else except for Wu Yan. In just a few seconds, Heathcliff's body flashed and reappeared. He swung his sword like a drill, and it pierced through the air with a piercing sound, aiming for Wu Yan's chest. Wu Yan grabbed Heaven Gazer's hilt and pulled it out of its sheath. Without dual sword Ryu, he wouldn't be Heathcliff's match. Thus, Heaven Gazer and Elucidator fell into his hands in an instant. Just as the sword was about to reach him, Wu Yan swung Heaven Gazer and moved half a step away, nimbly dodging Heathcliff's attack. Heathcliff was not surprised that Wu Yan dodged his attack. His left hand spun quickly, and the shield in his hand spun like a windmill in the blink of an eye. Huh! With a light shout, the shield in Heathcliff's hand spun rapidly and flew towards Wu Yan like a bolt of lightning. The rapidly spinning shield pierced through space and appeared in front of Wu Yan in a flash. Then, it suddenly trembled and spun towards Wu Yan like a boomerang. The whistling sound made Wu Yan narrow his eyes slightly. He was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Heathcliff to attack like this. What Wu Yan didn't know was that Heathcliff had been thinking the same thing to him before this. Wu Yan didn't expect the shield to spin at close range. For a moment, Wu Yan couldn't react in time, but he still quickly threw Heaven Gazer at the center of the spinning shield with a bang. Chirp, 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 chirp. In an instant, a burst of sparks and a shrill sound of friction rang out from between the Heaven Gazer and the spinning shield, causing Wu Yan's ears to hurt. A terrifying force was transmitted from the Heaven Gazer to his arm, causing him to almost lose his grip on the sword's hilt. Of course, for Wu Yan, this little bit of force wasn't enough to affect his battle. Therefore, after withstanding the surprise attack, he stepped on the ground with his left foot, and his body turned into a black shadow. He pressed his body against the ground and swung Elucidator towards Heathcliff's neck. Whoosh! A whistling sound came from the air, causing Heathcliff to frown. He calmly looked at the incoming Elucidator and took a step back like a chariot in the wind, just out of Wu Yan's attack range. After dodging Wu Yan's attack, Heathcliff didn't hesitate to swing his long sword at Wu Yan's legs like a whip. Wu Yan's expression turned cold when he sensed the chilling chi coming from his leg. He used his right hand to push against the rotating cross shield, and with a burst of strength, he sent the cross shield flying. The sudden force pushed Heathcliff, who was focused on attacking Wu Yan, a distance away. His sword that was going for Wu Yan's legs was also destroyed by Wu Yan's attack. Heathcliff staggered back a few steps. Before he could react, Wu Yan jumped up like a ghost. The Heaven Gazer and Elucidator in his hands danced like a gust of wind, turning into a continuous stream of sword shadows. One sword after another fiercely attacked Heathcliff like a volcanic eruption. Bam, 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 bam. A series of muffled sounds echoed in the surroundings. The Heaven Gazer and Elucidator continuously landed on Heathcliff's raised shield. Chapter 768. Clap, 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 bang, 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 boom, clang. In the center of the field, a black and a red figure began a fierce battle. Sword shadows reverberated in the air, and a dazzling light fluctuated in the air. Strong winds constantly swept out, and sparks flew in all directions. Everywhere they went, smoke and dust filled the air. The two turned into flashing shadows, and they fought in every corner of the Red Jade Palace. Boom! Another shockwave rushed into the field. The ground rumbled, and countless rocks were sent flying. The pillars fell down one after another. Even though they were restored to their original state, they were soon destroyed again. In fact, the attacker was Wu Yan, who had been using the dual sword style to attack Heathcliff with all his might. Heathcliff didn't seem to have the confidence to not pay a price under the onslaught of sword shadows, so he could only grit his teeth and block all the attacks with his shield. Wu Yan was undoubtedly good at close combat, so at this moment, he turned into the most brutal weapon. Every time he swung his sword, the Heaven Gazer and Elucidator, there would be a fatal vortex indicating how much strength he was using at this time. As he swung his arms and swords, the terrifying power and speed caused the surrounding void to resound with continuous sonic booms. Every time he missed, a deep sword mark would be left on the ground, and occasionally the ground would be overturned. His attacks were terrifying. In the face of Wu Yan's ferocious attacks, although Heathcliff couldn't do anything to him, he didn't show any weakness. Relying on his superior defense and his familiarity with sword skills, he repeatedly blocked Wu Yan's attacks. As long as there was a chance, the long sword in his hand would be swung without hesitation. His aura was awe-inspiring, and the light of his sword technique flickered repeatedly. Similarly, countless cuts were left on the ground around him. In the battlefield, as the battle between the two gradually entered a fierce confrontation, their powerful strength was fully displayed. It was almost as if the battle was gushing out. In everyone's eyes, the battle was surging, and it became more and more intense. As the swords collided with each other, strong collision sounds were constantly heard in the sky above the Red Jade Palace. Various sword skill effects flickered. Blazing explosive vortexes and sharp sword glows continuously shot out from the two intertwined figures. The two figures constantly flashed and shifted in the field at a speed that caused people to be dumbfounded. Clear sword clashing sounds and collisions continuously rang out from the places where the two of them clashed. The power of their attacks also became more and more frenzied as the battle intensified, causing people to feel more and more shocked. Looking at the two blurry figures that constantly flickered and intersected with each other, the expressions of the surrounding players were somewhat sluggish. In the midst of that fierce exchange of attacks, they could clearly see that in a short instant, the two of them had executed no less than 5 types of sword skills, and there was even a heavy sword skill among them. It was common knowledge in SAO that the user would be stunned when using sword skills, and the more powerful the sword skill was, the faster the user would be. The more consecutive attacks, the longer the stun time would be. Therefore, in normal battles, players had to be extremely cautious when using sword skills, because if they're not careful, they might be defeated during the duration of the stun. However, such common sense did not apply to the two super powerhouses in the arena. The stun phase, which was enough to cause players to be defeated in an instant, had turned into bubbles in the hands of the two. The two of them were not stingy with their sword skills at all. They used them more frequently than water, as if they were free. It's not that the two didn't get stunned. It's just that Heathcliff's ability value is way beyond the range of a player or even a boss. As the final boss, Heathcliff's ability value is enough to reduce the duration of the stun to 0. As for Wu Yan, his stun duration isn't as short as Heathcliff's, but he can predict Heathcliff's attack. Before the stun takes effect, he can adjust his body to gravitational and centrifugal force so that Heathcliff's attack will miss. This is the main reason why Heathcliff can rely on his knowledge of sword skills to nullify Wu Yan's attack, but he can't do anything to Wu Yan. Now, the players finally understood that the two players in the battlefield are not on the same level as them, especially Wu Yan, who is able to fight against Heathcliff, who has the ability of a final boss for such a long time without losing at all. He even managed to reduce Heathcliff's HP repeatedly. He's been fighting the final boss all this time, and he even has the ability to solo the final boss. No wonder he's known as the strongest player in the game. In the Red Jade Palace, everyone held their breaths. Their gazes followed the movements of the two indistinct figures. The battle was getting fiercer and fiercer. Many people felt as if their hearts were in their throats and in their palms. They clenched their fists tightly and continued to exert force. Watching the battle between the two of them, they no longer had any confidence that they could defeat Heathcliff if they went all out. If Wu Yan is defeated, they will lose their last hope. They can only run away and wait for the next opportunity, or they will all be killed on the spot. Therefore, they have already placed their hopes on the black figure in the battlefield. As time passed, the HP bars of the two players fluctuated. One of them was constantly dropping, almost reaching the lowest point, while the other was going up and down, increasing and decreasing, decreasing and increasing again. It was because of this that the two of them were able to engage in such a fierce battle. Wu Yin gritted his teeth and swung his two black longswords with his numb arms. Heathcliff also tried his best to block Wu Yan's attacks. They were both waiting for an opportunity to wipe out the other's HP bar in one go. Until then, their HP could only decrease and rise and fall as they fought against each other. After such a long battle, the two players' nerves were stretched to the limit. Now it was time to see who would give up first. For two players with similar strength, it was no longer a competition of strength, but of willpower. This can't go on. Wu Yin kept attacking while looking at Heathcliff, who was hiding behind his shield like a turtle. Wu Yin couldn't help but feel anxious. If this continued, he wouldn't be afraid of losing HP since he had a healing fairy. But in terms of stamina, there was no way he could last longer than Heathcliff. The logic was simple. One was attacking while the other was defending. As long as the gap between the two sides wasn't too big, the attacker would definitely lose in the end. Therefore, while Heathcliff could afford to drag this out, Wu Yin couldn't. I have to find an opportunity. In his anxiety, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes turned rapidly, looking for a way out. Otherwise, he would lose without a doubt. At this moment, Wu Yan saw the healing fairy dancing in the air. Immediately, Wu Yan's eyes lit up, and he had an idea. With a loud shout, Wu Yan's starburst airstream landed on Heathcliff's shield. Heathcliff's body also became stiff. Seeing this, Heathcliff immediately used his sword skill and swung his sword. Heathcliff didn't have high hopes for this attack. He saw how Wu Yan predicted his attack and dodged it to buy himself some time from the stun effect. To Heathcliff's surprise, Wu Yan didn't move at all. He didn't even flinch when he was frozen. Could it be that he's already at his limit? Heathcliff was overjoyed. His eyes flashed, and his lips curved into a victorious smile. He thrust his long sword towards Wu Yan's heart. Thanks to the sword skill, Heathcliff's momentum became even fiercer. He was already aiming for Wu Yan's heart. The winner was decided. No, outside the arena, Asuna felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Her eyes were wide open as she leaned forward and rushed forward. Heathcliff, Krito, Suda, Klein, and Agile roared and rushed to the center of the arena. Catch up! The five of them rushed forward together, but they couldn't stop Heathcliff from swinging his sword down. Seeing this, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a touch of emotion. Then he became determined. Chapter 769. Under everyone's gaze, Heathcliff's movement towards Wu Yan's chest seemed to have slowed down by tens of thousands of times, and Asuna and the others who were rushing forward also seemed to be stuck. Even though their faces were full of hysteria, with the distance between the two sides, it was impossible for them to reach Heathcliff's side before Heathcliff's sword pierced through. Looking at Heathcliff's slow and fast attack, Asuna's pretty face began to show a trace of despair. Her chestnut-colored eyes were fixed on Wu Yan. Although she was still rushing forward, she was screaming in her heart, At least let me block that sword." Right at this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred in the field. The healing fairy who had been following behind Wu Yan suddenly flew out, landed on top of Wu Yan's head, and sprinkled a powder with starlight on it, restoring Wu Yan's HP back to full. The sudden healing of the healing fairy seemed to have stunned Heathcliff for a moment, but it did not stop him from stabbing Heathcliff. However, Wu Yan, who was frozen in place, had a slight smile on his face. What Heathcliff didn't notice was that when the healing fairy's powder fell on Wu Yan's body, the elucidator in Wu Yan's left hand lit up. The reflected light instantly shone in the opposite direction of Heathcliff's bright black blade. In that direction was Heathcliff's eyes. In SAO, blindness is also an abnormal condition. Many monsters' skills and sword skills have the effect of blindness, causing players to temporarily lose their sight and fall into a state of panic. However, it's not only an abnormal condition. If a strong light shines on a player's eyes, the player's brain will also be temporarily blinded, causing them to lose their sight. Under the intentional reflection of the elucidator, the starlight on the healing elf's powder was directly projected into Heathcliff's eyes. Heathcliff felt his vision blur, and he closed his eyes reflexively. Poochie. The moment Heathcliff closed his eyes, the system-assisted sword pierced through Wu Yan's chest without any delay. With a slight tearing sound, Wu Yan's HP bar, which had just been restored to full, quickly dropped to the yellow area. If it was before, Heathcliff's sword would have definitely taken away all of Wu Yan's HP. But after the healing fairy's healing, Wu Yan took the hit, and at the same time, the stun duration also passed. Wu Yan raised his head with a sharp glint in his eyes. He reached out and grabbed Heathcliff's hand that was holding the sword that pierced through his body. He pulled Heathcliff, who hasn't recovered from his daze yet, and brought him in front of Wu Yan. On Heaven Gazer's blade, a dense light flashed rapidly. Poochie, with another tearing sound, the elucidator's sword pierced through Heathcliff's shield-holding arm. Before Heathcliff could react, the arm that was holding the shield was pierced through by the Heaven Gazer. Red light, instead of blood, splashed out and sprayed all around his arm. It's not over yet. He let go of the Heaven Gazer that pierced through Heathcliff's arm. He grabbed Heathcliff's waist, and he flung Heathcliff into the air. Heathcliff was flung into the air. Whoosh! Wu Yan stomped on the ground and leaped up to Heathcliff, who was thrown into the air. He clenched his fist, and the familiar sword skill effect flashed once more. The sword pierced through the air, and before anyone could react, Wu Yan plunged the sword into Heathcliff's stomach. Poochie! The crisp sound of the sword piercing through Heathcliff's skin echoed in the sky above the Red Jade Palace. The elucidator's dark blade pierced through Heathcliff's stomach and came out his back. The red light from the elucidator's sword made Heathcliff's already bright red figure even darker. His HP bar also dropped rapidly. Heathcliff's eyes widened. He looked at the Heaven Gazer that pierced his arm and the elucidator that pierced his stomach. His HP was draining like water. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at the wine-red eyes that were right in front of him. His mind went blank. Is this the end? At the same time, Heathcliff's heart burned with anger. He held his sword with his other hand and stabbed it towards Wu Yan's heart. Wu Yan roared again. He let go of the elucidator with his other hand and quickly reached out to grab the sword. The red light from the elucidator's hand also flashed, but Wu Yan ignored it. He clenched his free hand into a fist, and a golden light burst out from it. Bang! The golden light from the elucidator's elucidator landed on Heathcliff's chest with a dull thud. However, Wu Yan did not stop there. Instead, he raised his hand again and punched Heathcliff's chest. Bang, 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 bang. Two figures, one black and one red, began to fall from the sky. All the players looked up and saw Wu Yan crazily punching Heathcliff's chest again and again. Together with the two black swords, Wu Yan's elucidator's elucidator slowly brought Heathcliff's HP down to the red zone. Heathcliff's elucidator roared. The golden light from the elucidator's elucidator mercilessly smashed Heathcliff's head into a state of confusion. Heathcliff's shield-wielding hand was pierced by the elucidator's elucidator, while his sword-wielding hand was grabbed by Wu Yan. Heathcliff could not move his hands. He could only watch with wide eyes as his HP gradually decreased. Bang! Finally, the two of them landed on the ground. Heathcliff took the brunt of the impact with his back on the ground. His HP took a huge hit. Wu Yan got on top of him, and he grabbed the hilts of Heaven Gazer and Elucidator. He pulled them out of Heathcliff's body, and he raised them up high. Psst! The Heaven Gazer and the Elucidator both plunged into Heathcliff's chest at the same time. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Asuna and the others stopped and watched the sudden turn of events with the surrounding players. For a moment, they just stood there in a daze. The entire Red Jade Palace fell silent. Heathcliff regained his composure, and he stared at the two swords that pierced through his body. He struggled to raise his head, and he looked at Wu Yan. He smiled bitterly, and he looked like he had given up. He slumped down on the floor, and he looked at Wu Yan. It's over. Wu Yan looked into Heathcliff's dull eyes, and he sighed. Heathcliff's voice was as soft as a mosquito's whisper. Yeah, it's over. Heathcliff's eyes lit up. He looked at the players around him, and he shook his head. Then, he turned to Wu Yin and said, Wu Yin, I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I've never regretted it. Wu Yin miraculously understood what Heathcliff meant and closed his eyes. So, you're destined to fail, really? Heathcliff smiled. That's not bad either. As soon as he finished speaking, Heathcliff's HP was completely depleted. Her body turned into a ray of light, and with a beautiful cracking sound, she shattered into pieces that filled the sky. Chapter 770. The crisp sound of shattering echoed in everyone's ears. Looking at the scattered fragments and Wu Yin who was bathed in them, the players stood there like puppets, including Asuna, Kirito, Suda, Klein, Agile, and the others. It's over. After a while, a voice filled with uncertainty and disbelief sounded from the crowd. It's over? The rest of the players repeated their words in disbelief. Their eyes were glued to the shattered pieces of Heathcliff's body. They still couldn't believe that those were Kaiba Akihiko's body parts. Is it over? This sentence appeared in everyone's mind more than once while they were in a daze. Their bodies trembled and their fists were clenched so tightly that their knuckles turned white. It was as if they were trying to hold something back. Finally, 2 streams of tears flowed down one of the players' faces. It's over, it's over, it's over, it's all over. It's over. All the top players who participated in the final battle shed tears. It doesn't matter if they know or don't know the people around them. They all hugged them and cried. They're ecstatic that they've cleared the game. The pain from the past, the fear of death, and the hope for the future all turned into the most direct of teardrops. They scattered on the spot as if they were venting their emotions, causing the entire Red Jade Palace to be filled with heavy sobs. After living in SAO for 3 years, they were finally liberated from their torment. At the same time, a mechanical sound echoed throughout the entire floating city of Aincrad. The message was slowly transmitted to the ears of all the players, telling them that the game had been completely cleared. Red Jade Palace. In Aincrad, every player was in the midst of earth-shattering cheers and cries of pain. His body gradually transformed into a beam of light. After a flicker, he disappeared from the spot. Only a huge, empty castle was left behind in this world. And so, I cleared the level. When Wu Yan's vision returned to normal, he didn't see the bright red walls and floor of the Red Jade Palace. Instead, he saw a vast sky. Where am I? Wu Yan furrowed his brows. He looked around him, and he saw an endless sky. White clouds floated around him, and he felt like he was standing on solid ground. He didn't feel any sense of weightlessness. The sky. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and scratched his cheek. He muttered, Am I in heaven? Just when Wu Yan was puzzled by the fact that he didn't know when he died, he heard a voice full of uncertainty and unease coming from behind him. Yan? Wu Yan turned around when he heard the voice. He saw a chestnut-colored figure floating in the sky. She looked at him with her hands covering her mouth. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Asuna pursed her lips as she tried her best to hold back her sobs. She couldn't hold it in any longer, and she threw herself into Wu Yan's embrace. Idiot, 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 idiot. Asuna cried as she shouted, Do you know how worried I was about you? Don't cry, don't cry. Wu Yan hugged Asuna helplessly. Looking at her tear-stained face, Wu Yan's heart ached. It's my fault, it's all my fault. Wu Yan clumsily wiped Asuna's face with his hand. As long as you don't cry, you can scold me however you want. Asuna looked up and saw Wu Yan's panicked face. She giggled. You really are an idiot. Asuna buried her face in Wu Yan's chest. I almost thought you were going to die under the commander's sword. Wu Yan flinched and he bitterly smiled. I'm sorry. I made you worry. As long as you're okay. Asuna rubbed her head against Wu Yan's chest a few times before she looked around. Where's this place? You're asking me. Wu Yan shook his head. I don't know either. All of a sudden, a young yet incomparably familiar voice echoed from afar, coming closer and closer. Daddy, Mommy. This voice. The two who were in each other's embrace were stunned for a moment. Then, they quickly turned their heads and saw Yui, who was wearing a white dress just like the first time they met, standing not far away from them. Her pair of big eyes were inevitably filled with tears. She was like a child who had done something wrong and ran away from home. After returning home, she did not dare to enter the house. She was so timid that she did not dare to approach them. "Yui," Asuna exclaimed. When she came back to her senses, her face was filled with joy. "Yui." She ran to Yui's side and hugged her in her arms. Asuna's tears that she had just stopped started to flow again. "Mommy." Yui hugged Asuna tightly. Her eyes were misty. When she heard the system notification, Yui thought she would be left alone in this world. She didn't know when she would be saved. But when she opened her eyes, the person she wanted to see the most was right in front of her. At this moment, Yui was satisfied. Even if she couldn't leave this world, she would still be satisfied. "Seeing you like this, I guess it was the right decision to bring you here." The mother and daughter hugging each other shuddered. Wu Yan's gaze froze for a moment before relaxing. Taking a deep breath, he slowly turned around. Behind him, a man in a white lab coat with a shrewd face is looking down. The three of them have never seen that face before, but that didn't stop them from feeling that he's familiar with it. "Heathcliff." Wu Yin smiled bitterly. "Should I call you Kaiba Akihiko?" Heathcliff, or Kaiba Akihiko, smiled. He didn't turn around. Instead, he looked down as if he was mourning something. Wu Yin, Asuna, and Yui turned their attention to him. The next second, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Far away in the sky, a huge steel castle floated in the air. It's the castle they've lived in for 3 years, Aincrad. However, at this moment, this majestic castle was disintegrating bit by bit. Like a broken stone, it broke into countless pieces and scattered down below, disappearing from everyone's sight. Wu Yin sighed when he saw this. "Is this okay?" Kaiba Akihiko's eyes trembled for a second before he calmed down and said with a blank face, "Yes, it has completed its mission. This is the best outcome for it. Is that so?" Wu Yin lowered his head and he stayed silent for a while. "What about you?" Kaiba Akihiko turned around and looked at Wu Yin. He replied with a firm voice, "It's the best outcome, I see." Wu Yin pursed his lips. He looked at Aincrad's wine-colored eyes with a hint of regret. "What a pity. Kaiba Akihiko raised his head. "Why do you think it's a pity? Don't you hate it?" Wu Yin chuckled, and he glanced at the ground. "I know it's disappointing, but I don't hate it. It didn't bring me any painful memories. Instead, it brought me some good memories." Kaiba Akihiko's expression was a little blurred in an instant, as if he was absent-minded. He muttered something, and not long after, he finally smiled. "That's good." Chapter 771. Asuna and Yui looked at each other. They finally recovered from their shock, and they stood up, and they approached Wu Yin. Asuna hesitated for a moment and asked, "We should have cleared the level, right?" Kaiba Akihiko closed his eyes, and the white coat on his body fluttered in the wind. "We have cleared the level." He waved his hand in the air, and the main menu appeared in front of him. The remaining 6,000 players logged out together 5 minutes ago and returned to the real world. Asuna slowly breathed a sigh of relief, but her eyes were fixed on Kaiba Akihiko. "Then why are we here? Shouldn't we return to the real world?" Kaiba Akihiko glanced at Asuna and said calmly, "Don't worry, you have cleared the level. This is an undeniable fact. I brought you here because I have something to ask Wu Yin." Asuna and Yui's face tightened. They grabbed Wu Yan's hand and looked at Kaiba Akihiko cautiously. Wu Yin was surprised by Kaiba Akihiko's words, but he wasn't worried about what Kaiba Akihiko would do. Wu Yin patted their hands to calm them down. Then he took a step forward and said to Kaiba Akihiko, "I'm curious, for someone like me who hasn't interacted with you much, why are you so confused? Indeed, before SAO started, we didn't even know about each other's existence. Even in SAO, the number of times we met can be counted with one hand." Kaiba Akihiko was as calm as ever, but his tone was full of confidence. Kaiba Akihiko didn't know what he meant. But I've been observing you. Wu Yin wasn't surprised to hear that. Rather, it's more accurate to say that he was surprised by his own performance. Kaiba Akihiko didn't pay attention to him at all. That's why he didn't say anything. He just waited for Kaiba Akihiko to continue. This question, I've been wanting to ask you this for a long time. Kaiba Akihiko stared straight into Wu Yan's eyes. Ever since I decided to change the nature of SAO into a death game, I've been prepared to let the world bear everyone's wrath and bear all the sins. I know that on the day SAO opens, when I announce the truth of this world to 10,000 players, Kaiba Akihiko and SAO will become synonymous with resentment in everyone's mouth. I've always thought so too, but you're the only one who made me miscalculate for the first time. Kaiba Akihiko shook his head and laughed. From the moment I learned of your existence until now, I have never heard you complain about this world, nor have I heard you scold this world. I've never seen you hate this world in the slightest. I'm the one who trapped you here and even hung your head on a knife. I can chop it off at any time and kill you on the spot, but why don't you care at all? Kaiba Akihiko said bluntly. His eyes were filled with urgency. Can you answer me why? 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 Wu Yin was silent. He looked up at the endless sky and said with uncertainty, perhaps it's because, as you said, facing death doesn't make any difference to me living in the real world. Kaiba Akihiko frowned. He was dissatisfied with Wu Yan's vague answer. He's smart, but not smart enough to see through people's thoughts. He opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but Wu Yan's next sentence made him freeze. Anyway, a game is a game. Wu Yan grinned. He stretched and said with satisfaction, I'm having fun. That's enough for me. Kaiba Akihiko's expression changed. His gaze on Wu Yan changed as well. His eyes became brighter with a hint of relief. He looked at Wu Yan and Asuna and Yui, who were immersed in Wu Yan's words. Kaiba Akihiko laughed at himself. Perhaps you're the one who's right. Kaiba Akihiko turned around, his back facing Wu Yan and the others. I haven't congratulated you yet, Yin-kun. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. After saying that, Kaiba Akihiko walked towards the edge of the sky. His body slowly disappeared from there, as if he had never been there before. At the same time, the system notification rang in Wu Yan's mind. It's been a while since he last heard it. Ding! Mandatory quest completed. Quest restrictions lifted. User can now choose to leave the realm of swords at any time. Return to the Spalier world. Maybe it's because he hasn't heard the system notification for a long time. Wu Yan felt a sense of familiarity when he heard it. Even the emotionless tone became cute. Asuna held Yui's hand and walked to Wu Yan's side. Her chestnut-colored eyes stared at the direction Kaiba Akihiko disappeared. She whispered, Commander, did you return to the real world? Who knows? Wu Yan shrugged irresponsibly. It has nothing to do with me. What? Asuna pouted unhappily. She put her hand in Wu Yan's and looked up at Wu Yan's face, her eyes twinkling. Now, we can return to the real world, right? Yep. Wu Yan sighed and stroked Asuna's hair. In that case, my promise to you can be considered fulfilled. Asuna nodded and she leaned her head into Wu Yan's chest. Wu Yan wrapped his arms around her waist and he looked at the silent Yui. He pulled Yui into his embrace as well. Yui, let's return to the real world together. What? Yui was confused. Even Asuna was confused, let alone her. Wu Yan didn't explain and said to Yui, Yui, you will need to sleep for a while, but you will wake up soon, so don't be afraid. Yui reacted and looked at Wu Yan with her big eyes. She didn't know what Wu Yan wanted to do, but as long as she could stay by their side, she was willing to do anything. I got it. Daddy. Good girl. Wu Yan pinched Yui's nose and sank his consciousness into his mind. System. Compile Yui's main body program and materialize it. Yui's body flashed with a dazzling light. Asuna, who didn't know what was going on, gasped. In the light, Yui's eyes seemed to be sleepy. Chapter 772. Today is not a peaceful day. If someone is in a hospital or nearby a hospital right now, they will notice that the hospitals around them are different from before. They are as lively as a wet market. The noises from every corner of the hospital are so loud that the ceiling was almost blown off. Noises, shouts, footsteps, cries, all kinds of noises mixed together, and they spread to 100 meters around each hospital. One can imagine how lively these hospitals are today. Those who passed by and lived near the hospital curiously looked in the direction of the hospital, as if they were trying to figure out what was going on inside. And those who happened to be in the hospital began to run around, looking for people who knew what was going on, trying to get the reason from them. When they learned about the cause of the incident from others, they immediately became a part of the crowd, making the atmosphere in the hospital even more lively. Just now, in every hospital, the victims who were still alive and receiving treatment woke up. 3 years ago, the incident of 10,000 SAO players being trapped in the game world has become a famous terrorist crime in the country. If they die in the game, the victims in the real world will also die. Now, the remaining 6,000 players finally woke up today. This was a major event that was enough to cause a sensation among countless people in the entire country. The SAO players who occupied a lot of hospital beds have been lying in bed for 3 years, and they also received treatment for 3 years. Although it's called treatment, it's more accurate to say that they're relying on some nutrient delivery devices to stay alive. They might die at any time. Such cases happen a lot in the past 3 years. Some parents, doctors, and higher-ups of the hospital were already prepared to die because they couldn't know what was going on from the outside. After 3 years of settling down, they had already treated the sudden death of SAO's players as a common occurrence. However, it happened so suddenly. When they were mentally prepared, the miracle that they didn't put much hope in finally happened today. At this time, almost all the doctors in the hospital were dispatched, walking back and forth in the corridors, hurrying to some wards. In these wards, the players who woke up are reuniting with their families and waiting for the doctors to check on them. All of a sudden, the sound of joy and crying filled the hospital wards where the victims of SAO were kept. Everyone involved was enjoying this rare reunion after surviving the disaster. Everyone is happy. However, amidst the joy, there was still a portion of players who rushed to their family's side after receiving the news, anxiously waiting for them to wake up. Yet, all they got was a deathly stillness from the players who lay motionless on their sick beds for a long time. There are about 300 players. While others are immersed in the joy of reuniting with their families, they are like corpses. They didn't wake up at all. Among these 300 players, Asuna is one of them. In an unknown wasteland, there is a haunted house, to be more precise. It's a deserted house that's no different from a haunted house. It had been almost 10 years since anyone had visited this place. Not to mention humans, even animals, flowers, and trees, let alone animals. It was very rare to find one in this place. It could be said that this place was lifeless. It was like a graveyard. Because of this, no one noticed that there was a person in this abandoned house who had been here for 3 whole years. Inside, in a dilapidated house, there's a figure that looks like it has been here for thousands of years. It's covered in dust. It's like a statue. It looks like it's been there for a long time. Due to the deathly stillness of the figure, the surroundings were also silent. There was not a single sound. However, if one were to listen carefully, one would be able to discover that there was an extremely weak breathing on the figure's body. It was moving up and down rhythmically. However, the figure's chest was not moving up and down. If someone happened to see this scene, they'll definitely think it's a ghost. In fact, this figure can be called a ghost, but it's not the kind of ghost you see on TV. It's a vampire, the ancestor of vampires. That's the true face of this figure. Today, the ancestor of vampires who has been sleeping for a long time finally woke up after a long period of time. When the heavy eyelids opened and the dust covering them were slowly exposed to the air, a pair of wine-red eyes that were like scarlet blood flashed with a suffocating red light. At the same time, the surrounding deathly still space seemed to have become somewhat sticky in an instant, causing this shabby room that had been immersed in darkness for a long time to have a little bit of life, or more accurately, a little bit of blood energy. Kacha! A sinister sound that sounded like bones moving suddenly rang out. The sound was extremely soft, but it traveled quite a distance. It could still be heard clearly even at the door of this room. Following this kacha sound, continuous kacha sounds immediately rang out in succession. At this moment, this dilapidated house truly had a trace of a haunted house's atmosphere. Of course, this kacha sound isn't the sound of bones moving. It's the sound of dust forming lumps on the figure that opened its eyes. It's just that this sound is a bit creepy. Pieces of dust fell, exposing the figure's full appearance to the air. Not long after, the dust finally fell to the ground. The figure that looked like it crawled out of the mud finally changed its unchanging posture and stood up from the ground with great difficulty. This scene is exactly the same as when some undead creatures, such as zombies, crawl out of their coffins. Fortunately, no one is here, or else this scene would have scared the living daylights out of them. Fortunately, no one is here, or else the shocking words zombie resurrection would have made people think that zombies are the cutest. Ugh, what kind of F***king smell is this? As soon as he was resurrected, the zombie spat out such a vulgar word. But it wasn't his fault. He hadn't taken a bath for 3 whole years, and his body was covered in dust and the rotten smell of the old house. The combination of the two smells only made him vomit a little and spit out a vulgar word, which was already considered normal. But that's not the only problem. He hasn't bathed in 3 years. He hasn't eaten for 3 whole years. Even though he won't die because of his true ancestor body, the feeling of hunger still made him dizzy. He stumbled and almost fell to the ground. This won't do if I go see Asuna like this, let alone Asuna. Even I will despise myself. Hoarse voice came out of Wu Yan's mouth with much difficulty. He hasn't spoken for 3 years. His lips and tongue are parched. His throat sounds like it's the result of swallowing a few hundred gold pills to maintain his throat too well. Noticing all sorts of problems with his body, he couldn't help but shake his head and bitterly smile. Even the actions of shaking his head and bitterly smiling took him a lot of effort to do. After he did it, his stomach immediately protested against him. Let's eat first. No, let's take a bath first. Ugh, should I eat first or take a bath first? Wu Yan's hands hung there. He weakly repeated meaningless words. He didn't notice that because of his muttering, his strength is being consumed even faster. Chapter 773. In a hospital, there was a room that was surrounded by the refreshing fragrance of flowers. Many decorative flowers filled every corner of the room. Along with the vases, they eliminated the hospital's unique disinfectant smell. The room was filled with a warm atmosphere. It's like a hotel room. If you look at it from the outside, you won't be able to tell it's a sick room. Inside the room, there is a curtain hanging from the window, blocking the view from the door. Behind the curtain, there was a very high-end intensive care bed. The white sheets reflected the sunlight coming in through the window, exuding a faint warmth. Lying on the bed was a young girl with a stunning appearance. Chestnut-colored hair scattered around the mattress like flowing water. Her skin was white and translucent. It's like she was wrapped in a layer of pearls. It's very eye-catching. Although she's a bit sick, she didn't give off a weak feeling. Instead, it's more like she's delicate and delicate. There's even a bit of blush on her cheeks. Sleeping Beauty. It's not an exaggeration to use such a word to describe her. Unfortunately, an ice-cold helmet that covered 2/3 of the young girl's head mercilessly shattered this beautiful scene. Nervous Gear, the world's first tool that allows humans to completely sneak into an imaginary world. It's also the tool that bound the young girl's soul and 6,000 players for 3 years. At this moment, on the LED indicator of the nerve gear, 3 faint lights were flickering like stars, proving that the machine was operating normally. It also proved that the girl was still living under the shackles of the machine in a certain imaginary world. Although the lights were weak, it was a symbol of the girl's survival. If one day these lights all go out, then The beautiful girl lying on the bed will also fall into a deep sleep forever, leaving this world that she dreamt of returning to. What's wrong? Still no signs of waking up? Two men in suits are standing next to the bed, looking at the young girl lying on the bed. One of the older men had an ugly expression. He turned to look at the third man in the room, who was the doctor in a white coat. His voice was very calm. Although his voice is calm, it's not hard to hear the anxiety in his voice. The doctor in the white coat couldn't help but sigh and lower his head. It's been 3 hours since all the victims in the country woke up. We've been observing the patients for the past 3 hours, but there's no sign of them waking up. The middle-aged man's expression turned ugly when he heard the other party's words. Why? All the victims woke up. Why is Asuna still like this? It's not only Miss Asuna who has this condition. The doctor in the white coat explained. Now, other than Miss Asuna, there are 300 more victims. There are about 300 victims in the country who are still in this condition. It's no different from before. The middle-aged man's expression changed. After a while, he looked at the doctor. Can't you find out what's wrong? The doctor was silent for a while, and then said with a helpless expression, the only thing we can confirm is that Miss Asuna should be fine for now. The nervous gears indicator light is still flashing. In other words, as long as it's in this condition, the girl on the bed, Asuna's life will be fine. The middle-aged man also understood this fact, so no matter how unwilling he was in his heart, he could only turn his emotions into a trace of disappointment and wave his hand. I understand. I'll have to trouble you to take care of my daughter. It's my duty. After saying that, the doctor in the white coat left the room, leaving behind the middle-aged man, Asuna's father, Yukizako, and his adopted son, Sugo Nobuyuki, standing by the side of the bed, not saying anything for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, Sugo Nobuyuki suddenly spoke. Do you agree to that matter? Yuki Akisen raised his head and looked at Sugo Nobuyuki, who had his head lowered. Yuki Akisen frowned. Have you really decided? It is very likely that Asuna will continue to be like this. If you marry her. Yes, marriage. Sugo Nobuyuki wants to marry Asuna. This wasn't the first time Yuki heard about Sugo Nobuyuki wanting to marry Asuna. Yuki himself didn't object to this because Sugo Nobuyuki was indeed a very talented person. He became an employee of the development company Rect at a young age and was responsible for the operation of an imaginary game. Sugo Nobuyuki is Asuna's adopted son, so Asuna is well aware of Sugo Nobuyuki's achievements. Sugo Nobuyuki has earned his trust, so he will be satisfied if his daughter marries Sugo Nobuyuki. However, Yuki didn't expect Sugo Nobuyuki to not dislike his daughter, even though she's already a zombie. Sugo Nobuyuki pushed up his glasses. The lenses reflected light and covered the expression in his eyes. Otherwise, Yuki Akisen would have noticed that something was wrong with Sugo Nobuyuki's eyes. Sugo Nobuyuki smiled kindly and nodded. It doesn't matter what Asuna becomes, it won't change my mind. Upon hearing Sugo Nobuyuki's words, Yueching Shozo didn't say anything else. However, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. If that's the case, I won't object. Asuna said without hesitation. I agree to your marriage with Asuna. Sugo Nobuyuki's eyes lit up, and he bowed respectfully to Yueching Shozo. Thank you very much for your help. No, I should be the one apologizing. Asuna shook his head. Asuna is already like this. You're willing to take care of her for the rest of her life. Not only do I have to apologize, I have to thank you. No, please don't say that. Sugo Nobuyuki said. Asuna is so beautiful. I don't think anyone would dislike her. Is that so? Yuki Shozo couldn't help but smile. That's good. Sugo Nobuyuki also smiled and lowered his head. The moment he lowered his head, a sinister expression filled with negative emotions appeared on his face, shattering his previous amiable appearance. Don't be fooled by his gentle and kind appearance. In fact, Sugo Nobuyuki was an ambitious person with selfish motives. Yueching Akisan didn't know that the so-called excellent adopted son in his eyes not only had a completely different personality from what he showed on the surface, he was also evil and perverted. At the same time, he was also the main culprit that caused Yueching Asuna to still not wake up. Very few people know that Sugo Nobuyuki used to work in the same laboratory as Kayaba Akihiko when he was a student. He was the one who imprisoned the consciousness of the players who were liberated from Sao, including Yuki Asuna, into his imaginary world to conduct illegal and inhumane brain experiments. This was already a crime that was enough to cause a human experiment to become a lunatic. Yueching Shizo didn't know about this at all. Only when he imprisoned Yueching Asuna did he dare to propose. Otherwise, Yueching Asuna would never marry a disgusting and perverted person like Yueching Shizo. I have to admit, Asuna's taste isn't very good. Chapter 774. Oh yeah, Sugo Nobuyuki changed his expression and showed that fake smile again. He looked at Yueching Shozo. Madam, Yueching Shozo trusted Sugo Nobuyuki. Yueching Asuna's mother doesn't think highly of Sugo Nobuyuki. Yuki Akisan doesn't pay much attention to the people around him. He only invests his energy into the management of the company. He doesn't go home at all for the sake of his career. He only values Sugo Nobuyuki's development ability, management ability, and ambition. He doesn't look at people's ability. Unlike Yuki Chozo, Asuna's mother also didn't see through Sugo Nobuyuki's disguise. However, she didn't know if it was due to her sixth sense as a woman, but she didn't like Sugo Nobuyuki's perfect performance. So, if she knew that her daughter would be marrying Sushiong Nobuyuki, even if her mother wouldn't object, she would definitely not agree. She would probably drag it out. If that happened, it would be very disadvantageous for Sushiong Nobuyuki, who trapped Asuna in the imaginary world and wanted to take advantage of the situation to get his hands on her. Yuki Shozo also thought about his wife. He frowned and felt a little helpless. He didn't know why his wife didn't like Sugo Nobuyuki, but he also thought that his wife wouldn't easily agree to marry Asuna to Sugo Nobuyuki. Yueching Shozo didn't regret his decision. He said to Sugo Nobuyuki, "Don't worry about it. I will convince her." Yueching Shozo patted Sugo Nobuyuki's shoulder. "Everyone has seen your achievements and capabilities. I believe that Asuna's mother is the same. As long as you continue to work hard, she will definitely not reject you. When the time comes, she will also not object to your marriage with Asuna. I see." Sugo Nobuyuki smiled. It's good that no one objects. Just as Sugo Nobuyuki finished speaking, a voice that was completely different from the two people present, full of laziness, rang out in the entire ward. "No, I object." Yuki Shozo and Sugo Nobuyuki, who were completely unaware of the sudden appearance of another person, were taken aback. They quickly turned their heads to look at the source of the sound. They saw a young man with black hair and red eyes, who was wearing black casual clothes, sitting beside Asuna's bed. He gently caressed Asuna's face, which was the only part of his face that was exposed. Looking at this youth who had appeared out of nowhere, Yuki Shozo and Sugo Nobuyuki's hearts skipped a beat. They took 2 steps back, not knowing what to do. They were standing right in front of the door. If someone came in, they would have to walk past them to get to Asuna's bed. Otherwise, they would have to climb in through the window. However, they did not notice that someone had entered the ward. The door was still tightly shut. If someone had opened the door and entered, they would definitely not be able to hide it from them, let alone quietly passing by them without being discovered. This was simply impossible. The only explanation is that the young man climbed in through the window. It's suspicious for someone to climb in through the window. "Who are you?" Yueching Shozo was the first to react. He adjusted his breathing and asked the young man. Sugo Nobuyuki also regained his senses, but he didn't say anything. He just stared at the young man's hand caressing Asuna's cheek. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness. The youth's hand that was caressing Asuna's cheek paused slightly at Yuki Akasa's question. He reluctantly withdrew his hand and his wine-red eyes shifted to Yuki, Akasa's body. You can call me Wu Yan. Wu Yan. Yueching Shozo and Sugo Nobuyuki pondered for a while when they heard the name. They tried to find any information about this person in front of them. They weren't disappointed. They managed to find some information about the person in front of them. However, the information made their expression change. In the past 3 years, SAO has been in operation. It's not like the outsiders didn't take any action, but all of their actions ended in failure. Kayaba Akihiko's methods were too sharp, and his brain was extraordinarily smart. The nerve gear helmet he developed was so stable that it was impossible to exploit it. The cardinal operating system of SAO was also so stable that no one could do anything about it. Considering the safety of the victims, those who tried to rescue them were all defeated. They didn't even know what was going on inside SAO. The players were trapped inside SAO for a long time, and in the end, they were the ones who managed to free themselves. Of course, there was no shortage of smart people in this world. Since they couldn't intervene, some people took a roundabout approach and extracted some information from the cardinal system that wouldn't affect the normal operation of SAO. For example, they extracted information about the player's ability points, which was their personal attributes. Almost everyone knows that the player with the highest ability points in SAO is Wu Yan. With Yuki Akihiko and Sugo Nobuyuki's status, they have the ability to obtain this information. You're Wu Yan? Yuki Akihiko frowned and looked at Wu Yan's face with vigilance. You can't blame him for that. Not only did the person in front of him appear in a way that makes people uneasy, but his identity also makes people wary of him. Now that they know the player with the highest stats in SAO is Wu Yan, why wouldn't they do their research on him? However, no matter who it is, they still couldn't find anything. Wu Yan, let's not talk about his background. His name didn't even appear in the household register. He didn't even register his ID. It's as if he doesn't exist. Such a person suddenly appeared in front of him. How can Yuki Akihiko not be vigilant? Can I treat you as a delinquent who has invaded the country illegally? Yuki Akihiko said in a deep voice. He's not joking. He really did want to call the guards. Wu Yan chuckled. He glanced at Sugo Nobuyuki, who kept his head down. Then, he looked at Yueshiro Akane. Ma, I don't really care, but if you do that, I'll be troubled. Wu Yan scratched his head, and he pulled up one of Asuna's hands. Yuki-san, we can talk about our problem later. Let me save Asuna off first, okay? What? You? What did you say? Not only Yuki Shozo, but even Sugo Nobuyuki's expression changed. He cried out, You said you have a way to save Asuna? Wu Yan glanced at the two of them and looked at Asuna. Her face is weak, and her brows are furrowed as if she's having a nightmare. Wu Yan's heart ached. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. It was directed at Sugo Nobuyuki. Wu Yan, who understood the original work, knows that the one who imprisoned Asuna is Sugoi Nobuyuki. He even lusted after Asuna and almost violated her in the original work. Just this fact alone is enough for Wu Yan to kill him and be done with it. But the most important thing now is to save Asuna and deal with Sugo Nobuyuki later. Yuki-san. Wu Yan raised his head and looked at Yuki Akihiko. If possible, I hope you can leave for a moment. Yuki Akihiko's expression changed. He looked at Wu Yan with a conflicted expression. He doesn't want Asuna to be alone with an unknown person. It's too dangerous. But Wu Yan's words shook him. Chapter 775. Sugo Nobuyuki stared at Wu Yan intensely. He wanted to find a flaw in Wu Yan's story and expose his lie about saving Asuna. It wasn't that Sugo Nobuyuki was wavering. He was panicking. No one knew better than he did what he did. Imprisoning Asuna in the imaginary world and using the 300 players as experimental subjects to study the method of changing the human brain. Once all of this was exposed, not only would he lose his current position, but he would also become a criminal comparable to Kayaba Akihiko. He would never be able to make a comeback. Of course, Sugoi Nobuyuki could not let this happen, so he hid his experiments and actions very well. He even set the experimental site in the imaginary world just in case. With his authority in the imaginary world, He only needed to press a button to eliminate all evidence of his crimes. However, if tomorrow night were to wake up, then the fact that he had imprisoned the consciousness of the 300 players would be exposed. Then everything that he had done would be turned upside down and exposed in front of everyone. Sugo Nobuyuki would never allow this to happen. Although he didn't know what method this Wu Yin had to save Asuna, Sugo Nobuyuki didn't want to take the risk. Mr. Wu Yin, right? Sugo Nobuyuki stood up and hid his emotions deep in his heart. He lowered his head slightly and hid the only thing that could reveal his thoughts under the reflection of his glasses. He put on his usual kind expression. Although your proposal is very tempting, I'm sorry, but I think that it's a waste of time. Even so many doctors and specialists were unable to solve this problem. Leaving it to you who doesn't even want to reveal your background. I'm really worried. So please forgive us for not being able to hand Miss Asuna over to you just like that. Although Sugo Nobuyuki's words were simple and easy to understand, the hidden meaning was to tell Yuki Shozo that the other party was a person of unknown origin and was not worthy of his trust. Indeed, Sugo Nobuyuki's words calmed down Yuki Shozo's heart. He also started to lean towards Sugo Nobuyuki. He took a deep breath. I'm sorry, please leave, Yuki Shozo said. Wu Yin was a bit annoyed and helpless at the same time. If he wasn't Asuna's father, he would have already killed them. He would have saved Asuna's life and then come back to talk about other things. Wu Yin turned around and looked at Asuna's pale face. He slowly held her hand and held it. Yuki Shozo and Sugo Nobuyuki saw Wu Yin's action and their faces tensed up. Their eyes were filled with anger. Just as he wanted to stop Wu Yin opened his mouth. Yujo-san, don't tell me you didn't know that Asuna had been trapped in Sao for a long time, right? Wu Yin raised his head. His words silenced Yuki Shozo. Wu Yin immediately said something that shocked the two. In that world, Asuna and I are husband and wife. Wu Yin ignored their sudden change of expression and continued. We lived together for a year. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes dimmed. He looked at Yuki Shozo and said in a low voice, Yuki-san, if it were you, your wife would be lying on a bed like this. She doesn't even move. We don't even know where her consciousness is, but you have a way to save her. He raised his head and looked straight ahead. Wu Yin looked into Yuki Shozo's eyes and said word by word, What would you do? Yuki Shozo opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but when he looked into Wu Yan's eyes, he was speechless. Even if Wu Yan's words are very sincere, Yuki Zaka's eye for people isn't that good to begin with. Naturally, he didn't know if the words of this mysterious man are trustworthy or not. On the other hand, Sugoi Nobuyuki's expression changed after hearing Wu Yan's words. His expression turned ferocious and a bit envious. Did Yuki Asuna lie in this man's arms for an entire year in that trashy game? Husband and wife. No wonder that woman didn't want to compromise when she found out about his situation. Sugo Nobuyuki's heart was filled with violent emotions. He wanted to tear this man to shreds, but he hid it well. He even had a sick smile on his face. Wu Yin-san, your words are troubling me. Sugo Nobuyuki adjusted his glasses. His smile had a hint of joy. You don't know? Just now, Miss Asuna's father agreed to let Miss Asuna marry me. In other words, Miss Asuna is now my fiancée. Sugo Nobuyuki looked at Wu Yin, expecting to see Wu Yan's shocked and angry expression. Even if you lived with Ms. Asuna in that game for a year, that fake world doesn't count. Your relationship with Ms. Asuna is the same. As Sugo Nobuyuki's voice spread, the entire room became silent. Only the sudden drop in temperature was left in the room. Yuki Shozo and Sugo Nobuyuki were caught off guard. They felt a chill in their hearts and unconsciously shuddered as they took a step back. Sugo Nobuyuki's words worked. Wu Yin looked at this clown for the first time. He didn't have the shock and anger that Sugo Nobuyuki expected. There was no mockery or disdain in his eyes, only calm like the surface of an ancient well. It made Sugo Nobuyuki feel uneasy. You said Mr. Yuki agreed to let you marry Ms. Asuna? Wu Yin smirked. He tilted his head. But I said I was against it, right? Yes. Wu Yin-san, I know you're unhappy. Sugo Nobuyuki lowered his head and smirked. But this is Ms. Asuna's father's decision. I hope you can understand. Enough." Wu Yin waved his hand impatiently, stopping Sugo Nobuyuki's words. "You don't have to say anything nice. I hate those hypocritical words." Sugo Nobuyuki's eyes hardened. Before he could speak, Wu Yin turned to Yuki Shozo. "Let's wait until Ms. Asuna wakes up, then we'll decide." Yuki Nori's frown deepened. It's clear that he's struggling internally. He's not willing to trust Wu Yin, but he's also filled with anticipation. It's a complicated situation. Maybe he saw through Yuki Nori's hesitation. Wu Yin sighed helplessly. He pulled the curtain aside and covered himself in the bed. "Just stand there, don't move, it'll be over soon." Wu Yin didn't say anything else. This is his last concession. If they keep pushing him, Wu Yin will have to knock them out before dealing with Asuna. Wu Yin nodded in satisfaction when he saw that Yukino and Sugo Nobuyuki didn't try to force their way in. He looked at Asuna, who was lying on the bed. He played with her hair, and he smiled. "I almost offended my future father-in-law because of you," Wu Yin muttered in a voice that no one but himself and Asuna could hear. He shook his head, and he focused his attention on the other two. He placed his hand on Asuna's helmet while keeping an eye on the other two. Beep, beep, beep. Blue and white sparks shot out from Wu Yin's fingertips and went into the helmet. Wu Yin closed his eyes and used his superpower to change the effect of the helmet's electrical signals on Asuna's brain. This job isn't easy at all. Chapter 776. President. Outside the curtain, Sugo Nobuyuki said impatiently, "Are you going to let that unknown man do as he pleases?" Hearing this, Yuiching Akisan was also a little irritated. He looked at the curtain, but there was no way to penetrate his line of sight. He could only walk twice in place, his face full of hesitation and struggle. "President." Seeing Yuki Akasu like this, Sugo Nobuyuki didn't care about maintaining his image anymore. His tone became hostile. "You're harming Ain-sama by listening to him. We have no way of knowing if he has that kind of relationship with Ain-sama in the game." Yuki Akasu clenched his teeth, his eyes flashed. He clenched his fists and stared at the curtain. He couldn't make a decision. He sighed and lowered his head. Maybe he has a way to save Ain-sama. "We're here. We don't have to worry about what he'll do to Ain-sama. Let's see how it goes." The anger in Sugo Nobuyuki's heart surged uncontrollably, accompanied by uncontrollable panic. Originally, Sugo Nobuyuki was excited about Yuki Tsubasa's unpredictable feelings towards people. Because of this, Yuki Tsubasa blindly looked for him and trusted him. He easily gained Tsubasa's approval. But now, he hated Yuki Tsubasa's character. Because he didn't know how to read people, Yuki Akisan's decisions on some matters were very blind, but sometimes he was very hesitant. This man's thoughts were almost all on business. If he could take out some of his thoughts, then Sugo Nobuyuki wouldn't be jumping around so proudly. Now, Sugo Nobuyuki has the same feeling as Yuki Akasa's wife. He hates iron for not becoming steel. Yuki Akasu sometimes lacks a domineering aura. Sugo Nobuyuki looked at the curtain with a sinister expression. He wants to rush in. He wants to stop that man from doing what he's doing. But he knows that if he overacts, it will backfire. He can't leave Yuki Akasu's trust. Sugo Nobuyuki cursed in his heart. He cursed Wu Yin for bluffing. He cursed him for failing even if he has a way. However, Nerve Gear's performance reassured Sugo Nobuyuki. Even if he doesn't want to admit it, he's comforting himself with Kayaba Akihiko's excellence. It's kind of ironic. Just like that, the two of them quietly looked at the curtain with different emotions. They're looking forward to the result. On the other side, behind the curtain, the electric current in Wu Yan's hand is getting brighter and brighter. The crackling sound is getting louder and louder. If this continues, no matter how good his control is, he won't be able to control it. The two people outside could also sense the abnormality here. Fortunately, Wu Yan opened his eyes and the electricity in his hand slowed down. He let out a long sigh. There's a trace of fatigue in his wine-red eyes, but more than that, there's hope. Wu Yan held Asuna's hand as if he's trying to wake her up from her slumber. Wu Yin called out to her softly, as if he's trying to wake her up. Asuna. This shout seemed to have penetrated deep into the heart of the girl, lying on the bed. Her eyelids fluttered, and her weak breathing gradually became stronger. The jade hand in Wu Yan's palm twitched, and a snort came out from her nose. Seeing this, Wu Yin tightened his grip, and he yelled again. Asuna! Asuna! The girl seemed to be responding to Wu Yan's calls. Every time Wu Yin called out to her, her eyelids would twitch violently. Finally, her eyelids fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. Asuna was very confused and scared. When Asuna was released from Sao, she thought she would be able to see the sunlight of the real world as soon as she opened her eyes. She also thought she would be able to see the miserable state of her body that she hasn't taken care of for 3 years. She thought she would be able to see it again. Then, all I need to do is to wait for a while, and Wu Yan's familiar figure will appear before me, filling up the last piece of the puzzle that I need to return to Wu Yan. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. When Asuna opened her eyes, what appeared in front of her wasn't the hospital room she had imagined, nor was it the sunlight of the real world. Instead, it was a scene from another imaginary world. It was like a birdcage that imprisoned her. While Asuna was still in a state of confusion and fear, the guy who claimed to be Sugo Nobuyuki appeared in front of her and told her what was going on. Asuna couldn't believe it. She didn't expect Sugo Nobuyuki to do something like this. Am I going to become his toy and live in this birdcage forever? Am I never going to see the man who promised me a lifetime? Asuna was terrified. She prayed with all her might, praying that Wu Yin would appear in front of her again and take her away. While Asuna was praying, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Her vision started to blur, and her body started to lose all sensation. Her consciousness started to float in the air, and when she regained her consciousness, a sense of weakness spread throughout her body. At the same time, she also felt that her eyelids were blocking her vision. That's why Asuna was confused. She was confused about what was happening to her body. She was afraid that if she opened her eyes again, she would find herself in another birdcage. However, at this moment, an incomparably familiar voice, as if appearing in a dream, entered her heart. Hearing this voice, the doubt and fear in Asuna's heart disappeared in an instant. Her heart trembled violently. It's him. He's here. In her excitement, Asuna ignored the weakness in her body and tried her best to open her eyes. She wanted to see that figure. Even if this is a dream, at least let me see, just let me see. With the help of endless motivation, Asuna finally managed to gather a little bit of strength and used it all on her eyelids. Then, she opened her eyes. Her chestnut-colored eyes were the most beautiful color in the world. Her eyes lit up the entire room, and even the temperature of the air rose a little. Asuna's blurry vision gradually recovered, and the white ceiling finally appeared in front of her eyes, accompanied by a face that she has been dreaming about for a very long time. Asuna. Wu Yin smiled at Asuna, who is looking at him in a daze. Her eyes are filled with uncertainty and fear. He held her hand tightly. Good morning. Feeling the warmth and strength in her hand, Asuna finally understood that this is not a dream. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Asuna couldn't help but shed tears of joy and grievance. It was as if she was telling Wu Yin about how she was treated not long ago. She couldn't stop crying. Wu Yin gripped Asuna's hand tightly as he comforted her. His other hand caressed her face, and he gently wiped away her tears. Asuna couldn't help but muster up all her strength. She struggled to sit up on the bed and threw herself into Wu Yan's arms. Wu Yin quickly hugged her to support her weak body. I knew it. I knew it. Asuna's voice was hoarse as she sobbed. You will find me. Hearing Asuna's words, Wu Yan's heart was filled with pity. He wanted to hug her with all his strength, but considering how weak she is right now, he could only pat her back to comfort her. The two hugged each other on the bed. Only the faint sound of crying could be heard. The sun shone on them like a blessing. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.